Queens, New York. In a dim, trash-littered backstreet stood a massive slaughterhouse. From the outside, it looked abandoned. Rusted gates, broken windows, the faint stench of blood in the air. But inside, it was another world entirely. Past the heavy doors guarded by two towering brutes, flashing strobe lights cut through the darkness. Deafening bass pounded the walls. Men and women twisted their bodies in a frenzy, sweat and lust mixing in the air. The roar of laughter and moans blended into chaos, and in the corners, shadowy figures tangled together in scenes unfit for daylight. At the far end of the hall, a man leaned silently against the wall, unmoving. His name, Chen Luo. His calm, detached demeanor was completely out of place here. What the hell? Where am I? Just minutes ago, at least in his mind, he had been lying in bed after work, ready for a well-earned rest. Then, in the blink of an eye, this madness was in front of him. Before he could react, a torrent of foreign memories flooded his mind. His vision swam. It took him a long moment before the dizziness faded. I crossed over. Shock gave way to resignation almost instantly. Years of devouring web novels had trained him for this moment. No family, no attachments in his previous life. Accepting reality came easy. But when he processed all the memories, his expression changed drastically. His gaze dropped to his hands, and his voice trembled. Wait, I'm a vampire. He curled his fingers. Smooth nails sharpened into claws, and in his mouth, two elongated fangs slid down like blades. The confirmation brought no joy, only a wave of frustration. Sure, vampires had strength, speed, and unnaturally long lives. But they also had fatal weaknesses. In this world, holy water and wooden stakes were useless against them, but garlic, silver, and most of all, the sun, remained deadly. And worst of all, this was Marvel's world. With Stark Industries still around, Chen Luo knew exactly what kind of universe he was in, one overflowing with cape gods, alien conquerors, and madmen who could destroy planets. A small-time vampire like him? One wrong step, and some superhero would serve justice before he could blink. Even if he grew stronger by feeding, his ceiling was far below monsters like Thor or Hulk. And when he thought about that purple maniac with the family planning fetish, despair crept in. Still, he forced himself to calm down. According to the timeline in his memory, he had about 10 years before the real cosmic disasters began. If he planned carefully, maybe, just maybe, he could carve a place for himself. But first, he needed to deal with his biggest problem, vampire weaknesses. Then, a flicker of hope. In this body's memories, he was part of the Dicken Frost family. Barely more than a rookie turned vampire not long ago, serving under Quinn as a low-level security guard for this underground bar. And Dicken Frost, that name was all too familiar. Blade, the Daywalker, a unique vampire immune to every weakness. Garlic, silver, even sunlight. If Chen Luo could capture him and study his blood, maybe he could cure his own flaws. His fists clenched at the thought. But before the plan could take root, a cold, mechanical voice rang in his head. Ding! Congratulations to the host. God-level selection system activated. Detecting imminent life or death crisis. Choice start. Option 1. Stand your ground against the incoming blade. Fight to the death. Reward. A luxurious cemetery plot on the outskirts of New York. Option 2. Flee before blade arrives, avoiding the danger. Reward. Double a random attribute, physique, spirit, strength, or speed. Chen Luo froze, the corners of his mouth twitching. What? Blade's coming. Chen Luo stared at the system prompt, his face going slack. Blade is coming here? His eyes swept across the underground bar. The pounding music, the writhing vampires, the suffocating heat. The realization hit him like ice water down his spine. This is the opening scene of Blade. And if the movie played out the same way, in just minutes, this place would be a slaughterhouse. With his current strength, going head-to-head with the Daywalker was the same as digging his own grave. Hell, the system's luxurious cemetery reward for that option wasn't even subtle. It was practically booking him a funeral. No, The only way to survive was to get out before the carnage began. Decision made, the system chimed again. Choice locked. Reward will be issued once the host is out of danger. Chen Luo wasted no time. As a security guard here, he couldn't just stroll out without permission. Quinn, his superior, would need to approve it. Luckily, he already had a convincing excuse in mind. He slipped through the crowd, heading for a heavy door in the corner. Inside was a lavish VIP lounge, half the space taken up by plush leather sofas. In the center sat Quinn, a broad, heavy-set vampire with a gold chain thick enough to anchor a ship. Two seductive female vampires lounged at his sides, their laughter mixing with his. Quinn's eyes narrowed as Chen Luo stepped in. Chen Luo? What the hell are you doing here? Can't you see I'm busy? Get out. Internally, Chen Luo cursed the old pervert, but his smile stayed intact. Quinn, I'm here to request some time off. Haven't fed in a while, so I'm going out to hunt. Hunt? Quinn's brow furrowed. We got a blood feast starting soon. Why bother running around? Chen Luo parted his lips just enough to show sharp fangs, letting a greedy glint flash in his eyes. Blood from a feast isn't fresh. I prefer catching my prey myself. Gives a better sense of accomplishment. Quinn blinked, then roared with laughter. Huh, when you were still human, I thought you had guts. That's why I turned you. Seems I was right. He nodded in approval. Go. Humans are nothing but food for us anyway. And don't rush back. Our frost territory is safe. No one will touch you. Chen Luo's eyes lit up as if thrilled. Got it. Enjoy yourself, Quinn. With a casual wave, Quinn dismissed him, returning to his business. Chen Luo made his way out without resistance. Quinn's permission was a free pass. He was nearly at the slaughterhouse entrance when two people walked in, a short-haired blonde woman with an athletic build, and a man she was dragging deeper inside. The moment Chen Luo passed them, his vampire senses flared. That smell warm, rich, intoxicating. Blood. His fangs itched, eyes darkening with hunger. The man was human, and if the plot followed the movie, this man's presence meant the massacre was about to start. Chen Luo's heart tightened. Without a second glance, he slipped away into the night. Moments later, a tall figure in black leather, a long sword strapped to his back, strode up to the slaughterhouse gates. A few words with the guards, then steel flashed. Two heads hit the ground before their bodies even had time to burn into ash. Blade stepped over the remains without breaking stride. Gunfire and screams erupted seconds later. Inside, the Daywalker tore through the vampires like a storm, every slash of his blade leaving another body in flames. Hundreds died in minutes. When the last torch fell, Blade sheathed his sword and walked out, satisfaction on his face as he vanished into the city's darkness. From a shadowed alley across the street, Chen Luo finally emerged, eyes fixed on the empty doorway. So that's Blade's power, stronger than I thought. As Blade's presence faded, the system's voice rang in his head. Ding. Host has successfully escaped from danger. Reward issuing now.
Hey everyone, welcome to FanFic Canon. Thanks for hitting play. I'm thrilled to bring this fan-made story to life for you. If you enjoy the ride and want more narrated fanfics, smash, subscribe, and tap the bell so you never miss an episode. And if you want audiobook of a novel of your choice, join my Patreon. Request any title that's freely available online, and I'll produce a full narration just for you. Now, let's dive into today's adventure.
Selecting. The selection is complete, and the speed attribute of the host is doubled. The rewards have been distributed. As the system's sound fell, the next moment, a warm current was generated from the body out of thin air, and then quickly flowed through the whole body. Under the transformation of the warm current, the muscle lines on his body gradually became clear, and an inexplicable sense of fullness filled his body. Not long after, when the warm current gradually subsided, Chen Luo opened his eyes again, feeling the power surging in his body, and his heart suddenly moved. In a blink of an eye, Chen Luo disappeared instantly, and when he reappeared, he was already tens of meters away. If vampires originally had several times the speed of ordinary people, Then, after the system transformation, Chen Luo's speed has now reached about 10 times that of ordinary people. Even compared to vampires, he still has a great advantage. Judging from his current speed, even if he encounters Blade head-on next time, even if he loses, he is confident that he can escape the opponent's pursuit by virtue of his speed advantage, and his survival ability can be said to be greatly improved. If it goes a little smoother, it is not impossible to successfully fight back with the advantage of speed. In general, Chen Luo is very satisfied with the rewards of the system. After familiarizing himself with his skyrocketing speed for a while, Chen Luo suddenly changed his expression and asked tentatively, "System, is there a property panel?" Next moment, ding! The personal attribute panel is successfully loaded. Host, Chen Luo. Race, Blood Clan. Strength, 3, 1 for a healthy adult male. Speed, 10. Spirit, 6. Physique, 5. Skills, none. Ability, draw blood, quickly restore physical strength by sucking blood, speed up wound healing, self-healing, speed up body healing. Evaluation, a weak chicken vampire whose combat power surpasses that of ordinary people. Chen Luo, although he was very dissatisfied with the system's evaluation, but after thinking about it carefully, it seemed that the other party was right. After all, this is a dangerous world where superheroes walk everywhere. Although it is still some time before that era comes, isn't there a Blade beside him right now who has been staring at him? Blade, who has inherited the power of a vampire, not only has the power of a vampire, but also has no corresponding weaknesses. Coupled with the opponent's well-trained fighting skills, if they face-to-face tough, even if they have an advantage in speed, it will be extremely difficult to defeat the opponent. Such an opponent is not something he can deal with now. But fortunately, he still has the plug-in of the system. So Chen Luo has rekindled hope for his future at this moment. If it was said that he still disliked the identity of a vampire, his attitude has completely changed now. With the help of the system, Chen Luo is very confident that he can eliminate the weaknesses of vampires. In this way, he not only has several times the physical fitness of ordinary people, but also has a very strong self-healing ability. What's more, vampires' lifespan of thousands of years is no worse than that of the Aesir's in Norse mythology. For such an opening, Chen Luo couldn't be too satisfied. Well, as expected of the noble blood clan, he really came from an extraordinary background. Chen Luo nodded in satisfaction, as if he had forgotten the disdainful expression on his face when he learned of his parentage. Now that he has received the reward, he is already familiar with Blade's appearance, and the police station will come to inspect it soon, so there is no benefit in staying. Chen Luo immediately turned around and planned to leave. Just as he was about to leave, he suddenly remembered something. If he remembered correctly, that fellow Quinn should not be dead yet. Although that guy should be burned to charcoal by Blade at this moment, but in terms of the vitality of a vampire, this injury can't kill him. Thinking of this, a cold light flashed in Chen Luo's eyes. He did not forget who turned him into a vampire in the first place, and thinking of the torture he suffered back then, even if it was just a memory, made Chen Luo's scalp tingle. Such a scumbag. Sure enough, hell is his best destination. Chen Luo sighed softly. At this time, Ding detected the host killing intent towards Quinn and choose to start. Option 1. Get rid of Quinn. Seize Frost's second position. Reward: Blade's full fighting skills and experience. Option 2. Forget the hatred. Let go of Quinn. Reward: a forgiveness hat. God's so forgiving the hat. Seeing the second option, Chen Luo's face darkened, and he was also full of hatred for this system. Without too much hesitation, I decisively chose the first option, forgiving the other party. That was God's business, and all he had to do was send him to God. But now is not the time. This guy needs to use some of his energy. Knowing that the other party will still have some role in the next plot, Chen Luo did not directly choose to do it, and he is not sure whether Blade is following the other party in the dark. If he can't wait to jump out with his current small body, but I couldn't bear Blade's knife. It seems that some preparations must be made first. Thinking of this, Chen Luo took another deep look at the gate of the slaughterhouse, then turned and disappeared into the darkness. Not long after, as several police cars arrived, they found Quinn who had been burned into a coke. The police officer who thought the other party was dead didn't think much about it, so he simply packed it up and sent him to the hospital, performed an autopsy. Blood sugar is about 3 times higher than normal. Phosphorus acid and uric acid are also high. He still has biconvex red blood cells. That's impossible. It is impossible for a normal human body to have such a thing. Seeing the reception on the electronic screen, a trace of disbelief flashed in Karen's eyes, and at the same time he became very interested in the corpse being dissected. After thinking about it, she slowly got up and walked towards the dissection room. However, not long after entering, suddenly, there was a piercing scream. Limp on the ground powerlessly, watching the charred corpse suddenly get up, throwing her ex-boyfriend to the ground, biting the other's neck with sharp teeth, blood gushing out like a waterfall, and then all of them were killed by the man. The charred corpse was inhaled into the abdomen. After sucking a lot of blood, the scorched corpse seemed to be nourished. The originally scorched skin slowly began to metamorphosis, intertwined with the new fresh and tender skin, which looked extremely terrifying. Slowly getting up and walking towards Karen, Quinn grinned a long arc, exposing 2 sharp canine teeth to the air. What a sweet taste. You should be honored to be my food. He greedily licked his lips. Unable to hold back any longer, he immediately grabbed the opponent's shoulder tightly, opened his mouth wide, and bit down hard. When the skin was bitten through, Karen finally realized the pain and struggled violently, but it was too late. As the blood in her body gradually disappeared, the strength in her whole body gradually disappeared. Soon, her body consciousness began to blur. At this critical moment, suddenly, with the sound of glass shattering, a cold light flashed. The next moment, a painful wail sounded, and Quinn, who had lost an arm, made a decisive decision and decisively pushed Karen towards Blade, and then ran forward without looking back. Seeing this, Blade, who didn't want to let the other party go, just wanted to go forward to chase, but was dragged in place by the police who came later, and Karen was already in danger at this moment. So in desperation, Blade had no choice but to give up the idea of chasing for the time being. Took Karen out of the hospital. On the other side, Quinn just turned a corner. The next moment, a black shadow flashed past. A sharp pain came from his neck. Quinn looked forward, his eyes protruding, and he only had time to leave a look full of horror, and then his body gradually turned into ashes and dissipated in the air. After a while, Chen Luo walked out of the hospital. Looking at the busy scene behind him, a smile slowly appeared on his face. It's finally resolved. In this way, that guy Dicken shouldn't suspect me either. After thinking about it carefully and making sure there was nothing missing, Chen Luo finally felt relieved. While Quinn was being sent to the hospital, Chen Luo went to a weapon shop during this period and ordered a silver-plated weapon. The weapon is also very simple. Just a layer of silver plating on a circle of steel wire. The processing difficulty is not too big, and it was completed in a short time. While customizing the weapon, in order to prevent the weapon from affecting him, Chen Luo also specially equipped himself with a pair of leather gloves to avoid direct contact with silver. After everything was ready, Chen Luo immediately set off for the hospital where Quinn was. Because of the delay on the road, when Chen Luo arrived, he happened to find Blade walking into the hospital first. Knowing the next plot, his heart moved, and an idea immediately came to his mind. Since he chose to kill Quinn, doing it directly is obviously not in line with his plan. After all, he still has the goal of becoming the second head of the Frost family. If Dicken finds out that his right-hand man will die in his hands, then this goal will be in vain. But since Blade appeared here, it immediately gave him a new idea. The other party's goal is obviously the same as his. They both want to kill Quinn, but knowing the plot, he also understands that the other party obviously cannot achieve the goal this time, and Quinn will also escape from him. But if he joined, the result would be quite different. With Blade in front of him, he only needs to find a suitable time to deal with the target, and then put Quinn's death on Blade. Because Blade's arrival at the hospital has been seen by many people, so Dicken would have no doubts. The most important thing is that after his speed increases, Chen Luo has great confidence to ensure that he will not be discovered by others. In this way, he can completely remove his suspicion, which undoubtedly has a great influence on his next plan. The benefits of thinking of this. Chen Luo suddenly made up his mind. Edgewood Building. This building covers an area of thousands of square meters, with 52 floors in its entire body and an astonishing height of more than 150 meters. This figure is already quite outstanding in this era. Even in New York, which is known as an international metropolis, there are not many such magnificent buildings. Undoubtedly, those who can own this building must not have a small net worth. The fact is also true. The current owner of this building is Dicken, who claims to have a net worth of billions of dollars and countless properties under his name. What many people don't know is that this well-known rich man has another side that is unknown. While holding huge wealth, the Forrester family he founded also has a lot of voice among the vampire forces in this country. It can be said that among the forces of non-pure blood vampires, the Forrest family is already one of the best. But even with the strength of the Forrest family, they still feel extremely troubled by the existence of Blade, who is specifically targeting their vampires. Over the years, in the face of Blade's hunting and killing, this family has also lost a considerable part of its strength, and the family's manpower has also decreased by hundreds of people at the same time, which would be described as a heavy loss. Especially after learning that Quinn also died at the hands of the other party this time. It caused Dicken to become unprecedentedly angry. So, did Quinn also die at the hands of Blade? After hearing Chen Luo's explanation beside him, Dicken's eyes were instantly filled with killing intent. Chen Luo nodded, then said helplessly, "After I knew where Quinn was, I was going to the hospital to look for him, but I was already a step late. When I arrived, Blade had already left, and at that time, the night was almost over, and it was impossible to catch up with him. Impossible, so I can only withdraw first." After explaining the reason, he changed the subject and said, "But before I leave, I know one more thing." "Huh? What's the matter?" "As far as I know, before Blade left, he seemed to take a doctor named Karen Jason with him. The doctor was probably bitten by Quinn, so he was taken back by Blade for treatment. If he can be found whereabouts, maybe we can find the trace of Blade." Hearing this, Dicken's expression changed, and he took a deep look at Chen Luo beside him, with a satisfied smile on his face. She reached out and patted his shoulder and said slowly, "Good job. Chen, this news from you can save me a lot of time." After saying this, Dicken lowered his head, thought for a while, and then said, "Although Quinn is no longer here, the power he left behind needs someone to manage it. Chen, I will give you such a chance. In the next month, I will give you the management of an underground bar. After 1 month, as long as the business of this bar can be on the right track, the position left by Khan will be handed over to you." After all, Dicken showed an inexplicable smile on his face, looked at Chen Luo, and said softly, "So, let me see if you have this ability, Chen." Hearing this, Chen Luo showed a look of excitement on his face at the right time, nodded heavily, and said, "Don't worry, Dicken, you won't be disappointed." Watching the back of Chen Luo leaving, Dicken picked up the wine glass beside him, which was filled with bright red liquid, and the charming aroma overflowed from the wine glass. Raising his wine glass, just as he was tasting the delicacy in it, at this moment, a beautiful figure pushed open the door and walked in. Lori came up to Dicken and said, "Dicken, it's been confirmed. Blade was indeed found in that hospital. And after Blade disappeared, the doctor named Karen did disappear too." Hearing this, Dicken nodded lightly, no more doubts in his heart. Recalling Chen Luo's performance in front of him today, a glint of expectation suddenly appeared in his eyes. "I hope you can bring me some surprises." He sighed with emotion, then turned his head to look at Lowly and said in a deep voice, "As for Blade's movements, I will do my best to find out. There is also the doctor, and her traces must be found as soon as possible. No matter what, Blade must be in our hands. I have a hunch that Blade may be the key to my plan. So no matter what, I must find him." Thinking of the record he accidentally discovered some time ago, Dicken couldn't help becoming extremely hot in his heart. A blood god? I hope you can bring me some surprises. After leaving the building, Chen Luo returned to an apartment in Queens. Because of joining the Forrester family, Chen Luo can receive a handsome salary every month, so renting such a luxurious apartment is not too stressful for him. Usually during the day, Chen Luo sleeps in the apartment and does not wake up until night to go out and start activities. Perhaps it was due to the influence of the blood of vampires, even though Chen Luo was not in the mood to sleep at the moment. But after the day came, a sense of drowsiness suddenly rose in his body. He was lazy and didn't want to move. Such a characteristic is really troublesome. It seems that the vampire's weakness of being afraid of the sun must be solved as soon as possible. While complaining, Chen Luo didn't move slowly at the same time. He returned to the bedroom that was closed and ensured that no sunlight came in. He came to the big soft bed and lay down. The next moment, he fell into a deep sleep. When he came awakening, it was already 8 o'clock in the evening. Now that the sun has set, and the moment the moon rises, Chen Luo also opened his eyes in good time. Get up slowly. First check the time, then go to the window, open the curtains, look at the night outside. Suddenly, an inexplicable sense of comfort surges from the body. The body seems to be full of vitality again, and the senses have become more acute under the cover of night. Feeling the changes in the body, Chen Luo couldn't help feeling. As expected of a creature of darkness, the night is indeed the home of vampires. No wonder those guys would run to bars at night. Recalling what he saw in the bar last night, he was still a little puzzled. Are those vampires all idle? Why do you go to disco? Now it seems that it is probably also to vent their excess energy. After sighing with emotion, Chen Luo didn't delay. After getting dressed, he opened the door and walked towards the destination. At the same time, in a certain seemingly desolate street, if a vampire passes by, you can find a unique mark shining with a faint light on a wall. This is the symbol of the Forrester family, and a vampire gathering place is often hidden under this symbol. And such gathering places are often built in the form of bars. At this moment, under this mark, there is such a building. Inside the Paradise Bar, as the most luxurious bar under Quinn Inn, the interior space is even more huge beyond imagination, covering an area of more than 2,000 square meters. With huge amounts of on the dance floor, under the dim light, countless figures are swaying their bodies to their heart's content, ecstasy. Carnival. Around this dance floor, there are several long corridors. There are dozens of boxes scattered in the corridors. Men and women who are full of energy and have nowhere to vent are performing scenes of big dramas. But because of the good airtightness, the outside world can't see the inside scene at all. But in one of the boxes, it was a completely different scene. Boom! He smashed the wine bottle in his hand hard, and the shattered glass shard stuck in the palm of his hand. Even though it was dripping with blood, Kasang didn't care. His face was flushed red, and his tall and burly body trembled slightly. Looking at the people in front of him, he roared loudly. What kind of abilities does that kid named Chen Luo have? How can he become the manager of the Paradise Bar? Even if this is the leader's arrangement, I, Kasang, will not be convinced. As soon as these words came out, the crowd in the room suddenly became angry. That's right. I think Boss Kasang is the most suitable one. We usually manage the bar. Why should we give it to him? Although Boss Quinn is gone, Boss Kasang is the most suitable candidate to take over the power in Boss Quinn's hands. We only recognize Boss Kasang alone. I don't know what that Chen Luo guy said in front of the leader, so that the leader favors this kid so much. But these are useless. He is just a newcomer who has just been transformed for a few days. Why can he ride on our head? Superior? I think he hasn't even learned how to hunt yet. With such strength, let alone Boss Kasang, I'm afraid that any one of us can easily defeat that kid. I really don't understand what the leader is looking at. Where's that boy? At this moment, everyone's faces were full of dissatisfaction, and they even had great opinions on the boss who came by airborne. After Dicken gave the order, Chen Luo's situation became known to them immediately. And when they learned that the other party was just a rookie vampire who had just been transformed for a few days, the dissatisfaction in their hearts suddenly surged like a tide. As for the reason for dissatisfaction with Chen Luo, it is also very simple. First of all, Kasang was the capable general of Quinn's subordinates. After Quinn's fall, the others all agreed that Kasang would be the right candidate to succeed the former boss. And that powerful force made everyone feel at ease. Compared with the former, Chen Luo, a newcomer who has just joined for a few days, is unknown to everyone. Most importantly, as a newcomer vampire who has just been transformed for a few days, in the eyes of everyone, his strength must be at the bottom, and most of the problems that management bars have to deal with are related to combat. In the end, not to mention that it can solve the problem, just whether it can convince the public is a big problem. The main reason why people are dissatisfied with it now comes from this. How could such a newcomer who is not strong and doesn't know the basics like Kasang gain the trust of everyone? With this in mind, the opposition in the box became more and more intense. Seeing such a scene, Kasang nodded in satisfaction, and a sinister smile slowly appeared on the corner of his mouth. Since everyone thinks so, then when that kid Chen Luo comes over later, I think we should also give him a good welcome. Hearing this, everyone's eyes lit up, and they became more and more excited about what was about to happen. At this moment, the younger brother in charge of guarding the door suddenly pushed the door in, came to Kasang and said, "Boss, Chen Luo is already outside the door now." Huh? Kasang stared at him, but suddenly burst in a laugh at the next moment. "Finally, let me wait. I want to see why this kid can get the leader's approval." While speaking, he strode forward and turned around, walking towards the gate. The rest of the younger brothers looked at each other, and immediately followed. Following the location in memory, Chen Luo came to an underground gate. After the name was announced, the guard who had already received the news couldn't help but take a deep look at the other party, but said nothing, and opened the door to let Chen Luo in. Chen Luo had already noticed the look in the eyes of the two of them, and after smiling at them, he slowly walked away. Came to the bar and sat down, ordered a glass of wine, then sat on the seat, motionless, quietly watching the carnival on the dance floor in front of me. It has to be said that after getting used to such a noisy environment, Chen Luo gradually discovered the fun, and at the same time gained a deeper understanding of the party culture here. In such an environment, it is indeed helpful for two strangers to get closer to each other quickly. Just like on the dance floor now, the two who were dancing separately before slowly getting closer together at some point, all kinds of boldness. Chen Luo was a little dazed by his actions. With the progress of the two of them, it won't be long before the next box will usher in another business deal. Chen Luo, who has already regarded this bar as his own at this moment, is undoubtedly very satisfied when he thinks of another income coming in. Although this bar is the property of the Forrester family, as the actual manager of the bar, half of the bar's income is his private property. And as the largest bar under Quinn's command, it can bring Quinn millions of dollars in income every month, and its importance is self-evident. But now the business here is very good. So what does that guy Dicken mean? Isn't this on the right track? Or is there something wrong here that he doesn't know? All kinds of thoughts flashed by, and Chen Luo couldn't help being a little lost. At this moment, a voice suddenly came from beside him. "What are you thinking?" After recovering, Chen Luo turned his head and looked over. The moment he saw the other party, Chen Luo's eyes lit up. She was dressed in a black tight-fitting leather jacket, showing her perfectly curvy figure unreservedly, and her long brown chestnut hair shawl, matched with the other party's charming face. It seemed to have a different kind of charm. There is no doubt that this is a top-notch beauty regardless of her appearance or figure. No, perhaps it should be more appropriate to describe it as a beautiful vampire. It's nothing. I'm just waiting for someone to make trouble here. Looking at the smile on Chen Luo's face, curiosity flickered in his eyes. Looking for trouble? Have you messed with anyone here? Maybe. Chen Luo smiled irrefutably, then looked in the direction of the bartender and raised his hand slightly. "Please give this lady a Bloody Mary, and I will pay it." "Hold on." Not long after, Chen Luo pushed the wine glass over, raised the glass, touched it lightly, and then said, "Let's get to know each other. Chen Luo." "Nissa." Nisha was taken aback for a moment. Then she quickly realized that she raised her wine glass and took a sip. "Nice name." Chen Luo nodded first, and then asked thoughtfully, "But I think this is the first time we've met, right?" After understanding what he meant, Nissa blinked and said unhurriedly, "Don't get me wrong. It's just that Asians are still a minority in our ethnic group." After a pause, as if she was afraid that Chen Luo would misunderstand, she then explained, "I don't mean anything else. It's just that such situations are really rare." Chen Luo understood, shrugged helplessly, and said with a smile, "I don't know if I'm unlucky or lucky." Hearing this, Nissa slightly raised her eyebrows, with a slight smile in the corner of her eyes. "That depends on how to compare. At least compared to most people, you are lucky." "That's right." Chen Luo nodded in agreement, then raised his glass again and said with a smile, "Then, how about a toast to my luck?" "Definitely." Looking at Chen Luo's handsome profile beside her, Nisha's mood suddenly improved a lot. If she chose to come to the bar to have a drink to relax, because of some family matters before, now, after meeting Chen Luo, those original troubles have gradually been left behind by her, just when the two were chatting happily. On the other side, Kasang finally brought a group of men down to the dance floor. As the only Asian in the crowd, Chen Luo's appearance was still very recognizable, so with a simple glance, Kasang discovered where Chen Luo was. With a cold snort, he was about to step towards Chen Luo. At this time, the subordinates at the side immediately saw the opportunity to perform and hurried forward to persuade. "Boss Kasang, what else do you need to do to deal with that kid? Just leave it to us." "That's right. We'll teach him the rules here. After today, this kid will understand what will happen if he competes with Boss Kasang." Seeing that everyone was gearing up, Kasang nodded in satisfaction, with a ferocious smile on his face. "That's fine. Then you guys go over and try it. Let that kid understand whose territory is this here." After saying this, Kasang stood there motionless, looking straight in the direction of Chen Luo, with anticipation in his eyes. Afterwards, several people walked towards Chen Luo in unison. At this time, Chen Luo, who was originally smiling, suddenly paused, looked forward with a flash of expectation in his eyes, and said softly, "Finally come." Upon hearing this, Nisha's eyes flashed a hint of doubt. Before she had time to ask, she saw Chen Luo slowly get up and then walked forward. Looking at the oncoming group of people, Chen Luo's expression did not change at all, and he said calmly, "You are finally here. Where is Kasang? Take me to see him." Hearing this, the originally aggressive crowd suddenly froze, subconsciously looking in the direction of Kasang. Following their line of sight, Chen Luo nodded slightly when he saw the tall and burly figure not far away. It turned out to be him. "I know." After saying this, he raised his foot and walked in the direction of Kasang regardless of other people's reactions. Seeing his actions, everyone was stunned at first, and then anger surged in their hearts, and they stretched out their hands to stop him without even thinking about it. "Stop. Boss Kasang is someone you can meet if you want." Just when everyone was about to move to surround Chen Luo, suddenly, a black shadow flashed past, and everyone had no time to react. The next second, Chen Luo appeared in front of Kasang. So fast. Seeing Chen Luo's actions, Kasang was startled. The original disdain had long since disappeared, and he looked at Chen Luo in amazement. At the same time, beside Chen Luo's original seat, Nisha, who was a little curious, suddenly had a bright eye. Looking at Chen Luo's back, she felt a little more anticipation in her heart. Coming to Kasang, Chen Luo showed an inexplicable smile on his face when he saw the serious expression on the other side. "You are Kasang? Thank you so much during this time." Kasang came back to his senses, frowned, and asked, "What do you mean?" Chen Luo raised his eyebrows and said, "Don't you understand? My bar is also thanks to your management. There have been no accidents during this time. A few thanks are also due. But since I've come here, I don't need your help here. But you don't need to leave in a hurry. In order to express my gratitude, everyone's consumption today will be counted on my head. Have fun, everyone." Hearing this, Kasang, who had a ferocious expression on his face, froze, and then became even more angry. Lowering his head, The tall figure, half a head taller than Chen Luo, completely enveloped it. With a strong sense of oppression, the fangs that belonged only to vampires were exposed, and a red light flashed in his eyes, as if he was about to violently kill someone in the next moment, generally. Boy, I don't care how the leader arranges it, but if you want to take over this bar, you have to pass my level first. Oh, then what do you want to do? Chen Luo's expression changed, and he looked at him with a half-smile and said, "It's very simple." Kasang slowly grinned a huge amounts of gap, showing a cruel smile, and then said, "As long as you can beat me, Paradise Bar will be yours. But if I win, you have to voluntarily give up the management of the bar in front of the leader. How about it? Do you accept this bet?" Hearing this, Chen Luo raised his head and took a deep look at the other party with inexplicable eyes. He had also heard about the deeds of his capable general from Quinn before, but whether it was Quinn or others, the image of each other in their mouths was the reckless and direct type, which was quite different from what he showed now. Based on what the other party said just now, Chen Luo can be sure that the other party is definitely not the type with well-developed limbs and a simple mind. On the contrary, this appearance may just be his protective color. Obviously, Kasang is definitely afraid of him, the manager appointed by Dicken himself, and what he fears is not Chen Luo himself, but the owner of the Force family behind him. It is precisely because of this that he made such a proposal. As long as Chen Luo loses in the next duel and is willing to let go of his power, then he will not be violating Dicken's wishes, and the management of the bar will still be in the hands of Chen Luo. In his hands, it can be said to kill two birds with one stone. Not only that, even deciding the ownership of the bar through a duel has been counted as part of his plan. If Chen Luo's guess is correct, the other party should want to arouse his anger by provoking his subordinates. If you are humiliated in front of everyone, you have to accept the other party's proposal. If he chooses to refuse, then he will have no prestige in the eyes of these people. In this way, even if Dicken still does not change his decision, it will be very difficult for him to order his subordinates to do things, even if he is on the surface. He can be regarded as the manager of the bar, but he can't say it in private. Wanting to understand this, Chen Luo suddenly became interested in this strong man who looked like a giant bear in front of him. After thinking for a while, Chen Luo slowly shook his head and said softly, "I can accept the proposal, but this bet doesn't sound very fair. If I remember correctly, this bar should already belong to me now. If that's the case, you should also change your bet. What do you want?" Kasang folded his hands on his chest and said in a deep voice, "How about this? If I win this duel, then as a bet, you will serve me for the rest of your life before I die. If you win, then I will give you this bar. What do you think of this proposal?" Chen Luo smiled and expressed his thoughts. Hearing this, Kasang frowned suddenly, looked at Chen Luo carefully for a moment, and finally nodded slowly. "Sounds fair. I'll take this bet." As soon as the words fell, the next moment, a familiar voice came from Chen Luo's mind. "Ding! It is detected that the host is about to start a battle. Choose to start. Option 1. Win the duel with Kasang. Earn your opponent's allegiance. Reward: double one random attribute among physique, spirit, strength, and speed. Option 2. Find an opportunity to escape during the battle and give up the duel. Reward: gain a passive ability, the ability to eliminate the sense of presence." Looking at these two options, Chen Luo's heart moved, and he immediately chose the first option without any hesitation. Although the reward of the second choice looks good, after all, it is a rare ability reward, but thinking of the consequences of this choice, Chen Luo decisively gave up the idea. If he chooses to escape during the battle, what he will lose is not only the opportunity to get the management right of the bar, but most importantly, his performance will undoubtedly seriously affect his impression in Dicken's heart, and he will become the second leader of the opponent. The chances are infinitely close to 0. For the previous choice, Chen Luo has always kept it in mind. If he can't complete the task of the second master, then the reward of getting all the combat experience and skills of Blade will be for naught. And this is absolutely unacceptable to him. In this dangerous world, the improvement of strength is the top priority. Once you have Blade's combat skills and experience, coupled with his speed 10 times faster than ordinary people, defeating Blade will no longer be a luxury. Each other, so as to study the secret of Daywalker, then daylight will no longer be his weakness. So no matter what, he must win this duel. Although compared to Kasang, the time for him to be transformed into a vampire is very short. If it was 2 days ago, he would definitely have no hope of defeating the opponent, but it is different now. Now his speed is twice that of an ordinary vampire. Times, with the advantage in speed, even if the opponent's other attributes are stronger than yourself, it is useless to miss. Although he showed off a little in front of the other party just now, that speed is not his limit. If the other party thinks that he only has this level, then he will underestimate him a bit. Thinking of this, Chen Luo couldn't help showing a confident smile on his face. Not long after, in the center of the huge dance floor in the bar, the densely packed figures disappeared. Countless people surrounded the dance floor, and frantic shouts sounded. "Come on, Boss Kasang, give this newcomer some color." That's right, he's just a rookie vampire. I really don't understand why Boss Dicken is so optimistic about him. He even wants to hand over the Paradise Bar to him. I remember that he has only been with Boss Khan for a few days. He is a complete newcomer in our forest family. If such a newcomer rides on us, we will not agree. Rookie, I advise you to admit defeat quickly, or if Boss Kasang makes a move later, you may not be able to get out of here. Under the command of Kasang's younger brothers, the originally noisy dance floor had come to a standstill at this moment, and everyone surrounded Chen Luo and Chen Luo in the center, with expressions of excitement on their faces. After all, this is a rare duel scene, and the participants are not simple. One side is the actual manager who has managed the Paradise Bar for decades, and it is Quinn, the second in command of the Forest family. The other party is not simple. Although he is just a new vampire, somehow he got the attention of Dicken, who is in charge of the family. For this reason, he even handed over the management of Paradise Bar to the other party, which shows his special status in Dicken's heart. Two people with such identities are about to start a duel here. Wouldn't it be more exciting than dancing? Coupled with the bloodthirsty instinct of being a vampire, it added a bit of frenzy to the atmosphere of the scene. All the people present at the moment, 99% of the audience, were cheering for Kasang loudly, obviously full of confidence in him. The reason is also very simple. As long as you look at the year when the two parties were transformed, you will know the gap. As we all know, vampires can only grow by sucking blood, and Kasang has grown decades longer than Chen Luo, and his power is by no means comparable to that of a rookie vampire who has just been transformed for a few days. So don't look at them calling Jinghuan at the moment, but in their hearts, Chen Luo has no chance of winning. But it's not that they're not optimistic about the existence of Chen Luo. As the only 1% of the audience, Nisha stood at the front of the crowd, with her arms folded, making the pair of murder weapons on her chest even more majestic and beautiful. The curve is even more unobstructed. Looking at the field with great interest, his eyes were fixed on Chen Luo's back, and a faint look of anticipation flashed in his eyes. After the conversation just now, she understood that Chen Luo was by no means the kind of person who did things without thinking. Since the other party agreed to Kasang's proposal, she must have a certain degree of certainty in her heart. But according to what other people said, Chen Luo is just a rookie vampire who has just been transformed. Compared with other veteran vampires, his strength must be far behind. What is he relying on? Like everyone else in the center of the dance floor, looking down at Chen Luo in front of him, Kasang showed a confident smile on his face. Everything went as he planned, although there were some twists and turns in the process. But as long as the result remained the same, that was enough. With his strength, he really didn't believe that the other party could pose any threat to him. Even though the speed shown by the other party just now surprised him a bit. But after thinking about it carefully for a while, although the other party's speed was faster than him, he still had the confidence to deal with it. After all, no matter what, he has been a vampire for decades longer than the other party. If he will fail in this case, then there is no reason for him to continue to sit in this position. Although he is very confident in himself, recalling the speed of the other party's performance, Kasang still feels a little apprehensive in his heart. If he was still holding the attitude of teasing the other party before, then he has completely changed his mind now. Well, boy, are you ready? Chen Luo put on the gloves unhurriedly, then waved his hands and said with a relaxed face, "No problem. You can start any time." Just as the last word fell, Kasang made an instant move the next moment. In the body that looks like a giant bear, there is flexibility and explosiveness that do not match his figure at all. In less than half a second, raising his hand, clenching his fist, and swinging his fist are all done in one go, just a blink of an eye, as if the fist of casserole file size hit Chen Luo straight. The violent air flow blows forward, driven by huge amounts of power. Before the punch arrives, the strong wind of the fist blows Chen Luo's cheeks with pain. If the punch hits hard, Chen Luo has no doubts. Even if he is a vampire, even with a weak physique, he will end up with broken bones. Just when the punch was about to hit, the smile on Kasang's face only slightly raised. The next moment, accompanied by a flash of cold light, a severe burning pain came from the wrist, and there was only time to let out a painful wail. Immediately afterwards, under everyone's shocked eyes, Kasang's fist was instantly separated from the body and broke from the wrist. Poochie! At the knee section, blood spewed out like a small waterfall, and the fallen palm began to burn violently, quickly turning into a mass of ashes. Kasang, who had lost his right hand, knelt down on one knee, clutching his right wrist. His face turned extremely grim due to the severe pain, and he looked at Chen Luo in front of him, revealing incomparable shock and fear. What speed is this? Could it be that what he showed before was not his full strength? Recalling what happened at that moment just now, the opponent's speed was like a ghost. He didn't even have time to react, and he didn't even know what weapon the opponent was using. The attack was over. With such a speed, I'm afraid even that demon is no match, right? Recalling the ghost-like figure with the long knife on his back, Kasang suddenly had such an idea. Quiet, the silence of death. Looking at the half-kneeling figure in front of Chen Luo, everyone around them had their eyes bulging and their mouths wide open. All of them fell into a stupor. They couldn't believe that Kasang, whom they were optimistic about, would be defeated so quickly. They didn't even have time to react, and they didn't even know how the opponent made a move, so they defeated Kasang. You know, Kasang's skills are already considered among the top 10 or even top 5 powerhouses in the Forster family. He even escaped a catastrophe in the hands of Blade. Today, facing Chen Luo, he will end up in a disastrous defeat. In the eyes of everyone, this is simply like a fairy tale. How strong should this guy be? Looking at Chen Luo's back, everyone's expressions completely changed at this moment. They also had a new understanding of this rookie vampire. After a while, the crowd finally came back to their senses, staring fixedly at Chen Luo's back in the field, and there was a chaotic noise. It's unbelievable. He is so strong. Is this still a rookie vampire? Yes. Who can react at this speed? Boss Kasang didn't deserve to lose. I think Chen Luo's strength is no worse than Blade's, right? Great. If Boss Chen Luo can really beat Blade, then we won't have to hide anymore. With a strong man like Boss Chen Luo sitting in the town, I don't see anyone who dares to make trouble. We finally don't have to worry about it. Today I want to have a good time. At this moment, the eyes of everyone looking at Chen Luo were full of awe and enthusiasm. After Chen Luo's small trial just now, there was no objection to letting Chen Luo stay in the bar. On the contrary, with a strong man like Chen Luo in charge, the safety of Paradise Bar will be greatly improved. It is conceivable that in the next period of time, when the news spreads, the flow of people here will greatly increase. Among the crowd, Nisha stared at Chen Luo's back. Her big, beautiful eyes seemed to glow with some kind of brilliance, and there was a special smile on the corner of her mouth. Sure enough, as she thought, the reason why the other party accepted Kasang's proposal must have their own plans in mind. Although she had some confidence in Chen Luo, she was still taken aback after seeing his performance. This is the first time she has seen such an astonishing speed. Even though she was born as a pure blood vampire, in terms of physical fitness, she is better than the transformed vampire, but she is not as fast as Chen Luo, let alone the other party, is a new vampire. Curious. The other side, looking at the strong man half kneeling in front of him, Chen Luo narrowed his eyes slightly and asked calmly, "How? Are you still planning to resist?" Hearing this, Kasang was silent for a moment, then shook his head slowly. "No need. Your speed is very fast. I am not your opponent." While speaking under the vampire's self-healing ability, the pain in his wrist has gradually dissipated at this moment. The blood stopped gushing, the wounds slowly began to scab, and brand new bones and muscle tissue also began to grow slowly. In a few days, the amputated palm can grow again. His face gradually returned to calm, and he looked straight into Chen Luo's eyes. After a long time, Kasang lowered his head and said in a deep voice, "I would like to bet and admit defeat." "Boss." The voice just fell. Next moment, ding, the selection is complete, and the reward is now issued. Start random selection. The selection is over. The host speed attribute is doubled. The rewards have been distributed. Following the notification sound, a warm current began to swim through Chen Luo's body, and it gradually disappeared without a trace after a while. Chen Luo's expression changed. He didn't pay attention to the changes in his body for the time being, but smiled and helped Kasang up. Although he successfully defeated the opponent, Chen Luo valued this newly subdued subordinate very much. The other party has been able to maintain the normal operation of the bar for so many years, and can also bring huge amounts of income to the former boss. It can be seen that he is definitely a talent in management, and judging by the attitude of his younger brothers, it is obvious that he is very good at Kasang, the boss. He is also convinced. To achieve this, it is absolutely impossible without strong strength. How could Chen Luo not value such talents with both civil and military skills? In addition, he knows what kind of world he is in. In this universe where there are countless strong people, only strength is the foundation. Although it would be a lot more convenient to have a faction serving him, Chen Luo didn't bother to take care of the faction, so it was essential to find suitable talents to share the burden for him. Judging from the candidates Chen Luo has contacted so far, it is obvious that Kasang is a good candidate. After appeasing the other party, the dance floor returned to its previous noise, and even compared to before, the atmosphere here became a bit more lively, but in less than 10 minutes, several pairs of figures rushed in. In the sidebox, Chen Luo is definitely happy to see such an operation to increase the income of his own bar. When Chen Luo returned to the bar again and looked at the empty seats beside him, he was slightly astonished. As if seeing Chen Luo's doubts, the bartender in front of him quickly said, "Boss Chen Luo, the guest just now has left." "Really? I got it," Chen Luo replied calmly, shaking the wine glass in his hand. Although the other party is also a rare beauty, but Chen Luo is not unable to walk when seeing a beautiful woman, and he will not feel that he is a sweet pastry that everyone loves. After all, Franklin has no feelings for others, let alone it's him. Therefore, regarding the departure of the other party, Chen Luo did not feel any fluctuations in his heart. "Boss Chen Luo, don't worry. When the guest comes next time, I will notify you in time." Hearing this, Chen Luo's heart skipped a beat. Looking at the smiling face, a gentle smile appeared on his face. "Then I will trouble you. By the way, what's your name?" Garrett York." "Boss Chen Luo, just call me Garrett." Hearing this, Garrett whispered a little excitedly, "Gallo? Okay, I remember the name." Chen Luo nodded slightly and smiled. Although Chen Luo didn't care much about whether Nisha would come back again, Chen Luo found it quite interesting that the bartender named Garrett could have such a cleverness. Therefore, he doesn't mind giving the opponent a little chance. Handing over his contact information to the other party, looking at his excited face, suddenly, Chen Luo's heart moved, looked at the other party, and asked curiously, "Gallo, can you tell me, have some strange things happened near the bar recently? Has the business here been affected in any way compared to before?" After successfully taking over the Paradise Bar, Dicken's words echoed in his ears. Judging for what the other party said, it was obvious that something happened here that he didn't know. Sure enough, after hearing Chen Luo's question, Garrett's face turned pale, and there was a hint of fear in his eyes, and he said in a trembling voice, "That's right, boss. It's really not peaceful here recently. If I remember correctly, nearly 10 regular customers who frequented the bar have disappeared for no reason this month." As soon as these words came out, Chen Luo's eyes suddenly contracted. "Someone is missing? Do you know the specific situation? Tell me carefully." Chen Luo frowned slightly and said in a deep voice, "According to what the other party said, if a vampire really disappeared for no reason during this period, it would definitely have an impact on his bar. After all, people come here to relax, and there are millions of dollars spent every month. It can be said that everyone is worth a lot of money. Definitely, this is not surprising. After all, they're all vampires, such creatures beyond common sense. It is not difficult for them to make money. Maybe they can't be worth billions like Dicken, but every month $10,000 is not difficult. This kind of income already belongs to the upper class in this era. Even in a city like New York, it is enough to live a chic life. Therefore, such customers are undoubtedly precious resources for his bar, and every loss of one means that his income will be reduced by 1 cent, which Chen Luo definitely cannot accept. Although he doesn't value money very much, since he lives in this world, it is difficult to move without enough money, especially in this country where money is paramount. Money is even more important. Therefore, Chen Luo immediately attached great importance to such a situation. Facing Chen Luo's inquiry, Garrett also knew everything, and immediately told him what he knew. It turned out that as early as a month ago, a new type of D product suddenly appeared on the underground market in New York. In less than a week, it became popular throughout New York and even spread outward. If it weren't for the low output of this kind of D product, I'm afraid it has spread to every corner of this country by now. Compared with the previous products, this product D is more addictive, and it is in the form of gray powder. Within a few hours after smoking, the physical fitness of the smoker will be greatly enhanced, and at the same time it will become bloodthirsty. Incomparable. In this month, because of taking this kind of D product, there have been hundreds of wounding cases in New York City out of thin air. It is said that these cases all have an astonishing commonality. That is, these wounded were all caused by bites on their necks and necks. Some were serious, and even tore them into pieces after they were bitten, which would be described as extremely cruel. Seeing such news, does it feel familiar? Yes, these cases are all related to vampires. After ingesting these new D products, the user will have the power of a vampire for a short period of time, but correspondingly, his consciousness will also drop a lot, which is also the root cause of the recent increase in wounding incidents. As for why smokers behave like this after taking this D product, although there is no definite evidence, many people have vague guesses. The reason why the other party was able to obtain the power of a vampire must be related to the vampires who disappeared during this period. The most likely reason is that someone made these vampires into this kind of D product and then sold them. Because of the unique function of this D product, it has been sought after by many white gentlemen. So even if its selling price reaches tens of thousands of dollars, it is still in short supply in the market. Perhaps it is precisely because the profit of this kind of D product is too high that people are tempted by vampires and spend all their time squatting at the vampire gathering point, so as to capture vampires to obtain income. After listening to the other party's description, Chen Luo frowned slightly, his face darkened. Now the situation is very clear. The other party just wants to capture vampires and make them into vampire powder for sale, so as to make profits. There is no doubt that the other party can have such behavior, obviously treating the vampire as prey, capturing and slaughtering at will. Such behavior is like livestock raised by human beings. If you look at it in the past, Chen Luo definitely won't say much. After all, it has nothing to do with him, so why worry about it? But it's different now. Now he's also a member of the vampires. In the eyes of these people, he is no different from other prey. So as long as there's a chance, he has no doubt that these people will also attack him. It seems that we cannot sit idly by. Thinking of this, Chen Luo's eyes flashed coldly, and he immediately made a decision. Regarding this group hiding in the dark and hunting vampires quietly, he must completely eliminate it. This is not only related to my own safety, but also whether I can solve this matter perfectly, but also related to my evaluation in the heart of that guy Dicken. After all, the reason why he let himself take over the Paradise Bar is to pass this matter to test stone. Judging from the energy of the Frost family, it is not difficult to deal with a gang of drug dealers in this area. After all, as a billionaire with a net worth of billions, the energy in this city is definitely beyond ordinary people's imagination. Although what he said in front of the other party earlier gave Dicken a little understanding of him, but just wanting to become the second head of the Forrest family just like this is a bit of a dream. So now this opportunity is rare. As long as he can handle it properly, then his ability will also be recognized by the other party. And by then, it must be the time for him to go further. Thinking of the rewards after completing the selection, Chen Luo immediately became motivated. And at the moment when he made up his mind, suddenly, a familiar voice came from his mind. Ding! It is detected that the host is about to launch an investigation into the disappearance of the vampire. Choose to start. Option 1. Let's kill. Massacre all those involved in this incident. Reward. Blood Clan Hallows, Blood Cup. Option 2. God has the virtue of being good at life. Secretly let the other party go. Reward. Halo of Our Lady. Chen Luo. You scold again. He is also very speechless about this broken system now, and he has to make a disgusting option every time, and he is powerless to complain about it. Without any hesitation, he chose the first option. Looking at the reward below, Chen Luo couldn't help but feel a glint of anticipation. Blood Clan Holy Artifact? Blood Cup? I don't know what kind of power it has, but you won't be disappointed if you think about it. In the blink of an eye, 3 days passed. After several days of recuperation, Kasang's severed palm had grown again. After the injury was healed, thinking of Chen Luo's order, Kasang did not dare to neglect and immediately led his people into action. After some thought, Chen Luo decided to divide the manpower into 2 parts, and at the same time investigate the gang that was secretly hunting vampires. On the one hand, Kasang is in charge of leading the team to start looking for users of this new type of D product. As long as they can catch the other party for interrogation, they will have a chance to find the other party and go online, so as to follow the vines to find the other party's lair. But this method also has certain uncertainties, so just in case, on the other hand, Chen Luo personally led the search. After investigation, Chen Luo knew that the targets of the other party's attacks were solitary vampires, so he arranged corresponding personnel to observe in the dark at the corners of several streets centered on the bar. As long as you find any changes, report to him immediately. Because vampires are far superior to ordinary people, Chen Luo is not worried that they will be discovered by others. Definitely, meeting Blade along the way is another story. Fortunately, such a situation did not arise. In the process of Chen Luo leading people to squat, at a corner of the street near Paradise Bar, messy graffiti fills the walls on both sides, and the nearby streetlights flicker, but they can't illuminate this dark corner at all. Therefore, this place is often favored by some special people, love, and attention. It was as if at this moment, at the end of this corner, the pickup truck with a dark face was parked there silently, without any movement at all. If you walk in and check, it seems that there is no one there. But if it comes to the interior of the vehicle, it's another story. A young man with a thin figure, blonde hair shawl, and a pale complexion was sitting quietly in the driver's seat, staring at the street lights ahead without blinking, tapping his fingers unconsciously, as if he was waiting for something. The young man's name is Kane, and he is a gentleman. He has been smoking D for nearly 3 years. It is because of the year-round smoking that his body is getting thinner and his mental state is getting worse. Because of his abnormal body, his condition was finally discovered by people around him. His girlfriend abandoned him because of this, and all his relatives and friends also drifted away from him. Later, the company also fired him, and he had no income. Those who bought goods also avoided him. Originally, he also wanted to imitate others to make a living by robbing, but now his body has been completely eroded by Product D. Not to mention robbing. Even walking normally is somewhat difficult if he really dares to take action. In this country, from the perspective of the tradition of hospitality, the end is even more predictable. But fortunately, there is no unparalleled road. Just when he was desperate, a person appeared and completely changed his fate. The man approached him, handed him a pack of white powder, and told him that inhaling this powder could bring him some unexpected changes. Cain didn't seem to care about this. For him now, as long as he has something to suck, it is enough. As for other changes in what the other party said, he doesn't care anymore. As long as he can feel the happiness of the past again, even if he will go to hell the next moment. It doesn't matter. With this in mind, he couldn't wait to take a sip as soon as he got the item, but it was this attempt that opened the door to a new world for him. When he came back to his senses again and woke up, at the moment was under him, and there was already a tall and burly man lying there, his eyes wide open in horror, struggling desperately, as if he had encountered some devil. And on his neck, 2 bright red blood holes appeared in front of his eyes, but strangely, there was not a trace of blood gushing out of them. At this moment, the body of the other party has lost its temperature, and looking at the blood on his body, there is no doubt that he killed the other party. Just in doubt and panic, at this moment, the original man reappeared, explained everything to him, told him that all these changes were brought about by that bag of powder, and then told him the method of making the powder. When he heard that the powder he ingested was actually made of vampires, Cain resisted it at first, but because the addictiveness of this powder is far stronger than that of Product D, and that the powerful force attracted him even more. But he knew that these were only temporary. After experiencing such a powerful force, Cain already had the desire to become a vampire. As if he could see what he was thinking at this time, the other party also revealed his identity as a vampire in due course, and told Cain that as long as he did what they wanted, he would have a chance to become a member of the Blood Clan in the future. Hearing this promise, Cain definitely had no reason to refuse and immediately agreed. Then, according to the request of the other party, a team was formed, and the vampires were arrested according to the location provided by the other party, so as to be made into a new type of D product for sale. Up to now, it has lasted for nearly a month, and during this month's hunting, the number of vampires who died in his hands has also doubled. As the techniques become more refined, his awe of creatures like vampires is gradually decreasing. To be honest, in his opinion, the strength of a creature like a vampire is nothing more than that. As long as you find the right time, it is not difficult to successfully hunt and kill them. Although his physical fitness is several times that of human beings, he also has various weaknesses such as fear of sunlight. If he hadn't longed for the 1,000-year lifespan of a vampire, he probably wouldn't have the idea of transforming into a vampire. However, this weakness is not insurmountable. Recently, he heard such a rumor. In this city, there's a special kind of vampire that lives by hunting vampires. It also has the advantages that other vampires do not have. That is, in this man named Blade, there is no vampire at all afraid of the sun, and so on. Weaknesses, it can be said that there is no shortcoming. After knowing this news, Cain became very interested in Blade. If he could catch the other party for research and find out the secret that the other party is not afraid of the sun, then in his heart, a creature like a vampire would be truly perfect. Thinking of his chance to become such a creature, Cain couldn't help being very excited. Just as he was thinking about the future, the next moment, a high-pitched scream brought him back to reality. Looking up at the corner where he was at the moment, at some point, 2 figures quietly appeared in front of him. A tall black man cornered the opponent, holding a sharp knife in his hand, and threatened with a ferocious expression. "Don't talk. Hand over all the money." Wrapped by his huge figure, a beautiful woman with blonde hair, blue eyes, slender figure, and gorgeous clothes was looking at him in horror and handed the bag over with trembling movements and said in a trembling tone, "The money is here. Take it all. Don't kill me." Taking the satchel handed over by the other party, he opened it and looked at the thick stack of banknotes. The man couldn't help showing a greedy smile on his face. He nodded in satisfaction, took out the banknotes, and stuffed them all into his pocket. But that's not all. After getting what he wanted, he next set his sights on the person in front of him. His eyes swept across the graceful figure of the other party with some fiery eyes, and one hand unconsciously moved towards the other party's body with a smile on his face. "The money has been given to you. What else do you want to do? Looking at the other person's different eyes, the woman asked tremblingly. What are you doing? You'll know later. I advise you to keep quiet, or the knife in my hand won't have eyes. As if she was really frightened by his words, the woman covered her mouth desperately and dared not say a word when she heard his threats. Seeing the opponent's actions, the man's face was even more excited. The dagger was inserted back into his waist, and his hands were tightly grasping the opponent's shoulders. In this dark corner, he was about to start an action. Looking at this scene, Kane subconsciously licked his lips in the interior of the pickup truck not far away and began to appreciate it with great interest. To be honest, although robbery is not uncommon for him, it is the first time he sees him doing business directly on the street. However, just as he was about to appreciate it, the next moment, the situation suddenly changed. Seeing the man in front of him gradually approaching him, getting closer and closer to him, finally, the woman stopped crying. Looking at the other party with a half-smile, her eyes gradually began to shrink. Two long fangs gradually began to grow. Her nails instantly became extremely sharp, and she firmly grasped the other party's head. There is no room for resistance at all, like fish on a chopping board. You, what the hell are you? Looking at the terrified eyes of the other party, her face was full of a sense of accomplishment for a successful hunt, and her heart was filled with joy. Since she was transformed, with this method, she has been able to return with a full reward every time. If it is said that a month ago, she would not have looked down on this kind of food at all. But who knows that it is very dangerous outside now. And every time she goes out to hunt, she has to take a great risk, so since she has gained something, she will not waste it. Want to know? Then go to hell and ask. After speaking, without giving him time to react, he immediately opened his mouth and bit down. No matter how desperately he struggled, the other party still ignored him, gulping down blood. Soon, with the flow of blood in his body, the strength of the man's struggle gradually weakened, and finally he collapsed to the ground powerlessly. Seeing the silent man lying on the ground at this moment, Kane, who was watching the whole process, was stunned for a moment, and then suddenly became excited. He also didn't expect that it was just a simple robbery, and it would be outrageous to develop into a robbery in the street. He didn't expect the reversal to come later. The identities between the hunter and the prey began to change. The woman who thought she was the prey turned out to be a vampire in the end, and seeing the skillful movements of the other party, it is obvious that this kind of thing has happened many times, and today this man is just a vampire. Just another unlucky guy. Originally, he thought that there was nothing to gain today, but he didn't expect that there would be a surprise. Now that the other party was about to leave, Kane immediately took out a small glass bottle from his pocket, opened the cap, and then leaned forward and took a deep breath. As the powder in the bottle was inhaled into the body, the next moment, when Kane opened his eyes again, the pupils were already covered in blood, ferocious fangs began to grow, and a steady stream of constant power gushed out from the body. Feeling his current strength, Kane opened a big gap at the corner of his mouth and touched the weapon in his arms. At that moment, he slowly opened the door and walked down. Click! Hearing this sudden sound, the woman stopped when she was about to leave and looked back. Seeing the person walking towards her slowly, as the person gradually appeared under the light, she finally saw the person's appearance clearly. Although she didn't know him, but through the characteristics of the other party that belonged to vampires at the moment, her originally tense body gradually relaxed. Looking at Kane, he asked curiously, "Where did you come from as a vampire? Why haven't you seen you before? Could it be a newly transformed newcomer?" When he came to the woman, Kane explained with a smile on his face. "That's right. It's been a few days since I transformed. Today is the first time I've gone out to look for food. I thought I'd found the prey, but I didn't expect it to be the owner. So that's it. Newcomer." After that, she looked at the car behind Kane, with a disdainful smile on her face. "No wonder you are so cautious. But it's not surprising, after all. Not every rookie vampire they are all as strong as Boss Chen Luo. You want to be like me, but you still need to practice for a while." Boss Chen Luo? A trace of doubt flashed in Kane's eyes, but he quickly left it behind. As he got closer and closer to the other party, The violent killing intent in his heart became more and more uncontrollable, and his right hand slowly moved into the clothes. Explore. I won't tell you so much. It's not so safe to go out at night now. You better be careful. I'll go first. Worrying about any accidents, the woman turned around and left immediately after she said this. However, before she could take a step forward, the next moment, a sharp pain came from her chest. She lowered her head and looked at the sharp blade passing through her chest. She opened her mouth, and a trace of doubt flashed in her eyes. Before she could say a word, her consciousness sank into the darkness. A knife pierces the opponent's heart because the knife is not silver-plated, so there is no need to worry about the opponent's body being turned into ashes. Looking at the lifeless woman, the blood in Kane's eyes gradually faded. He licked his lips excitedly, then dragged the corpse and walked towards the car. After a while, with the roar of the engine, the car started to start, and then drove towards the distance. And not long after the car left, Chen Luo's figure slowly walked out in the darkness in a corner. Looking at the back of the car, gradually going away, the look in his eyes was inexplicable. Finally waiting for you. To be honest, Chen Luo never imagined that his luck would be so good. He just chose a place to wait at random, and he could have such a harvest. For the past 3 days, every night, he and his men searched for this group. But after searching for 3 consecutive days without finding anything, Chen Luo wondered if the other party had changed places. Suddenly, there was a turning point. Originally, when Kane appeared, Chen Luo also thought that the other party was a vampire, but the next second he was slapped in the face. It was precisely because the incident happened so suddenly that he had no time to react, and the other party successfully hunted. After he came back to his senses and thought about it carefully, he suddenly felt that this was also a good thing. After all, after the opponent successfully hunts, the next step must be to transport the corpse out for processing, and then make it into vampire powder for sale. In this way, as long as he followed up secretly, he could follow the clues and find the location of the opponent's base camp. And with his current speed, 20 times that of ordinary people, there is absolutely no possibility of losing track. Thinking of this, Chen Luo made a decision in his heart. Afterwards, Chen Luo's figure flashed, turning into a black shadow and blending into the night, walking past the top of the tall buildings in the city, keeping a close eye on the target vehicle below, and followed closely behind. Soon, as the vehicle continued to drive, the surrounding buildings gradually became sparse, and the surroundings were quiet, without the lively scene before. It was obvious that they had come to the outskirts of the city now, and the surroundings were deserted. Only a medium-sized machinery manufacturing plant in front of them was brightly lit, and the dull sound of the machines was sounding as if they were working all night. Seeing this, Chen Luo couldn't help but feel a little funny. You must know that employees in this country are notorious for not working overtime, but you start working all night at such a late hour. Fortunately, the location here is relatively remote. Otherwise, the anomaly here might have been discovered by someone long ago. How could it be possible? It seems that I have to thank you. Seeing the vehicle parked at the gate of the factory, Chen Luo had a smile on his face. After sending a message to Kasang, asking him to bring someone over, Chen Luo moved his feet and instantly crossed a distance of hundreds of meters. The 2 guards outside the door did not react at all. The next moment, Chen Luo had already arrived factory top. When he came to a nearby skylight, Chen Luo didn't enter rashly. Since he had already found the opponent's lair, he was not in a hurry to do it. On the contrary, Chen Luo was also very curious about how these people made the powder. So he was going to take advantage of this time to take a good look. Soon, Kane strode forward, and the 2 people behind him carried the corpse that had been dead for a long time and followed closely behind him. Along the way, everyone looked at the corpse behind him with excitement on their faces. Boss, have you gained anything again? As expected of Boss Kane, he is really amazing. Every time he takes a shot, he can return with full rewards. Unlike us, we have missed many times. Great! We finally have new materials. If there is no new material in another day, our previous reserves will be exhausted. However, We have been hunting too many times these days. Now those vampires are on guard, but they're not as easy to catch as before. If things go on like this, our output may also be much weaker. Boss Kane, what do you think we should do? Facing the question from his subordinates, Kane snorted coldly and said, even if the output is reduced, our profit cannot be changed. In the future, I will double the transaction price. The current price is still too low. After finishing speaking, a strong confidence appeared on his face. You have also seen the effect of our product. What other products on the market are comparable? That is the ability that allows ordinary people to have the ability of vampires. Such an effect, even if the price is doubled, it is cheap. Hearing this, a trace of greed flashed across everyone's faces, and they all nodded in agreement. That's right. I think we sold it cheap before, but now it's the normal price. After all, only our family owns such a product. Don't worry about not being able to sell it. Don't talk about doubling it. I think there are people who want to buy it, even if it is doubled. Those poor people, if they can't afford it, let them go. And we can not only sell this product, maybe we can also consider catching a living vampire and selling it in the future. I think there should be many rich people who are interested in this legendary creature. That's a good idea. David, you're still smart. You're worthy of graduating from a prestigious school. After chatting for a while, everyone started working. First, the two people carried the corpse into a closed room, accompanied by heavy chopping sounds, and then another sound that made people feel a little palpitating, like the sound of scraping bones with steel knives. Chen Luo couldn't help feeling his scalp tingle. An hour later, as the door opened, a person walked in. When he came out, he was carrying a huge amount of black bag in his hand. Boss, the first step is done. Got it. Let's start the next step. Kane waved his hand and said, yes. The man then came to a machine, opened the handbag, put all the contents in it, and finally turned on the button, and the machine started running immediately. Relying on his strong eyesight, Chen Luo clearly saw the things in the handbag, nothing but bloody bones. Thinking of the sound he heard just now, Chen Luo suddenly had a guess. Taking a deep breath, when he opened his eyes again, the killing intent in his eyes was completely undisguised. For these evil spirits, sending them to hell is their only destination. Although Chen Luo also admits that vampires are indeed unpopular, and their habit of feeding on human blood is indeed disgusting, so he will not have any opinion on Blade's behavior of hunting vampires. But Kane's approach completely broke the bottom line. After hunting vampires, they removed all their flesh and bones, leaving the whole body of bones to be crushed into powder and sold outside. This kind of behavior is even more cruel than killing vampires. Double is no different from a ghost, and it's just the beginning. When their power gradually expands, Chen Luo, who is a vampire, also has the risk of being targeted by them. So even if it's for himself, this group of people must die. Just thought of this outside the factory gate. Boom! Who are you? With the sound of 2 gunshots, Chen Luo's expression changed instantly, and he turned his head to look behind him. Outside the factory gate, at this moment, a group of dozens of people in black suits with sturdy figures and pistols in their hands were standing there. But at the front of the crowd, Kasang's figure like a giant bear was extremely abrupt. After killing the guards at the gate with 2 shots, Kasang didn't stop at all and ordered decisively. Surround this factory, and don't let anyone escape. Yes. The next moment, dozens of black shadows sprang out and disappeared immediately. In less than a minute, everyone had surrounded the factory in front of them, with solemn expressions ready to go. Looking at Kasang, who was stationed at the gate, Chen Luo nodded in satisfaction. Now that everything has been arranged, it's his turn to play next. Meanwhile, inside the factory, at the moment when they heard the gunshot, everyone who was originally excited changed their expressions and instantly became nervous. Boss, it's bad. This factory has been surrounded by vampires. They're here to take revenge on us. Looking at the picture on the monitor, Kasang stared straight ahead and grinned. His ferocious fangs glowed white in the night. Coupled with the other party's burly body like a giant bear, it gave him a powerful force. Oppression. Hearing this, Kane's face darkened quickly, and without thinking about it, he immediately took the product he had just made in his hand and said loudly, "Everyone, don't panic. Don't forget, it's not like we don't have the power to contend with each other now. You all remember, vampires are just our prey, and there is nothing to be afraid of." After being reminded by him, everyone came to their senses. Looking at the finished product on the table, their hearts suddenly fell silent. Yes, as long as we ingest these powders, we will have the same power as vampires. From this point of view, we don't need to be afraid. Maybe this is still a good thing. Think about it, everyone. So many vampires are coming to your door. Isn't that a ready-made raw material? If we catch them all, we don't have to worry about production anymore. Then what are we waiting for? Go out and kill those bloody vampires now. While talking, everyone who couldn't wait immediately picked up the bottle on the table, opened the bottle cap, and then inhaled all the powder in it. The next moment, with the power gradually emerging from the body, including Kane, hundreds of people let out a roar in unison. Blood flashed in the pupils, and the long fangs were exposed in the air, looking ferocious and bloodthirsty. Go! Let's kill those vampires! A ferocious smile flashed across Kane's face. He waved his hand and immediately led everyone towards the door. Click! The next moment, with the clear sound of glass breaking, a black shadow flashed past the heads of everyone and then fell steadily in front of them. Sorry, this road is blocked. Looking up, looking at Kane and the others, Chen Luo showed a smile on his face. Also, I don't think you can get out of here, because this is the grave I chose for you. As soon as the words came out, it seemed as if they had heard something funny, and the next moment, everyone burst into laughter. Ha ha! Kid, who do you think you are? Just because you want to kill us. It's just a little vampire. Now, we all have the same power as you. Don't you want to say that you can deal with all of us by yourself? I think this kid is looking for death. Boss, I think when we get rid of these vampires, we'll put this kid first. Then let me crush this kid's bones in the machine with my own hands. See what the products made from this kid's bones look like. I think it's a bit too wasteful to do this. This kid is not bad looking. If we sell him to a rich woman, maybe we can earn more. That's right. Then sell him. Just as everyone was discussing happily, suddenly, a cold voice sounded. Finished. Chen Luo's face remained unchanged, and he put on his gloves unhurriedly. If you finish, then it's time for me to give you a ride. You kid, how dare you speak hard in front of us? Well, I want to see. How do you give me a ride? Behind Kane, a 2-meter-tall man with a bloodthirsty grin on his face slowly walked towards Chen Luo, constantly twisting his fists, the crisp sound of bones colliding, and his body was filled with a fierce aura. Coming in front of Chen Luo, the strong man grinned and shouted, "Die to me!" Then he punched Chen Luo, just like Kasang back then, straight at Chen Luo's head. Others also had excited smiles on their faces, as if they couldn't wait to see the scene where Chen Luo's head was smashed with a punch. Whoosh! The next moment, before everyone could react, Chen Luo suddenly turned into an afterimage and disappeared before everyone's eyes. When he reappeared, he had already appeared behind the strong man. Well, then, a bloodstain emerged from the strong man's neck, and he waved his arm unconsciously twice. With a bang, the corpse instantly separated and fell at Chen Luo's feet. Quiet, unparalleled silence. Looking at the headless corpse at Chen Luo's feet, everyone opened their mouths and looked at Chen Luo in shock, all speechless. They never thought, just for a moment, the other party didn't even have a chance to resist and died instantly in Chen Luo's hands. Is such a ghostly speed really something a vampire can possess? Since the opponent has such a speed, how could they not? This unscientific monster! Run, everyone! This guy's a monster! Finally, when everyone came back to their senses, without even thinking about it, they immediately wanted to turn around and run away. Oh, do you think you can escape? Seeing this, Chen Luo sneered, then moved his feet and disappeared in place again. A black shadow wandered around the arena. At this moment, Chen Luo was already at full speed. With his speed 4 times higher than that of ordinary vampires, the other party had no room to escape, and Chen Luo chased him in the blink of an eye. A series of cold lights flashed, but in just a few minutes, accompanied by one after another of screams, the heads rolled down to the ground one after another, and the body collapsed to the ground weakly. Soon, when Chen Luo reappeared, everyone in the factory except Kane, who was the leader, was slaughtered by Chen Luo. Hundreds of heads rolled down on the ground, and bright red blood flowed on the ground, soon covering the ground completely, like a sea of blood. Chen Luo stood in the middle of the sea of blood, ignoring Kane, who was full of fear in front of him, took out his mobile phone expressionlessly, and dialed the number. "Boss, come in. It's all settled." The next moment, with a loud bang, the door opened instantly, and then Kasang led the crowd in. Hiss! After seeing the scene in the factory at this moment, everyone gasped in unison. Even though they were vampires, they had seen many killings on weekdays, but this was the first time they had seen such a hell-like scene on Earth today. Hundreds of heads rolled on the ground, floating on the ground, continuously flowing blood plasma. Even though they were dead, those eyes filled with fear still stimulated their nerves and made them shudder. "Why are you still standing there?" Chen Luo's voice sounded. His eyes turned, and he signaled. "Take this man back. He is the leader of these people. You should be able to ask something valuable from his mouth. After you understand it, deal with him bar. I'll leave first. And, Kasang, I'll leave this factory to you. Remember, don't leave any trouble." Kasang came back to his senses and nodded quickly. "I see. Then leave it to you. I'll go back first." With a wave of his hand, Chen Luo moved and disappeared in place instantly. After a long time, seeing that Chen Luo had disappeared, everyone finally breathed a sigh of relief, and their tense bodies also relaxed a lot. But it's not their fault. In fact, after seeing the hell-like massacre scene caused by Chen Luo, the image of Chen Luo in their hearts has completely changed. Maybe they didn't notice, but now in their hearts, Chen Luo's majesty has already surpassed Kasang, who they have been with for many years, and even faintly came to the same position as Dicken. It has to be said that sometimes killing is indeed a very effective method. Looking at the people who were still standing aside, Kasang turned his head, frowned, and said loudly, "What are you waiting for? Get to work. Don't keep Boss Chen Luo waiting." Everyone woke up like a dream and quickly started to get busy. But Kasang came to Kane, who was still motionless, and the other party had no thought of resisting, so he was let out of the gate by him. Afterwards, after everyone poured gasoline all over the factory, they let out a fire. The next moment, the whole factory was on fire, and the bright flames instantly illuminated the night sky. Looking down from the sky, it looked like a mass of huge amounts of bonfires in general. Fortunately, the factory is on the outskirts of the city, and there are no people around, let alone disturbed by anyone. After everyone left, the flames burned until dawn and gradually extinguished. After a night of burning, the factory has now become a ruin, and all the traces left in it have been wiped out. The traces of Chen Luo and others have been completely wiped out. Bury it. When I got home, I cleaned it briefly and just walked out of the bathroom. Suddenly, the system prompt sounded. Ding! The selection is complete, and the reward is now issued. Would you like to receive the Blood Clan Hallows, the Blood Cup? Knowing that Kasang had cleaned up the last person, Chen Luo smiled and said without hesitation, "Receive." As soon as the words fell, the next moment, a golden wine glass full of classic atmosphere appeared out of thin air and fell into Chen Luo's palm. Picking up the wine glass and putting it in front of his eyes, Chen Luo asked curiously for a moment, "System, what is the function of this blood cup?" Hint: the host can drip his own blood into the blood cup, and when the blood cup recognizes its owner, it will know its function. Nodding and understanding, Chen Luo didn't hesitate, stretched out his index finger. Sharp nails popped out quickly, and then gently stroked his palm. The next moment, blood flowed from his palm, and then slowly fell into the blood cup. At the moment when the blood fell into the wine glass, as the blood was absorbed by the blood glass, the brilliance of blood burst forth, and then a blood light suddenly appeared, and then quickly fell into Chen Luo's mind. Boom! As the light of blood entered his mind, various functions about the blood cup began to emerge. Not long after, when Chen Luo opened his eyes again and looked at the blood cup in his hand, a flash of bewilderment flashed in his eyes. Now he has fully understood the usage of the blood cup. According to the memory in his mind, this Blood Clan sacred artifact came from another world. And in that world, Blood Clan is divided into 13 clans, and their strength and status are clearly divided according to the concentration of blood. From weak to strong, there are 6 levels of Baron, Viscount, Earl, Marquis, Duke, and Prince. Vampires below that are all considered as unpopular, and there are 3 levels above the Prince. They are the 3rd generation of vampires who are the founders of the 13 clans, the 2nd generation of vampires, and finally Cain, who is the source of vampires. The Blood Clan's sacred artifact was created by 3 generations of vampires and kept by the 13 clans for generations. Each of them has incredible functions. Just using one of them is enough to make the world turbulent. Just like the blood cup in Chen Luo's hand. After knowing its ability, although Chen Luo had already prepared for it, Chen Luo couldn't help being a little surprised. There are 2 types of abilities for blood cups. One is the ability called the source of blood. As long as you put the blood cup in a clear water, or even any liquid, it will be converted into blood in a short while. If you put it into the sea and give it enough time, with the ability of the blood cup, it can even turn the entire sea into a sea of blood. Undoubtedly, with the existence of the blood cup in the future, Chen Luo no longer has to buy plasma, and the matter of sucking human blood is not in his consideration. Only 2 bottles of mineral water are enough to satisfy him. It is extremely convenient for a day's activities. As for the other ability, it is the core of the blood cup. This ability is called Blood Feast, as long as the target person's blood is dripped into the blood cup, and then transformed by the blood cup. As long as it is drunk, the opponent's ability can be obtained for a short time. What's even more frightening is that if the target is killed, then the blood cup is soaked in all the opponent's blood. After the blood is completely absorbed, a cup of special blood will be produced. As long as you drink it, you can permanently get all the opponent's abilities. Seeing this, Chen Luo's eyes brightened, and his face couldn't help showing joy. This ability came at a really timely time. Originally, he was still thinking about what to do to eliminate the vampire's weakness of being afraid of the sun. Now that he has the blood cup, he undoubtedly has certainty. Although Chen Luo appreciates a fighter like Blade, if there is really no other way to eliminate his weakness, then he can only say sorry to the other party. Various plans flashed in his mind, playing with the blood cup in his hand. For a moment, Chen Luo's heart was full of joy. The second night, Chen Luo came to the entrance of Paradise Bar, as usual. Boss Chen Luo. Seeing Chen Luo approaching, the 2 guards tightened their expressions, lowered their heads, and greeted respectfully. They couldn't help being nervous. Although they were not at the scene of the battle last night, the deeds of the other party have spread throughout the underground world, causing a huge amount of sensation. Chen Luo's name has long been known to everyone. Now, he can even vaguely stand shoulder to shoulder with Blade. Facing such a strong man, especially if such a strong man is still his own boss, this also makes all the subordinates of the Paradise Bar feel tolerant, and their eyes are full of awe when they look at Chen Luo. Chen Luo waved his hands and said calmly, "Let Kasang come and see me. I have something to ask him." Presumably, Kasang also got the corresponding information from Cain last night, and Chen Luo was very interested in the contents. In his mind, this method of making powder from vampire bones is absolutely impossible for someone like Cain to know, so behind him, there must be someone else's shadow. As for who can have such in-depth research on vampires, in Chen Luo's mind, probably only vampires originally. As for how to verify my guess, Cain and the other party's men have been hunting in this area for the past month, which may be the best proof. It seems that someone is eyeing the Forest family. Thinking of this, Chen Luo narrowed his eyes slightly, and the corners of his mouth slowly curled into a smile. Soon, as the door opened, Kasang walked out slowly and came to Chen Luo. "Boss!" Chen Luo waved his hand, without saying much, first took him to a secluded corner, and then asked, "How about what I asked you to do yesterday?" Did you gain anything? Hearing this, Kasang nodded, recalling what he asked last night. A look of shock appeared on his face. Not daring to be negligent, he immediately told Chen Luo truthfully all the contents of his interrogation from Kane. Okay, I see. You go back first. I will find you if I need something. After waving the other party away, Chen Luo stood where he was, rubbed his chin, and began to think. Sure enough, as he expected, the reason why Kane knew this secret was indeed a vampire who told him. This is no surprise. But the problem is that when the vampire who provided him with information found Kane, he was wearing a mask, and he didn't even have a specific name. Obviously, he was afraid that Kane would reveal information about him after he was captured. It has to be said that this approach is very cautious. But it was also because of this that Chen Luo became more certain of his judgment. That is, there must be a gap between this vampire and that fellow Dicken. Even if there is hatred, otherwise they would not want to directly destroy the same kind of humanely through the hands of human beings. So who is this person? Could it be the group of people in the Vampire Council? Thinking of this, Chen Luo felt sure and instantly confirmed the answer. That's right, only they have the motivation to do this. As a clan of pure-blooded vampires, their principles of life are incompatible with Dicken's. Compared with the latter's radical idea of enslaving all human beings, the former most of them are holding the purpose of hiding themselves, trying to avoid conflicts with humans. Such two diametrically opposite ideas are naturally in opposition, so it is very reasonable to be hostile to Dicken. As for the two ideas, to be honest, Chen Luo is also biased towards the parliamentary side. After all, he understands the dangers of this world very well, and human powerhouses emerge in endlessly. At that time, the vampire side has absolutely no ability to resist, not to mention anything else, but just one blade can drive them into panic all day long, and blade strength is only at the level of an ordinary superhero in the human camp. If you want to compare it, it is barely at the level of Hawkeye. Compared with monsters at the level of Hulk Thor, this kind of strength is like ants. That is to say, these people have not appeared yet. Otherwise, with Dicken's radical approach, in this Big Apple City where superheroes are born, many superheroes may be swarmed at the first time, and humanity will be destroyed. But this is not a bad thing for Chen Luo. After all, Chen Luo is also very interested in the forces and industries under Dicken. He didn't care about killing a villain like Dicken at all, and his next plan also needed a lot of money to support him. So after thinking about it carefully, he could only say sorry to the other party. But now is not the time. Not to mention that there are still many things that need to be done by the other party. Not to mention that his reward has not yet been credited. Chen Luo has great expectations for the reward that he will receive soon. Hope it works this time. Chen Luo turned around, and with a breeze blowing by, he disappeared in the next moment. Top floor of the Edgewood building. Inside a huge and luxurious apartment. After hearing the news from Chen Luo, Dicken suddenly showed a sneer of disdain. Don't think about it. It must have been done by those idiots in the parliament. Do you want to stop me by this method? How naive. While speaking, he couldn't help but recall the meeting a few days ago in his mind. His face became gloomy instantly, and a murderous intent flashed in his eyes. Guitaro, the damn old guy. At this time, he suddenly thought of something, turned his head to look at Chen Luo in front of him, with a smile on his face, and said, Good job. Chen, these days, your performance has spread throughout the underground world. It seems that Quinn is right, and your ability is enough to take his place. After a pause, Dicken's eyes flashed. He changed the topic and said, However, the time you have joined the family is still too short. So if you want to really take this position, you still need to pass a test. Next, use this task to prove your loyalty to me. Chen Luo's expression remained unchanged, and he asked with a smile, No problem. What is the test? It's very simple. Help me catch someone. Hearing this, Chen Luo nodded decisively and said, No problem. Seeing the back of Chen Luo leaving and thinking of the document that had just been deciphered, Dicken couldn't hold back anymore and burst out laughing wildly. Soon. My time is coming soon. Just 2 hours before Chen Luo's arrival, After several days of deciphering, Dicken finally analyzed the content of the document he found in the library. The blood god descends. Ever since he learned from the records that there was a blood god in the history of vampires, Dicken immediately became interested. According to the records, the blood god has a powerful power that surpasses all vampires. Not only does it not have all the weaknesses of vampires, but also has the terrifying ability to manipulate blood. In ancient times, it also caused boundless turmoil. If he can successfully summon the blood god to descend with the power of the blood god, then the day when he will rule all mankind is not far away. And according to the information he just deciphered, in order to successfully summon the blood god to descend, it needs the blood of 12 pure-blooded vampire clans, and Daywalker as a sacrifice in the Palace of Eternal Night to complete the ceremony and summon the blood god. After knowing this information, Dicken immediately had a plan in mind. It just so happens that he has also been displeased with those old guys in the council for a long time, and has long wanted to find an opportunity to get rid of them. Now, there is such an opportunity to use waste, and he will definitely not miss it. But it is not without exception. He can bear with others for the time being, but this old guy Gitaro, he does not want to see him again for a moment. Plus, at the moment, Chen Luo just happened to stand out. For him, who was slaughtered overnight, the deeds of hundreds of people, handing over this kind of thing to him, he is also very relieved. As for what he promised before, as long as Chen Luo can solve the problem at the bar, he will let him take over. If he was sincere before, but after hearing Chen Luo's exaggerated deeds, his thoughts already changed. Obviously, at this moment, in Dicken's heart, he was already faintly afraid of Chen Luo, so there was also a hint of temptation in the question just now. If Chen Luo's answer shows any hesitation, then what is waiting for him is probably the army of hundreds of thousands of vampires in this building, for an existence that might threaten his status. No matter how talented the other party is, Dicken will never spare the other party's life. But fortunately, Chen Luo's reaction made him very satisfied. After confirming the other party's loyalty, he also assuredly handed over the task of arresting Gitaro to the other party. At the same time, he secretly made a decision in his heart. As long as Chen Luo completes this mission, then he will keep his promise and inherit Chen Luo's position left by Quinn. And with the help of Chen Luo, plus the whole car that he has hidden for many years, it is not impossible to successfully catch Blade. With the blood of Blade, the Daywalker, and the sacrifices of other council elders, Dicken is already full of confidence in his next plan. It seems that my plan to rule all mankind is not far away. Imagining the beautiful future in a luxurious apartment, Dicken laughed wildly. At the same time, Chen Luo walked out of the building entrance, turned around, and looked at the top floor of the building behind him. His eyes seemed to span a distance of hundreds of meters. Dicken's smile appeared in his mind, and the next moment, Chen Luo slowly sneered at the corner of his mouth. The turbulent, killing intent churned in his heart, and Chen Luo's eyes became more and more cold. Although the other party hid it well, in the conversation just now, Chen Luo could still feel a trace of murderous intent rising from the other party's body unintentionally, and he is not a fool. Idea. It seems that Dicken is starting to fear me, but that's not a bad thing for me. Originally, Chen Luo still felt a little headache about how to reasonably seize the opponent's power, but now it seems that since the opponent is afraid of him, if this matter is used well, it may be of great help to him. Various plans flashed through his mind, and then, looking at the building behind him, Chen Luo's eyes flickered, and he turned to leave. The next day, at the entrance of the building, just after nightfall, Dicken walked out of the gate, got into a luxury car, and quickly drove towards his destination. Soon, at the entrance of a building not inferior to Edgewood, the speed of the car gradually began to weaken, all the way to the underground parking lot smoothly, and then the door slowly opened. "It's up to you next time." Smiling, he said something to Chen Luo. After getting an affirmative answer, Dicken nodded in satisfaction, then turned around and walked towards the destination with his female companion. Looking at the back of the other party leaving, Chen Luo came back to his senses, looked away, and asked lightly, "Bluto, which car is the target?" Boss Chen Luo, it's over there. Hearing this, the bearded and burly man in the driver's seat was shocked. His face tightened. He quickly pointed in a certain direction and said in a trembling voice. He couldn't help but not be afraid. After all, Chen Luo had a reputation for viciousness now, and his way of killing by cutting off his head every now and then was a little scary even to a vampire. When he talked about the other party, he unconsciously respected him a lot. In addition, someone nicknamed Chen Luo a butcher in private. When Chen Luo heard the news, he couldn't laugh or cry. Looking in the direction pointed by the other party, Chen Luo finally found the goal of his trip. Not far from him, a dark, low-key car appeared in his eyes. Chen Luo understood that this car was the car of Gitaro, the chairman of the Vampire Council. And the goal of his trip is Gitaro himself. In order to find a reasonable excuse, today Dicken announced a meeting in the name of capturing Blade, so as to take this opportunity to get close to Gitaro. Now, Dicken and other members of the parliament are meeting on the top floor. When the meeting is over and Gitaro comes to the underground parking lot and wants to leave, Chen Luo will take advantage of this moment to make a move. Chen Luo, who had read the script a long time ago, knew what would happen to Gitaro after he was arrested, but it was not a bad thing for him. As long as Dicken gets rid of the entire council, taking advantage of the chaos within the 12 clans, that is the best time for him to take the opportunity to integrate the entire vampire forces. Thinking of this, Chen Luo couldn't help but look forward to it. While Chen Luo was waiting, a fierce quarrel was going on in a classical-looking conference room on the top floor of the building. No, I don't agree with this plan. That's right. The blood god is only recorded in the book. Whether it really exists is still unknown. Dicken, are you so sure that you can successfully summon the blood god? If that's the case, don't talk anymore. Dicken, if that's what you came to us for, then I think this meeting can be over. After everyone expressed their opinions one after another, Gitaro waved his hand to signal everyone to pause, looked at Dicken sitting aside, and said calmly. Seeing this, Dicken smiled and said helplessly, "Then let's not talk about this." Then, he changed the topic again and continued. "But apart from this, I have one more thing to discuss with you. Regarding Blade, how do you think it should be handled?" "Huh? What do you mean?" Looking at Gitaro and other members of the council, Dicken had a half-smile on his face. "Why, haven't you thought of taking revenge after being hunted by Blade for so many years? Or do you want to wait until Blade kills us all? Did you know you regretted it? If you don't want to be killed by Blade, then we should also unite. As long as you successfully capture Blade, you don't have to worry about your clan being massacred in the future. What's more, you all know the situation of Blade. He is the only Daywalker we know. If we can study the secrets of Blade, maybe each of us will no longer be afraid of the sun. Don't you want such a result?" With Dicken's persuasive temptation, gradually, everyone's faces showed signs of emotion. Even Gitaro, who had always been at odds with Dicken, was the same. But that's not surprising. Everyone present was at least 100 years old. Except for Dicken, who was transformed into a non-pure vampire. Everyone else was born as a pure-blood vampire. Since they were born, they have lived in the darkness all day long. Although they have been used to the darkness for a long time, they still have a longing in their hearts for the sunshine that they have never seen before. Looking directly at Dicken, Gitaro said in a deep voice, "What do you want us to do?" He also knew Dicken's character very well, knowing that the other party must have a bigger conspiracy in his heart after throwing out this tempting proposal, so he was also secretly vigilant in his heart. Sure enough, the other party smiled slightly and said, "Since we want to unite to capture Blade, it must be possible for the entire Blood Clan force to be possible. Just like the two Blood Clan countries in the West and North Bear Country, the Blood Clan in this country has been scattered for too long. I think it's time to unite." As soon as these words came out, everyone's expression changed. Gitaro looked ugly, looked at Dicken with a sneer and said, "So, you mean you want to be our king?" Dicken Frost. In this regard, Dicken shrugged and looked at everyone confidently. "Other than that, I can't think of any other way. After all, here, I'm the only one who has the deepest dealings with Blade. Over the years, Those of you under your command have never even had time to hide for Blade. If you were to decide, I'm afraid we would have been slaughtered by Blade long ago. So I advise you to recognize the reality, old guys. This era is no longer suitable for you. Let young people handle it. After finishing speaking, Dicken laughed arrogantly. Seeing his defiant face, everyone sneered and looked at each other with disdain. It's impossible. Dicken, don't forget your own identity. You're just a B****************** D vampire. With your identity, you want to be recognized by us? How naive. That's right. Our 12 clans are purebred vampires. How can we be loyal to AKB D like you? Dicken, let me know my identity. Who do you think you are? You're just a B*********** D vampire. You're not qualified to be our king. We cannot accept this proposal. If you want to unite, the one who decides must be a member of our 12 clans. Only pure-blooded vampires are eligible to become our king, Gitaro said calmly. At the same time, in the depths of his eyes looking at Dicken, there was an indelible arrogance and disdain. As pure-blood vampires, they naturally have their own pride. For a B********** D vampire like Dicken, who has become a monk halfway, allowing him to talk with himself and others in a conference room is already the limit, and now they still want to ride on their heads. How could they agree? Dicken saw all the disdainful gazes from Gitaro. His heart was full of murderous intent, and a cold light flashed in his eyes. After trying to calm himself down, Dicken stood up indifferently and looked at everyone. Since everyone has already made their choice, there's no need for us to continue talking. As for the arrest of Blade, let's do what we can. Hearing this, the other people present also looked confident. Dicken, do you think we wouldn't have the ability to capture Blade without you? You think too highly of yourself. With the strength of your family, you want to compete with our 12 clans? You are really confident. Then let's compare. Dicken, let's see whose hands Blade will end up in. With a cold snort, everyone ignored them and turned around to leave the meeting room. Seeing the back of Gitaro leaving, Dicken's eyes became colder and colder, and at the same time, he became more and more looking forward to what will happen next. Don't worry, Gitaro, you're just a first. Don't even think about running away. Soon, I will send them down to accompany you. Sentenced to the death penalty silently in his heart, Dicken walked slowly towards the parking lot without stopping. On the other side, after hearing the movement not far away, Chen Luo, who had been waiting for a long time, suddenly became refreshed and quickly checked it carefully. At the moment after the meeting, everyone left the garage by car, but these people were not the target of Chen Luo's trip, so they ignored them. Until the end, when Chen Luo saw the familiar figure coming out, his eyes were fixed, his muscles tensed up, and he was ready to strike at any time. As the president of the Vampire Council, Gitaro is still very famous when traveling. 10 vampire squads in well-fitted suits surrounded him in the center. Their gazes kept shooting around, their expressions guarded, and they did not dare to relax. As for this team, Dicken also mentioned in the information given that the configuration of all pure-blood vampires is a level higher than other non-pure-blood vampires in terms of physical fitness. In addition, vampires are naturally strong perception ability can greatly prevent danger from happening. In addition, this team is also a member of the Gitaro family. They have been trained since they were young. Whether it is loyalty or individual quality, they are far beyond what ordinary vampires can compare. Besides, looking at the bulging waist of the opponent, it is obvious that he is carrying a weapon. If the front is tough, Chen Luo is naturally not afraid of one-on-one, but if the opponent joins forces, it will be a big threat to him. Therefore, just in case, Chen Luo hid in a corner that no one cared about early on. As long as the opponent came to the side of the vehicle and relaxed with his speed, he was very sure to annihilate the opponent in one fell swoop. As long as this team is eliminated, Gitaro is the only one left, then no matter what, he will not be able to escape from his grasp. In order not to be discovered by the team as much as possible, Chen Luo is a full 20 meters away from the opponent's vehicle. Although it looks a bit long, at Chen Luo's speed, it only takes less than a second for him to come to the other party's side, so it will not have any impact on him. Everything was just as Chen Luo expected, and the distance was obviously beyond their perception range. Therefore, while escorting Gitaro closer to the vehicle, the expressions of the team members gradually relaxed. It's now. At this moment, Chen Luo's eyes froze, his figure turned into an afterimage and disappeared on the spot, and he rushed towards Gitaro's direction. After perceiving the movement, everyone subconsciously turned their heads to look. Their faces changed drastically, and they subconsciously shouted, "Not good. There is an attack." Before they finished speaking, the next moment, everyone felt a sudden sharp pain in their necks, and then, under Gitaro's shocked gaze, all 10 heads fell, and together with the body, they instantly turned into ashes. This is... Looking at the black ashes floating all over the ground, Gitaro's already pale face suddenly became extremely pale, and there was even a little fear in his eyes. He is well aware of the strength of this team, which is an absolute elite level, and each member's skill is far superior to that of ordinary vampires. If the team joins hands, it will not be a problem to deal with hundreds of vampires at the same time. In his opinion, with the strength of this team, even the legendary blade is not without the possibility of confrontation. However, such an elite team was completely slaughtered in just a few seconds, and there was no room for resistance. This kind of strength made him fall into despair. As for such a one-sided battle, Bruto, who was waiting in Dicken's car, completely saw it. Seeing Chen Luo's ghostly skills, his eyes were also full of horror at this moment, and he widened in disbelief. Eyes. It turns out that the legend is true. The strength of Chen Luo's boss is really so terrifying. If this is the case, then it is not impossible to fight against 100. If he still had doubts about Chen Luo massacring hundreds of people by himself, but after seeing today's scene, he already believed it in his heart. Looking at Chen Luo's back with fanaticism, the reverence in Brutal's eyes is completely undisguised. In the world of vampires, the pursuit of strength is common to every vampire. Therefore, powerful vampires can often attract a large number of vampires to follow, just like Dicken, who founded the Frost family. At the beginning, he stood out by virtue of his strong strength and was followed by many vampires. After 100 years of development, the family has grown to such an extent. Even compared to the 12 strongest clans in this country, they are only a step behind. It is no exaggeration to say that with Chen Luo's demonstrated strength, if he chooses to leave the forest family and create a new family, a large wave of vampires will hear the news and follow Chen Luo every minute. This shows the importance of strength in the vampire world. Chen Luo, who had no idea that he had another little fanboy, appeared in front of Gitaro in an instant, looked at him with a half-smile, stretched out his hand as an invitation gesture, and said, "Your Excellency Gitaro, please come with me." Knowing that he was no match for Chen Luo, Gitaro gave up the idea of resistance and followed Chen Luo to the vehicle. Chen Luo tapped on the car window lightly. Seeing this, Brutal hurriedly opened the car window and asked respectfully, "Boss Chen Luo, are you looking for me?" "Yeah." Nodding slightly, pointing to the figure of Gitaro behind him, Chen Luo ordered, "Find a rope to tie him up, then get ready to go. Dicken is already on the way. We have to hurry up, just arrive." Hearing this, Gitaro's expression changed, and he asked, "Are you from Dicken?" After knowing the news, his face instantly calmed down, and he looked at Chen Luo and the two of them, with a hint of disdain flashing in his eyes. "You should understand my identity. I'm a pure-blood clan. How dare you do anything to me? Don't you fear the sanctions of the 12 clans?" After all, Gitaro looked closely at Chen Luo and said in a deep voice, "I know that you are powerful. With your strength, as long as you are willing to leave Dicken, I can make an exception and let you join my family. Become a member of the pure blood clan. It is not impossible to even inherit my position in the future. Such conditions should be much better than yours in the Forest family, right? How about it? Do you want to think about it?" Hearing this, Chen Luo just smiled and didn't answer. He turned around and looked into the car with his eyes beckoning. Bluto, what are you still doing? Hurry up and do it. Yes, I understand. Brutal shuddered all over and quickly got out of the car and started to act. Seeing that Chen Luo was indifferent to his proposal, Gitaro couldn't believe it, but he didn't say anything, just sighed deeply, and then let Brutal tie his hands and put a black hood on his head into the car. Afterwards, the three hurried all the way, and after several hours, they finally arrived at their destination before dawn. On the endless coastline, there are vast reefs, and at the highest point of this reef, there are two figures standing there, as if waiting for something. Hearing the roar of huge amounts of engines above the reef, Dicken, who had been waiting for a long time, turned around and looked at the familiar car that stopped not far away, with a hint of excitement suddenly showing on his face. It's finally here. After all, he couldn't hold back anymore, and walked quickly towards the car. Not long after, when Dicken came to the car, opened the door, looked at the tightly wrapped figure on the back seat, and slowly said, Gitaro, I didn't expect us to meet so soon. After all, without waiting for the other party to react, he pulled the other party out of the car forcefully. He lifted off the hood on the opponent's head and regained his vision. After seeing the person clearly, Gitaro's eyes were full of anger, and he gritted his teeth and growled, Dicken Frost, do you know what you're doing? I'm the president of the Vampire Council. If anyone finds out about this, you will be punished by our pure-blooded race. So you'd better think clearly. If you choose to let me go, I'll pretend this never happened. How about it? Ha ha ha. Hearing this, Dicken looked at the other party with disdain and laughed loudly. Gitaro, do you think I'm an idiot? If I really let you go, would you be willing not to trouble me? I'm not so naive. Seeing the other party's reaction, Gitaro's face was gloomy, but he was not surprised. After thinking about it, he spoke again. I think you brought me here to make me agree to your proposal. As long as you let me go, I will persuade others to agree. As long as you have the help of our 12 clans, you will become the leader of all vampires. New king. Although it was very tempting to listen to what the other party said, Dicken was not fooled. He sneered disdainfully and said, Put away your tricks, Gitaro. You are noble, purebred vampires. How could you like me? It could be asterisk, 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 asterisk D. What's more, as long as I can complete my plan and successfully summon the blood god, I could become the new king of all vampires even without the help of you old guys. At that time, I will establish a brand new vampire empire in this country, and even bring the other 2 vampire kingdoms under my rule, and then raise all human beings in captivity as our food. Only we vampires are the real masters of this planet. After saying these words, Dicken turned his eyes back to Gitaro again, and a cold light flashed in his eyes. And you old guys just obediently serve as sacrifices and then offer your lives. But as for you, I'm afraid you won't have the chance to see what's going on in the future. Old guy, enjoy the last moment of your life. Hearing Dicken's plan, Chen Luo at the side also understood. Nodding secretly, building a brand new vampire empire is a good plan, but unfortunately, you won't be able to see this plan in the future. And according to this guy, there are 2 other vampire kingdoms, which is a bit interesting. It seems that there is a chance to learn more about it. Thoughts swirled in his mind, and Chen Luo's eyes flashed. The other side, knowing his fate of imminent death, Gitaro calmed down uncharacteristically, stared straight at Dicken's back, and said, Dicken, don't think that as long as you summon the blood god, you can get rid of your hybrid vampire fate. You will never become a pure-blood vampire like us. With your lowly status, you will never be recognized by us. Hearing this, Dicken's face instantly became extremely ferocious. He smiled cruelly and said word by word, You don't need to worry about that. As long as I get the power of the blood god, if they don't obey me, then just kill them all. As long as I kill enough, they will bow their heads sooner or later. I want to see, between death and dignity, which side will they choose. But you don't have to worry about it, old man. After that, Dicken pointed at Dongfang and smiled. Look, the sun is about to come out. Why? As a purebred vampire, you should never have a sunrise. It doesn't matter Today, I will fulfill your wish." Afterwards, Chen Luo followed Dicken and the others, took out the prepared sun protection clothing from the trunk, put on them, wrapped himself tightly, and then brought Gitaro to the highest point of the reef. As the sun rose little by little, under the gaze of several people, Gitaro's body gradually began to turn red, and then under the sunlight, his body began to decompose little by little, and his skin, muscles, and blood disappeared with the wind little by little. In the end, as if reaching a critical point, Gitaro's body suddenly turned into a torch, burning for only a few seconds, and the sides of his body turned into ashes and floated in the air. This is the first time Chen Luo has seen the vampire's performance after being exposed to sunlight. Seeing this, Chen Luo suddenly felt a little heavy. At the same time, he became more urgent to eliminate the vampire's weakness. Back to base camp. On the top floor of the building, after getting rid of Gitaro, his old opponent, Dicken's mood improved significantly. In a good mood, he looked at Chen Luo in front of him. At this moment, he finally remembered his original promise. After this test, he now obviously trusted Chen Luo a lot, and the follow-up actions also needed Chen Luo's strength. So this time, he did not intend to break his promise. Thinking of this, he immediately made a decision. "Chen, your performance has won the recognition of the family. Now it seems that you are indeed the most suitable candidate to inherit the position of Quinn. From now on, this position will belong to you. Congratulations." As soon as Dicken's voice fell, the next moment, the system's notification sound came as scheduled. "Ding! Congratulations to the host for completing the selection. The reward is now issued." The rewards have been distributed. Immediately afterwards, in Chen Luo's mind, a brand new memory began to emerge. It contains all the training memories of Blade from birth to the present, as well as all the actual combat experience. With the help of the system, all these experiences were absorbed by Chen Luo in less than 10 seconds and successfully integrated with it. Feeling the memory in his mind, Chen Luo's eyes flashed with joy. If he was still a little uncertain about fighting Blade before, now, in his heart, he already has the certainty of victory. Thinking of this, Chen Luo felt good for a while. At the same time, Deacon's voice rang in Chen Luo's ear again. "Chen, do you know anything about Blood God?" Chen Luo's face remained unchanged. He looked at the other party with some doubts, and asked in coordination, "Blood God? What is this?" Dicken was not surprised by Chen Luo's reaction. After all, he had only learned about the existence of the Blood God by accident. Chen Luo was just a newborn vampire who had been transformed for less than a month, so it was normal not to know about it. In addition, his actions would still need to rely on Chen Luo's power, so he would not hide this information. Therefore, after thinking for a while, Dicken slowly opened his mouth to explain. "The Blood God is a great existence in the ancient times of our vampire family. It has unparalleled, terrifying power. Not only that, after possessing the power of the Blood God, it will no longer be afraid of the sun. Just like Blade, all the weaknesses of vampires will cease to exist." This is the first time Chen Luo has heard about the description of a Blood God. Although he has seen the plot of the movie, it is not mentioned in this recorded movie. It is also the first time Chen Luo knows that becoming a Blood God can successfully overcome his fear, Sunshine's weakness, can't help flashing a deep desire in my heart. As if he knew what Chen Luo was thinking, Dicken's eyes flashed, and he said, "And after my careful research, not long ago, I finally found a way to successfully summon the Blood God. As long as the Blood God is successfully summoned and the power of the Blood God is obtained, then we could be like Blade and no longer be afraid sunlight." Putting his hands on Chen Luo's shoulders, Dicken looked at him sincerely. "Chen, I assure you, as long as you help me complete the Blood God ceremony, next time, you can also get the power of the Blood God, and the Empire will be established. You will get the status only under me. This is my promise to you." Hearing this, Chen Luo's face was moved immediately. He stared at the other party, and then nodded heavily. "I see. Dicken, tell me what to do. If only I can." Dicken was overjoyed and said at once, "It's very simple. The blood god ceremony is divided into two parts. One requires the blood of Daywalker, and the other requires 12 pure-blooded vampires as sacrifices. As long as both are collected, the ceremony can be successfully started. So I need you to capture Blade. As for the sacrificial matter, I will handle it. The only Daywalker we know today is Blade, so no matter what, I want him to live. Do you understand? Chen Luo, who knew the content of the ceremony long ago, was not surprised. It just so happened that he also wanted to take this opportunity to meet Blade, so he decisively agreed. Give it to me. Seeing the back of Chen Luo leaving, Dicken's face instantly calmed down, and a special light flashed in his eyes. It is also the result of his deliberation to let Chen Luo go to capture Blade. Chen Luo's strength has been clearly demonstrated in these two missions. Whether it's the previous record of 1 enemy against 100, or this time breaking through the siege of the vampire elite team and capturing Gitaro, such a record can definitely fight Blade. Definitely, it would be the best if Blade can be successfully captured, but if it fails, it might not be a bad thing for him. After all, he has a trump card. As long as he uses it properly, catching Blade will not be difficult for him. The reason why he chooses to let Chen Luo catch him is because of his tentative thoughts. If Chen Luo can really succeed, then he will have to reassess Chen Luo's strength and make corresponding countermeasures. This blood god ceremony is the top priority in his plan, so Chen Luo's overly powerful combat power is also an unstable factor. So no matter what, he must find a way to prevent Chen Luo from approaching before the ceremony is successful. Otherwise, if Chen Luo had other thoughts and wanted to replace him with a strength, he really didn't have the confidence to stop him. But if Chen Luo fails, there's a great possibility that he will die under Blade's command. Although he is somewhat reluctant to give up such a powerful subordinate for the sake of safety, such a result is not unacceptable. And if Chen Luo managed to escape after the failure, then such strength would not pose any threat to him, so he could use him boldly in the future. Every possibility of the two confronting each other was taken into consideration by Dicken, and after careful consideration, he finally felt relieved. Then, it's time to prepare for the Blood God plan. Thinking of the upcoming Blood God ceremony, Dicken couldn't help but become even hotter. The second night, Blade here, after following the human policeman who had taken refuge under Dicken, finally, at the door of a bar that looked very lively, the other party slowly stopped in his tracks. Opening the car door, the other party walked directly towards the interior of the bar. Seeing this, Blade didn't dare to neglect, and he and Karen immediately followed. Seeing the two men approaching aggressively with weapons in their hands, the guard in charge of the door looked serious and immediately stepped forward to stop them. Wait, if you want to go in, you need to line up, and the bar doesn't allow you to bring weapons in. Hearing this, the two of Blade suddenly showed embarrassment, because there is no sign of the vampire family at the entrance of this bar, and the person blocking them is obviously only a human being, and in the moment of approaching just now, Blade did not find the Hagui clan tattoo on the other party's neck, therefore it is not good to directly attack the opponent. Since there's a queue, how did that person get in just now? Karen looked at the other party with dissatisfaction and asked. Mr. Dieng is the VIP here, so he has the right to enter first. The security guard replied meticulously. But Karen wanted to say more, but was stopped by Blade's hand, and then pulled her, turned, and left without saying a word. Just wondering why Blade didn't chase after him. The next moment, Blade came to the corner next to the bar, pointed to the window above, and grinned. Since you can't walk through the main entrance, then go in here. Otherwise, there will be too much commotion in front, and if the other party notices and runs away, it will be very difficult to chase. Karen understood instantly and couldn't help giving him a thumbs up, as expected of a professional. Okay, we don't have much time, let's go. Saying that, the two immediately started to move. The other side, after Dion walked into the bar, he hurried to the door of the back kitchen. When he was about to go in, he was blocked by two tall and strong men at the door. Stop! It's not allowed to come in and out here. Dion is not surprised by this either. As a member of the Hagui clan, he is very clear about many rules of the Forest family. If it is an ordinary kitchen, There will never be a guard guarding it here. Someone just means that it must be one of the vampire strongholds. He quickly turned his back and showed the tattoo on his neck to the two of them. You should know this sign, right? I'm also a member of the Forster family. Now I have something important to ask the person in charge here. Take me to him quickly. After seeing this familiar sign, the two of them looked at each other, and their brows were slightly loosened. Although they temporarily let go of their defenses, they still did not let go. Boss Chen Luo is not something you can meet whenever you want. And your identity also needs to be confirmed, and we will take you there after we confirm it. What did you say? Hearing this, Dion's face instantly became ugly, and he couldn't help but growl. You idiots! Do you know who is chasing me? If you don't hurry, Blade will come up. When the time comes when he arrives, no one here can run away. Blade! The two were startled. How could they not know Blade's name? Regardless of whether what the other party said was true or not, this matter was enough to attract the attention of the two of them. Seeing the nervous look of the two, Dion hurriedly urged, Now you understand the seriousness of the matter? Why don't you take me there quickly? Unexpectedly, the next moment, the reaction of the two of them made him instantly dumbfounded. No, you can't pass here without confirming your identity. In addition, we will report to the higher-ups about Blade. You just wait here now. No. Do you know who you are about to face? Dion looked at the two in disbelief, his expression becoming more and more anxious. That's Blade. Aren't you afraid? Looking at his panic-stricken appearance, the two said with a hint of disdain in their eyes. If it was just us, we would definitely be afraid. But today there is Boss Chen Luo sitting in charge, with the strength of Boss Chen Luo. So what if Blade comes? If he dares to come, I think today is his day of death. Boss Chen Luo? Who is he? Dion was startled and asked with some doubts. Oh, that's right. You may not be familiar with the name Chen Luo, boss. So if it is the name of a butcher, do you have some impression? The butcher. Is that the monster that slaughtered hundreds of people overnight? Hearing this name, Dion finally had an impression. As a member of the Forster family, he is absolutely clear about the battle that Chen Luo became famous for. It is said that although the hundreds of people were all human, after taking the new D product that suddenly disappeared some time ago, they all had rival to the power of a vampire. With this kind of strength, even if they're defeated, some people should be able to escape, and even if Blade goes out in person, it doesn't necessarily mean that they can all be wiped out. But Chen Luo just did it. It is precisely because of his exaggerated achievements that he became famous in the vampire world and attracted the admiration of countless people. After knowing that a murderous man like the butcher was sitting in the town in person, Dion's complexion obviously improved a lot. He breathed a little relaxed and said, Since there's a butcher in charge, Blade should be afraid to come here. However, just as he finished speaking, a familiar voice sounded behind him the next moment. The butcher you're talking about. Who the hell is it? Hearing this voice, Dion shook his whole body, turned around slowly, stiffly, and looked behind him. Knife blade. The other side. Inside the back kitchen, a huge amount of freezer is located in it. Behind the freezer was a dark corridor, at the end of which stood an elevator. Taking the elevator down, there's a huge amount of database, where most of the records about vampires are stored, and there's even a backup of the transactions between the Frost family and the powerful class of the city. Politics, economy, real estate, sports, entertainment, etc. permeate every field. And behind the other door, there is the only surviving data of the vampire family, and the records about the blood god are also derived from it. There is no doubt that this is a library that truly belongs to the vampire family. The library is run by the major families in turn, changing every 50 years, and this year is the 10th year that the Frost family has been in charge. As for the one who is in charge of guarding the library, it is the huge amount of meat mountain next to Chen Luo, the library director Pearl. So, the information stored here is only the information of humans who are close to us in this city. What about other cities? Isn't this city the only one that has vampire activities? Chen Luo flipped through the documents in his hand and asked with interest. Definitely not. Boss Chen Luo. Pearl's piercing voice sounded. There are also traces of vampire activities in other cities, but those are the territory of other families. So those materials are kept secretly by other families. The management scope of the library. After a pause, he continued, and the reason why these materials appear here is because Dicken finds it too troublesome to find other places, so he puts them here. Chen Luo nodded clearly, then thought of something, and said, "By the way, regarding the North Bear country in Europe, I heard that there are also 2 vampire empires. Are there any records about them here?" "Definitely there is." Pearl smiled confidently and said, "About the North Bear Kingdom, the vampire empire, there was also split from the 12 clans, so it is still in contact with us. However, in the vampire kingdom in Europe, their birth reason is different from ours. It is said that their source is caused by a virus in the Middle Ages, so they have different abilities from ours." Hearing this, Chen Luo instantly became interested and quickly asked, "Where is the information about them? I want to see it." "Wait a minute. Let me check. I remember it seems to be—" Before he finished speaking, at this moment, a mobile phone vibrated suddenly came from Chen Luo's pocket. Chen Luo frowned, took out his mobile phone, saw the number on it, thought for a while, and connected the call. "What's up? You are the butcher?" Hearing this completely unfamiliar voice, Chen Luo fixed his eyes and said in a low voice, "Who are you?" "Blade." The other party replied without hesitation. "Blade." Hearing this name, Chen Luo immediately understood what happened. He was silent for a moment, and then said, "Where are they? Also, why did you come here?" Hearing Chen Luo's question, Blade grinned and looked at the 3 of them who were lying on the ground with severe injuries and fear, and calmly replied, "It's okay for now, but it's hard to say later. As for why I came here, let your subordinates explain to you." As he spoke, he handed the mobile phone in his hand to one of them. He took the phone tremblingly, and after some narration, Chen Luo finally understood the reason. After hearing that Blade actually followed the policeman all the way to find the door, Chen Luo was also a little speechless. Regarding Blade's luck, he didn't know what to say. Could this be the protagonist's luck? Shaking his head helplessly, Chen Luo thought for a while and said, "I see. You guys bring people here. Leave Blade to me to deal with." "Yes. Boss Chen Luo, I understand." After getting an affirmative answer from Chen Luo, he finally breathed a sigh of relief. It's not like Blade didn't ask them where the entrance is before, but because of Chen Luo's power, both of them were biting and didn't let go. Although they knew that doing so would risk being killed by Blade, they were still more afraid than the former. Chen Luo asked them to settle accounts. It is precisely because of the performance of the 2 that Blade has become more interested in Chen Luo. Now that the other party has obtained Chen Luo's approval, he has some expectations for the next meeting with Chen Luo. Then, under the leadership of the 2, the 3 came to the huge amounts of freezer in the corner of the kitchen, stepped forward and opened the door together, looked at Blade and said, "Okay, this is the entrance to the library. You go to the end of the corridor, there is an elevator, and you can meet Boss Chen Luo at the bottom floor." Hearing this, the 2 turned their heads and looked inside the door. Looking at the deep and quiet corridor, Karen on the side looked at the 2 suspiciously, raised the weapon in his hand nervously, and said, "Why don't you come with us? Is there any trap here?" Before the 2 could react, they were interrupted by Blade waving. Pointing the gun at the 2 of them, Blade said calmly, "Let's go. Do you want our boss to wait too long?" Hearing this, the expressions of the 2 of them changed instantly, and they didn't talk nonsense. They led the way with ugly faces. Passed through the corridor smoothly, came to the elevator door, pressed the button, and after about a minute, several people went underground smoothly. At the moment when the elevator was about to open, the 2 of Blade moved their footsteps, stood silently behind them, and looked ahead warily. As the elevator door opened, the scene they had imagined did not appear. On the contrary, what appeared in front of them at this moment was a tall, handsome young man with black hair and black pupils. Boss Chen Luo. Waving his hands indifferently, Chen Luo looked behind the 2 of them calmly, with a faint smile on his face, and said slowly, "How about it, both of you? You've already arrived here, so you don't want to stay and take a look?" Blade was silent for a moment, and walked over to Chen Luo over the 2 people in front of him. Looking Chen Luo up and down, a trace of surprise flashed in his eyes, and he said in amazement, "You are a butcher? Such a complexion is really rare." Chen Luo definitely understood what the other party meant, spread his hands, shrugged, and said, "About this, you're actually as rare as me." What he said was definitely not aimless, and he didn't know if the vampire race was a bit discriminatory in that respect. Most of them were mostly white, but there were very few people with other skin types. At least during this period of time, Chen Luo was the only yellow-skinned vampire he had ever seen, and as for the black man, he was the only one in front of him, Blade. Definitely, after watching the original plot, Chen Luo also knew that there was another black-skinned vampire, who was Blade's biological mother, and was also a whole card used by Dicken to deal with Blade. As for why he didn't let the opponent directly attack, but chose to let Chen Luo capture Blade, Chen Luo also had some vague guesses about this, but he wouldn't say much. After all, getting in touch with Blade was also part of his plan, but before he had time to take the initiative to find him, Blade found him here. In a sense, this can be regarded as saving Chen Luo's time. When the two of Blade walked out of the elevator, the two behind them also closed the elevator door and left under Chen Luo's gaze. Hearing Chen Luo's answer, Blade grinned, his big white teeth gleamed, and said with a smile, "That's right, but don't expect me to stop you for this reason. If I don't get what I want, then I can only say sorry to you." Karen on the side also cooperatively held up the ultraviolet gun in his hand, looking at Chen Luo with a wary face. "Oh, then can you tell me what you want to know?" Ignoring the toy in the opponent's hand, Chen Luo narrowed his eyes slightly, looked at Blade, and asked, "Where's Frost? Tell me." Blade held a pistol in his hand, and the black muzzle was aimed directly at Chen Luo. At the same time, a powerful aura surged from Blade's body and quickly approached Chen Luo. His aura has been cultivated after decades of fighting. Over the years, nearly 1,000 vampires have fallen under his knife. After countless sacrifices of lives, his aura has now reached a terrifying level. If an ordinary vampire stood in front of him, faced with his aura, he would fall into fear in an instant and allow Blade to slaughter him. But this momentum did not affect Chen Luo at all. He turned around unhurriedly and walked forward. "If you want to know, come with me." Although he was a little surprised that Chen Luo didn't respond at all, Blade also had absolute confidence in his own strength. So after a moment of stagnation, he immediately chased after him. Following in the footsteps of Chen Luo, the three of them walked through the dense database and came to a somewhat dim room. At the destination, Chen Luo stopped, pointed at the mountain of meat in front of him, and said softly, "Okay, if you have any questions, just ask him. He is the curator of this library, and he knows much more than me. As long as it is about vampires, he should know the answer." Hearing this, it wasn't just the two of Blade, but also Pearl sitting slumped on the huge seat. A look of disbelief flashed across their faces. His eyes widened subconsciously, and Pearl's shrill voice sounded, "Hey, Chen Luo, what are you doing? Why did you bring Blade here? This guy is our enemy." In this regard, Chen Luo explained with a smile on his face. "Okay, Pearl, don't be so surprised. Since Blade was able to find this place, it is also fate. Letting people go home empty-handed is not my way of hospitality. What's more, I will take him to see Dicken soon. The Blood God plan still needs him. Since he can't even get out of here, it doesn't matter if he knows something." The Blood God plan? What is that? Blade on the side immediately became serious after hearing this sentence. Although he didn't know the content, just hearing the name, he couldn't help feeling a trace of uneasiness. On the other hand, after seeing Chen Luo's confident appearance, recalling his deeds, Pearl also felt relieved for a while, and when he heard Blade's question, he suddenly showed a smug smile on his face and said, "The Blood God is a great existence in vampire legends. As long as the Blood God is successfully summoned, the day when we rule the human race will not be far away." Then why does this Blood God plan need Blade? Does it have any special function? At this moment, Karen, who was on the side, suddenly asked. After looking her up and down, and finding that Karen was only a human being, Pearl curled her lips in disdain. "Why should I tell you? You're only a human being, and you are not qualified to ask me questions. You." A gloomy look appeared on Karen's face. Before he could say anything more, he was interrupted by Blade waving his hand. Looking at the pearl, Blade grinned and said, "Do you know what this is?" Pointing to the weapon in Karen's hand, Blade explained, "This is an ultraviolet gun. Since you know all about vampires, you should understand what this gun can do to you. Does it work? So please cooperate with our next question. Otherwise, you should know the consequences." Hearing this, Karen on the side was not polite. He raised the gun decisively, turned on the ultraviolet light, and shot it at his fat body. As if sulfuric acid had been splashed on him, Pearl's light green skin was instantly scorched by ultraviolet rays, leaving scorched black marks, and white smoke began to rise. From his body, he could still smell a faint smell of meat, which made people involuntarily some nausea. Stop taking pictures. Stop taking pictures, I say. The Blood God plan requires Daywalker and 12 pure-blood vampires as sacrifices. Only by offering your blood to the Blood God will the Blood God be successfully summoned. Blade, you are the most critical key, so Dick and I need you. Hearing this answer, Karen finally stopped his movements. After turning off the ultraviolet light, he smelled the scent on the opponent's body, frowned subconsciously, and silently backed away for a few meters. "I see. I understand." Blade nodded, then turned to look at Chen Luo and asked calmly, "So, are you the one Dicken sent to arrest me?" Before Chen Luo could answer, the next moment, Pearl on the side looked at Chen Luo angrily and screamed sharply, "Chen Luo, you be ************ D. Why did you watch me being attacked by this damn human just now? Is that how you protect me? Damn guy, I must tell Frost about this and let him kill you." "Shut up." While Pearl was still chattering, suddenly, a bone-chilling voice sounded. Chen Luo turned his head, a cold light flashed in his eyes, and looked at him calmly. "Fat pig, don't let I won't hear any of your words again. Otherwise, you should know what will happen." Feeling the undisguised murderous intent on Chen Luo's body, Juju finally came to his senses, subconsciously shuddered, smiled repeatedly, and looked at him with a flattering face, not daring to say another word. Seeing this, Chen Luo's face finally eased a little, turned to look at Blade, smiled slightly, and said, "So you should also understand Dicken's next plan? In fact, I don't need you to come here. I will come to your door. Now you take the initiative to deliver it to my door, which saved me a lot of time." Quietly looked at Chen Luo for a moment, and then Blade smiled again and said, "You should be the only one here, right? You're so confident that you can take me back by yourself?" In this regard, Chen Luo raised his eyebrows slightly and looked at him with a half-smile. "Whether I can do it or not, don't you know if you try it? But before that..." Speaking of this, Chen Luo glanced at Karen, who was not far away, then moved his feet and disappeared in place in an instant. Boom! Sudden heavy blow to the back of the neck. Karen subconsciously rolled his eyes, his body softened, and immediately collapsed to the ground. Gently placing the unconscious Karen on the ground, Chen Luo raised his head, smiled at Blade, and said, "Okay, no one should bother us now. Then let me see how powerful Blade is as a vampire hunter." So fast. Seeing Chen Luo walking towards this side, Blade's eyes began to shrink subconsciously. This is the first time he has seen a vampire speed reach such a level. Even he was a little bit too late to react, and after seeing Chen Luo's little test just now, he finally understood the other party's confidence at this moment. Knowing that the other party was definitely not the vampires he had encountered before, he was not careless at all, and started attacking without even saying hello. Boom! Pointing the gun at Chen Luo's direction, he immediately pulled the trigger. The next moment, violent gunshots rang out. Sparks shot out from the muzzle, and then a bullet made of silver nitrate shot out from the muzzle. This kind of bullet is specially prepared for dealing with vampires. If it is hit by such a bullet, if it is a vital part like the head or heart, it will be enough to cause fatal damage to the vampire in less than a few seconds. There is no room for redemption. Even if it hits somewhere else, the silver nitrate in the bullet will flow all over the body with the blood, causing a similar poisoning effect, which has a great impact on the vampire's actions, especially for Chen Luo. Speed will no longer be an advantage. Without the advantage in speed, considering that his physical fitness is more than a notch inferior to Blade's in other aspects, even if he has all the combat experience and skills of the opponent, it is inevitable that he will lose. For such a result, Chen Luo definitely would not fail to understand. So the moment the opponent pulled the trigger, Chen Luo immediately took action. Whoosh! The body turned into an afterimage and disappeared in place in an instant. At 4 times the speed of a normal vampire, Chen Luo's reflex nerves were systematically modified accordingly, so he was completely aware of Blade's movements. It seemed to be in slow motion. Before the bullet was fired, Chen Luo just moved his feet and calmly dodged the opponent's attack. Seeing Chen Luo suddenly appearing on the other side, as if teleporting, Blade's face darkened, and he quickly aimed the gun again and pulled the trigger again. Bang, bang, bang. Constantly bullets were fired from the muzzle of the gun. Under Blade's superb marksmanship, the bullets seemed to form a big net covering Chen Luo and blasted towards the blind spots on Chen Luo's body. In just less than 2 seconds, all the bullets in the gun were emptied. At this moment, Blade had already displayed his spear skills to the fullest. However, in the eyes of ordinary people, this is a superb spear technique, but it does not work at all in front of Chen Luo. It is not because of anything else, but the speed difference between the two is too large, so even these bullets can cause damage to Chen Luo. But the premise must be hit. Facing Blade's attack, Chen Luo's figure instantly disappeared in place, calmly dodging the oncoming bullets. On the other side, after Chen Luo reappeared, he waved towards the opponent and said with a smile, "There is no need to use these little tricks. You should be best at knife skills. If you don't show your real skills, then you will have no chance." Hearing this, Blade's face froze, and he immediately reacted, grinned, and smiled excitedly. "I really didn't expect to meet an opponent like you here. I remember you." As he spoke, Blade slowly retracted the gun in his hand, stretched out his right hand, and looked behind him, holding the handle of the knife. The next moment, accompanied by the sound of gold and iron clashing, the long knife was pulled out instantly. Holding the long knife in one hand, the shiny blade gleamed, and the cold air was overwhelming. Perhaps because it had killed too many lives, this knife seemed to have spirituality, and it faintly emitted a crisp sound. Holding the knife behind his hand, Blade was in full swing, exuding a strong sense of oppression all over his body. The tip of the knife pointed directly in Chen Luo's direction, and his voice was slightly chilled. "There are quite a few vampires who died under my knife, but the one as strong as you is the first. Don't you want to see my full strength? Don't worry, you will soon see it. Let me use this knife to send you to hell. Damn vampire!" Looking at the long knife in the opponent's hand with admiration, Chen Luo, who has all the fighting memories of Blade, is also a well-deserved master of swordsmanship at the moment. So after seeing a good knife, his hands are slightly itchy. Sensing the killing intent on the other party, Chen Luo naturally understood the other party's thoughts. After all, vampires feed on human beings. Every vampire has a few lives in their hands, so naturally they are not innocent. Therefore, Blade has no sympathy for sending these vampires to hell. But he would never have thought that Chen Luo was just such an outlier. Because of the existence of the blood cup in his hand, he had completely got rid of the dependence on human blood, so naturally he couldn't even talk about hunting humans. Even though he had slaughtered hundreds of humans with his own hands before, those people were all traffickers. Chen Luo didn't have any psychological burden to kill such a scumbag. Perhaps to put another way, what he did was more like a crime. Good thing. However, Chen Luo has no intention of explaining this to Blade. After acquiring all of Blade's combat skills, Chen Luo now wants to have a good fight with the opponent. Perhaps only a strong man like Blade can detect the extent of Chen Luo's current strength, and only if he has a clearer judgment on his own strength, Chen Luo will be more confident in the next action. All kinds of thoughts flashed through his mind. Chen Luo put on his gloves unhurriedly, with a trace of fighting spirit on his face, and said, "Then I won't be polite. I also want to see what kind of strength the famous blade has. Be careful. As soon as the words fell, the next moment, Chen Luo suddenly turned into an afterimage and came to Blade in the blink of an eye. A cold light suddenly appeared in front of his eyes, covering Blade's neck. Fortunately, Blade's reaction speed was also amazing. Although he couldn't see Chen Luo's movements clearly, his powerful fighting instinct made him make a judgment subconsciously. The long knife stood upright, and one hand rested on the back of the knife, blocking it in front of him. Then, accompanied by a crisp sound, on the edge of the blade, Blade clearly saw a thin thread with faint silver light wrapped around it, deadlocked with it. If it wasn't for the blocking of the blade, if the thin line fell to the neck, if the opponent just exerted a little force at that time, then he might end up with a decapitated body. Thinking of this, a layer of cold sweat broke out on Blade's forehead. At the same time, he finally realized the origin of the opponent's title of Butcher. With such a weird attack method, coupled with the opponent's ghostly speed, it seems that it is not unreasonable to be able to slaughter hundreds of people at the same time. It's unacceptable. Oh, you were able to block it. It seems that I really underestimated you. Behind Blade, Chen Luo's voice sounded. Seeing the other party's reaction in such a short time, he secretly admired it. If that's the case, then I'll do my best. Just let you see my real speed. While speaking, Chen Luo's figure flashed, and before Blade could react, his figure disappeared in place again. This time, Chen Luo decided not to hold back. Facing an opponent like Blade, only going all out is the best respect for him. Whoosh! The speed suddenly increased to another level. Under Chen Luo's full force, the space around Blade was filled with Chen Luo's afterimage. Seeing that it was surrounded by Chen Luo's afterimage in all directions, for a moment, Blade's face couldn't help showing shock. This guy, is he only using his full strength now? Although he was amazed by Chen Luo's exaggerated speed, as a fighter, Blade naturally had his own pride, so he quickly realized it. The eyes were fixed, and the next moment, Blade made another move. Swish! Dense cold light began to flow around him, waving the blade frantically. Under Blade's full force, the light of the blade seemed to form a big net, covering his whole body in it. If it was Chen Luo who dared to attack him, even with his current speed, he would definitely not be able to dodge this dense knife net. If he didn't pay attention, his body would be chopped into several pieces by the opponent. Even if a vampire has the self-healing ability of broken limb reborn, Chen Luo would not want to experience such pain once. Therefore, after seeing Blade's attack, Chen Luo's figure flickered and disappeared instantly. The next moment, not far from Blade, Chen Luo's figure slowly emerged. Sly guy. Seeing the other party standing there motionless, Blade cursed inwardly. Don't look at his set of saber skills that can be described as airtight, but anyway, this is essentially defensive, and it is very inconvenient to act. In addition, such high-intensity waving of the long knife in the hand consumes exaggerated physical strength. Even if Blade's physical strength is nearly 10 times that of ordinary people, he will not be able to maintain it if this continues for a long time. The other party also understood his weakness and simply responded to all changes with the same. When his physical strength was exhausted and he was unable to swing the knife, by then, he would not be far from defeat. Although he knew this in his heart, Blade still didn't dare to stop the action in his hands at this moment, because he also knew that as long as he stopped with the opponent's speed, the winner might be decided in an instant. If the status quo is maintained, at least it can last for a while longer. It's like a cup of slow poison. Although you know it's highly poisonous, you still have to choose to take it. Judging from Blade's current situation, such an approach only delayed his defeat. Looking at Chen Luo in front of him, Blade became more and more anxious for a while. At the same time, on the other side, seeing Blade's sudden response, Chen Luo also felt a little helpless. It's not impossible for him to crack the opponent's move, but the premise is that he must also hold a knife in his hand, so that with his own sword skills, coupled with his speed several times that of Blade, he can successfully find the opponent's flaws, crack it. In addition, if he had a steel-like body and the opponent's attack could not cause any harm to him at all, Then he would not have to worry about so much, and he could break it violently by directly relying on his body's hard resistance. However, he does not possess the conditions required for these two methods, so he can only use the most stupid one, which is to wait for the opponent's physical strength to be exhausted, and then take the opponent down. What a mistake. I should have brought a knife if I knew it earlier. He secretly sighed in his heart, although he was very dissatisfied with this ending. But after the trial just now, he had at least a preliminary understanding of his own strength, so he barely achieved his goal. If the opponent doesn't use this kind of foolish tactics, then with his strength, as long as the speed is fully activated, it will be enough to defeat Blade in just a few seconds. This kind of strength should be enough to deal with Dicken in a blood god state, right? Recalling the scene of Blade and Dicken fighting in a movie in his mind, Chen Luo felt a little more confident, and a smile slowly bloomed on his face. No surprises. After persisting for a while, finally, due to excessive physical exertion, Blade couldn't help but stop. Although it was delayed for a while by relying on the various props on his body, Chen Luo's overwhelming speed advantage did not cause any harm to him. Boom! Accompanied by a pounding sound, the next moment, Blade rolled his eyes and immediately fell unconscious. Looking at Blade, who was close at hand and had no power to resist, Chen Luo's eyes suddenly became a little struggling. At this moment, in his heart, he was thinking about whether to kill Blade directly, and then use the blood cup to absorb the opponent's blood, so that as long as he drank the opponent's blood, he would become a perfect vampire without any weaknesses just like Blade. It is really hard for Chen Luo to refuse such a temptation. But correspondingly, Chen Luo admired the warrior Blade very much, and even in his plan, when he successfully killed Dicken, the Forest family would be in his pocket. At that time, he will also find an opportunity to take the other party under his command. As for whether Blade will choose to join, Chen Luo also has great confidence in his heart. After thinking carefully for a while, Chen Luo finally gave up on this tempting idea. After all, this is not the only way to overcome the weakness of vampires. Besides Blade, isn't there another option, Blood God? Whether it is to replace Dicken and summon the Blood God to descend on him, or to kill the opponent and directly absorb the opponent's ability with a blood cup, he can get the characteristic of not being afraid of the sun. In this case, Blade seems to be dispensable up. However, as to how to deal with the power of the Blood God, whether it should directly replace Dicken and summon the Blood God, or use the blood cup to absorb the Dicken who inherited the power of the Blood God, this is a problem. Just when Chen Luo was struggling, suddenly, a familiar voice sounded. Ding! It is detected that the host is facing a major decision. Choose to start. Option 1. Replace Dicken and summon the Blood God to descend. Reward: Daywalker Constitution. Option 2. Rescue Blade and kill Dicken, Blood God state. Reward: the body of the Ghost King. Note: the body of the Ghost King is derived from the same physique of Oni Wu Suji in the world of Ghost Slayer, because it has a high degree of fit with the vampire physique. When the two are integrated, the host will have the opportunity to transform into a brand new race. Be the source of the race. I choose the second one. Just kidding. Do you even need to think about it? Although Daywalker's physique can make him no longer afraid of the sun, but it can only achieve this level, and it does not help the improvement of strength at all. But the latter is not the same. Chen Luo did not miss the super popular work of Ghost Slayer, so he has a deep impression on the ghosts in this world with different abilities that feed on human beings. In particular, Oni Wu Suji, the ancestor of Oni, as the source of all Oni, not only has the power to surpass all Oni, but also has the ability to inject his own blood into other human bodies, thus creating new evil ghosts. Ability: and every ghost created by his blood has absolute dominance over them, manipulating the life and death of other ghosts at will, and even reading the vision and thoughts of other ghosts at will. Coupled with its extremely exaggerated recovery ability, even if only a fragment of the duplicate body escapes from the whole body, it can quickly return to its original state. In addition, the blood ghost technique unique to ghosts, if it is not for the weakness of being afraid of the sun. In Chen Luo's mind, the other party was truly perfect. If such a powerful physique can be combined with his own vampire physique, what kind of chemical reaction should it produce? There's also the last reminder about the system. As long as they can successfully transform into a new race, there is still a special reward to receive. With so many benefits here, how could he ignore them and choose the Daywalker Physique? Isn't it to overcome the weakness of vampires? It's not like he has no other options. Looking at the choice displayed on the panel, Chen Luo raised a slight smile on his face. It seems that I don't have to worry about it anymore. Then, it's time to start making other preparations. Silently condemning Dicken to death, Chen Luo lowered his head, looked at Blade at his feet, and Karen, who was unconscious on the other side, and he suddenly thought about it. I do not know how long it has been. When Karen opened his eyes again, the previous memories also flooded into his mind, and he subconsciously shuddered and quickly got up and looked around. However, when she saw clearly where she was, she fell into a daze for an instant. This is my home. Turning around in disbelief and confirming repeatedly that she had returned home, Karen sat down on the sofa weakly, with a dazed expression on his face. What's going on here? I clearly remember Blade and I being in the library. And that man. Chen Luo's face flashed in her mind, and suddenly, her face became tense. By the way, Blade, where is he now? Although she was knocked out by Chen Luo, she clearly remembered the scene of the confrontation between the two just before she fell into a coma, and she didn't know what the final result was. Subconsciously looking at the environment he was in, Karen's eyes flashed with hope. Since he came back here unscathed, Blade should have won this battle, right? At this moment, is he going to find Dicken alone? No, I have to help him. Thinking of this, she frowned instantly, got up quickly, and planned to go to support. However, the moment she stood up on the table in front of her, her ultraviolet gun was placed on it impressively. What caught her attention the most was a white note pressed under the body of the gun. What's this? Could it be that Blade left it to me? Somewhat curiously, she picked up the note and looked at it. When she saw the content on it, her expression suddenly changed. After 1 hour, inside an abandoned factory. Opening the door, Karen hurriedly walked inside. Not long after walking, not far from her, a tall old man with white hair was holding a hammer, beating on the weapon in his hand, as if he was building something. After hearing the movement, Whistler raised his head subconsciously, and when he saw that Karen was the only one coming, his eyes instantly became serious. Why are you alone? Where's Blade? Karen walked quickly to a microscope, and while he was busy, he replied. He was captured by one of Dicken's vampires named Chen Luo. What did you say? Hearing this, Whistler's eyes narrowed. Looking at Karen's busy back, he picked up the shotgun beside him with one hand calmly and asked suspiciously, Then what are you doing? How did you come back? Karen paused, and then she replied with a strange expression. I don't know about this either, but when I woke up, I found a note on the table with the current address of Blade written on it. Huh. Whistler's expression was a little dull, and it took a while to react, and he looked at her with a puzzled face. So you mean someone rescued you, and then gave your Blade's address? You want us to save him? That's right. Hearing Karen's answer, Whistler became even more suspicious. Don't you think this reason is a little too far-fetched? Or, this address is just a trap, and Blade was never taken away at all. They just want to lure us into a trap, and then lead Blade to show up. Regarding Whistler's doubts, Karen actually had the same doubts, but when she saw another object on the table, she changed her mind instantly. I'll show you this. He took out a pair of sunglasses from his pocket and threw them towards the other party. We took a look. Whistler's pupils shrank instantly. That's what you want. You have been together for so many years. You must know Blade's sunglasses, right? Also, you should have tried to contact Blade for so long in the past. Why did you get in touch? Hearing this, Whistler fell silent for a moment. During this period of time, he definitely tried to contact the other party, but no matter what, he didn't get any response. At that time, he already had a bad premonition in his heart. Until now, seeing the sunglasses in his hand, it made his uneasiness become a reality. Regarding the fact that Blade was taken away, at this moment, he had faintly believed in his heart, thought for a while, and asked with a serious face. Then what are you going to do? Definitely to save him, Karen replied without hesitation. At the same time, she kept her eyes fixed on the microscope, and when she saw the results inside, a gleam of joy slowly appeared on her face. It finally succeeded. With this weapon, she has much greater confidence in her next actions. The figure of Blade appeared in his mind. Thinking of him, Karen couldn't help flashing a trace of worry in his eyes. Wait for me, Blade. I'm here to save you. Thinking of this, Karen subconsciously clenched his fists, and his eyes became extremely firm, just as Karen and the two were intensively preparing for the next action. The other side, top floor of the Edgewood building. Time came to the second night. In the luxurious apartment, Dicken was sitting on a soft sofa, surrounded by several beautiful and hot beautiful vampires, and in several other corners, there were several figures overlapping together, matching the hot and enthusiastic atmosphere. The sound of music pushed the atmosphere here to the highest point. If it goes on like this, it will undoubtedly be another damage, but this is also the traditional art of vampires, and everyone is not surprised by it. As for why the party is held here, it is naturally related to the breakthrough progress of Dicken's Blood God plan. Just yesterday, he convened another meeting of vampires. When all the members arrived, he found that Gitaro, who was the chairman, had disappeared. Just as he was wondering, he was arrested by Dicken, who had already sent someone to ambush him. It's right. Although these counselors are all pure-blooded vampires, they are better than others in terms of physical fitness. But after all, they have not done anything for hundreds of years, and their fighting and defensive awareness have greatly degraded. Advantage, they were all arrested in the end. Definitely, although this operation is very secretive, these people are the patriarchs of their respective families after all. If the patriarchs cannot be found for a long time, those families will definitely send people to investigate. Once the other party finds clues and finds out that he did all of this, then in a short while, he will probably face the 12 clans joining forces to deal with him. If he was only facing one of them alone, then he still had the confidence to resist, but if the 12 clans joined forces with the current strength of the Forest family, it might not be long before they would be wiped out by the other party. But even knowing that the family was in danger of being destroyed, Dicken didn't panic at all, because he knew in his heart that as long as he gathered all the sacrifices and successfully summoned the blood god to descend, with his strength at that time, even everyone on the other side teaming up, I'm afraid it won't be his opponent. Thinking of the various strengths of the blood god recorded in the data, Dicken's heart was very hot for a while. Soon, Daywalker is the only thing left now. As long as he also falls in my hands, the day when my plan will come true is not far away. I don't know what happened to Chen Luo. While still thinking, the next moment, the door was instantly opened. Afterwards, a person quickly came to his side, bent down, and whispered the situation to him. After listening to the other party's description, Dicken's face showed a trace of excitement visible to the naked eye, and he couldn't help laughing. Finally let me wait. It seems that the time for me to realize my plan is not far away. After finishing speaking, he turned and walked out the door. After learning the news that Blade had been successfully captured, Dicken couldn't hold back his inner excitement anymore, and walked quickly towards the room where Chen Luo was. After a while, in front of a gate made of alloy, he stopped slowly. The door opened, and Dicken strode into it. The interior of this room is made of pure white. Whether it is the ground under the feet, the surrounding walls, or even the ceiling of the roof, all are made of extremely high-strength alloys. The thickness of the surrounding alloy walls is nearly 1 meter, and the defense is even stronger. There is no doubt about it. This room was built by Dicken at a large price, and it also existed as a safe house. With the defense of this room, even if it was besieged by dozens of missiles at the same time, it could completely resist it. Using such a room as Blade's cage is no doubt appropriate. As soon as he came into the room, Dicken looked around for a moment, and finally, when he saw the figure lying on the ground behind Chen Luo, his eyes lit up. He hurriedly stepped forward, looking at Chen Luo in front of him. Dicken's face was full of admiration. Sure enough, I read you right. Chen, I didn't expect you to capture Blade so quickly And, just in time, the other part of the sacrifice has also been obtained. I think we can start our plan tonight. Chen Luo nodded and said with a cooperative face, Then let's start as soon as possible. I think other families have already felt that something is wrong. Only by obtaining the power of the blood god as soon as possible can we successfully resist the opponent's attack. After saying this, Chen Luo's eyes showed a hint of longing at the right time. I really want to see how powerful the legendary blood god is. Dicken, let's go. Seeing Chen Luo's reaction, Dicken nodded with a smile on his face, but at this moment, in his heart, he felt an uncontrollable fear of Chen Luo. Just as he thought before, Chen Luo was able to successfully capture Blade this time, and the strength he showed has already exceeded his expectations. He would never dare to let such a huge threat exist. The other party was by his side, watching the blood god ceremony take place. Although Chen Luo hasn't shown anything unusual so far, who can guarantee that he won't be tempted by the legendary power of the blood god, and thus has the idea of replacing it? It would be fine if it was other people. Dicken still had the confidence to suppress them, but not necessarily if it was Chen Luo. With his strength, if he really wanted to do something, he would be in danger. No, I have to find a way to prevent him from getting close. His mind was spinning, and soon he had an idea. That's right. Now that the sacrifices have been collected, let's set off as soon as possible to avoid any accidents. At the moment, Dicken didn't have any hesitation either, so he immediately ordered Blade and others to be brought along, and the group headed for their destination in a car. A few hours later, everyone stopped slowly in front of a somewhat old building. Palace of Eternal Night. This is an ancient holy place passed down from generation to generation by the vampire family. It is only used for sacrifices at certain times, and few people care about it at other times. And today, in this ancient hall, a special sacrifice is about to be held in it. Entering the hall, Chen Luo and the others came to the top of the hall without stopping. This is a sealed stone chamber with an erected iron coffin in the center, a disc-shaped groove underneath, and a small opening in the middle, like a container for collecting certain items. And this is where the sacrifice of Blade is. As long as the opponent is put into the coffin, the spikes inside are pierced into the body, the blood flows into the groove, meets the sacrifice below, and the ceremony can be successfully started, calling the blood god to descend. Seeing this, Dicken licked his lips excitedly and said impatiently, "Quickly put Blade in there." Just when his voice just fell. The next moment, Blade, who had been in a coma for a long time, finally woke up slowly and opened his eyes. When he saw the surrounding environment clearly, he seemed to suddenly think of something. His face changed, and he wanted to get up immediately, but just as he was about to make a move, the iron chains wrapped around him at this moment bound him tightly in place, without any hesitation. Can't move. Raising his head, looking at the familiar face beside him, Blade gritted his teeth and said, "Chen Luo, where is this place?" "Huh, you finally woke up." Hearing this voice, Chen Luo looked down, looked at Blade's angry eyes, and said with a smile, "As for where is this place, I think you should have an answer in your heart." Hearing this, Blade's eyes shrank, and his heart sank instantly. Before he could react, Dicken laughed. "Blade, I finally see you." When he came to the other party, Dicken squatted down with a half-smile on his face and slowly said, "I heard that you have been looking for me for a long time, but I am curious. What is the reason you are looking for me?" Blade paused, then slowly turned his head to look over, looked at Dicken's face, frowned, and said, "You are Dicken?" After a pause, a disdainful smile appeared on Blade's face. "You should be glad you didn't meet me sooner, otherwise you wouldn't be alive today." "Oh!" A cold light flashed in Dicken's eyes, a sneer appeared on his face, and he said, "I'm really curious. Where did your confidence come from? Don't forget, how did you fall into my hands?" Blade was silent for a moment, looking at the other person calmly. "So you mean you are stronger than Chen Luo?" "Well," Dicken was speechless for a moment. An angry look flashed across his eyes, and his laughter became a bit colder. Dicken clapped his hands, then looked at Blade and said, "That's right. I heard that you have been looking for the vampire who bit your mother all these years. How about it? After all these years, have you found any clues? If not, I think I can tell you the answer. Hearing this, Blade's eyes instantly became sharp, and he stared at the other party firmly. An inexplicable thought suddenly crossed his mind. Could it be you? Ha ha ha. Upon hearing this, Dicken burst into laughter instantly, patted him on the shoulder heavily, and then said, "You guessed right. It's me. Speaking of which, you should thank me. If it weren't for me, you wouldn't have the power you have now. Seriously speaking, to a certain extent, I should also be your father. But speaking of this, I really want to thank myself back then. If I hadn't bitten your mother, I wouldn't have gotten the most important sacrifice in your blood god ceremony today. Only your blood can allow me to successfully obtain the power of the blood god. As long as I get this power, the day when I dominate all human beings will not be far away. Blade, regarding your risk this time, I will always remember it in my heart. So in return, I'll grant your last wish." After laughing, Dicken looked behind Blade with an inexplicable smile on his face. "Froey, you are finally here. Come and see your son. You haven't seen each other for decades. Since it's the last time you meet. I'll give you some time to catch up on the old days." Hearing this familiar name, Blade trembled all over and finally couldn't help showing a look of shock on his face. He turned his head slowly and looked over. Behind him, Froey slowly stepped forward, came to his side, stretched out his hands, and gently stroked his face. "Son, we finally meet." Looking at the other person's familiar face, even though he had seen it many times in the photos, Blade's body was still trembling, and he couldn't believe it and said, "Why? You should have." Before he finished speaking, he was interrupted by the other party. "That's right. I was dead after you were born, but then Dicken found this place and gave me a new life." Hearing this, Blade was silent for a moment, and then said, "So now, you have become a vampire too, right?" Froey nodded slightly, looking at Dicken full of attachment. "Now, I'm no longer the human being I used to be. It was only after I transformed into a vampire that I realized that life here is more suitable for me. As Dicken said, only we, the Blood Clan, are the noblest creatures in the world. As for humans, they're nothing more than our food. So boy, I'm really proud of you for dedicating your life to Deacon's project." Looking at the gentle, smiling face of the other party, Blade's heart that was faintly expectant fell silent in an instant. His bright eyes lost their light, and his unyielding will began to become depressed under the betrayal of his biological mother. His face there was a flash of silence, and she quietly nestled in her mother's arms. No more words. Judging by his actions, it seems that he has completely given up hope, and there is no longer any sign of struggle. Looking at this scene, Chen Luo on the side looked calm, but he sighed slightly in his heart. Regarding Blade's mother's betrayal, Chen Luo, who knew the plot, had expected it a long time ago. He thought that after he personally captured Blade, Dicken would not be able to use this whole card. Unexpectedly, at this last moment, the opponent still took it out, killing and punishing one's heart. Nothing more than that. But this is family affairs after all, so even if he decides to rescue Blade, Chen Luo has no intention of interfering with his mother. After he rescues Blade, he will handle everything by himself. Seeing Blade's lack of fighting spirit, Dicken on the side suddenly showed a satisfied smile on his face. Now that the goal has been achieved, there is no need for him to wait any longer. He glanced at Chen Luo, who was at the side, and Dicken's eyes flashed. He looked at a subordinate not far away and nodded slightly. After finishing this action, Dicken turned his head to look in the direction of Blade and said in a deep voice, "It's time. Put Blade in." "Yes." Behind him, two subordinates walked out slowly, dragged the Blade on the ground to the inside of the iron coffin, and then started to move. Click. After fixing Blade, the two then firmly trapped its limbs and neck respectively. Finally, they pushed hard on the iron cover full of spikes in front of them and walked in the direction of Blade. Boom! A muffled sound sounded, accompanied by a muffled groan from the Blade inside, and the coffin was firmly closed together. The internal spike pierced Blade's body, and then dozens of streams of blood began to flow out from the wound and flow into the center of the disc onto the coffin. The blood gradually began to gather, as if being pulled by an invisible force. It flowed towards the groove in the center and finally sank into it. Seeing this, Dicken, who knew that the ceremony was about to start, didn't delay any longer. He asked the two to stay behind the guards, and then led the others towards the altar below. However, just as he walked to the bottom, before a few people came to the altar, suddenly, a figure not far away hurriedly came to Dicken and said anxiously, "Boss, it's too bad. An elite team of vampires came from somewhere outside the Palace of Eternal Night. Without even saying a word, they launched an attack on us. And the enemy's firepower is so fierce that our people can't resist it. Now the casualties are more than half." "What did you say?" Dicken stopped in an instant, turned his head, and looked over with a gloomy face. His eyes were clouded. As if thinking of something, he gritted his teeth and said, "It must be the group of people from the 12 clans. I didn't expect them. We found this place so quickly. It seems that if these people are not left here, the blood god summoning ceremony will not be able to continue." Speaking of this, Dicken narrowed his eyes, turned his head to look at Chen Luo, and said in a deep voice, "Chen, now it seems that our hands may not be able to stop the opponent, and I think only you can do it. The ceremony is about to start now. I think it will take half an hour at most to complete the ceremony, so I hope you can help me resist for a while. Once the ceremony is over and I get the power of the blood god, I will come help me." Seeing his sincere eyes, Chen Luo nodded decisively without any hesitation. "No problem. Leave it to me, Dicken. The ceremony will be left to you. Dicken, you must succeed." After saying this, Chen Luo immediately turned and left. Seeing Chen Luo's disappearing back, Dicken's eyes flashed in inexplicable color, and his heart flashed with surprise. To be honest, he really didn't expect Chen Luo to agree so readily. Looking back at Chen Luo's reaction just now, did he really not want to replace himself and get the power of Blood God first? Thinking of this, a trace of guilt still appeared in his heart, but he quickly covered it up. "Then I'll make it up to him after the ceremony is over. The most important thing now is to start the ceremony as soon as possible." Thinking that he would be able to successfully summon the blood god to descend soon, Dicken's heart instantly became hot. "Quick, bring me all the sacrifices to the altar." Yes. Following Dicken's order, a group of subordinates led the members of the parliament to stand in various directions of the altar. 12 people formed a circle, and 12 special marks appeared behind them. Looking at the huge amounts of altar in front of him, Dicken walked slowly and stepped into it with an excited smile on his face. When he came to the center of the altar, he saw Blade's blood flowing down the arc-shaped blood trough above his head and gradually began to gather. Dicken's eyes became more and more frenzied. He opened his hands and shouted loudly, "The blood god is about to descend, and I will become the new king of the Blood Clan." Hearing this, all the vampires below started screaming excitedly, cheering for their leader. Looking at the frenzied and weird scene in front of him, one of the counselors on the altar suddenly sneered with disdain. "Don't be naive, Dicken. The blood god is just a legend. Do you really think the blood god will come? It's just a vampire's fairy tale." Hearing this, Dicken paused, turned his head, and looked at the other party with a half smile. "Really? Since you know it's a fairy tale, why do you still look so scared? Take a good look at yourself. Your body is shaking. But you should feel honored. You can contribute your own strength to my great cause. When I absorb your purebred vampire essence and get the power of Blood God, then this world will be ruled by Blood Clan from now on. Rule. And I, Dicken Frost, shall be the ruler of this world." Dicken's wild laughter resounded in all directions. Looking at his figure, for a moment, the faces of all the counselors who had been in high positions for a long time could not help but show a look of fear. Looking up at the continuously pooling blood above, the uneasiness in my heart became more and more intense. Just when the ceremony was about to begin, the other side, Chen Luo has already arrived at the gate of the Palace of Eternal Night. As soon as he got close, relying on his keen hearing, he had already noticed that there were loud gunshots outside the door. With a movement of his feet, Chen Luo quickly disappeared in place. The next moment, before the people at the door could react, there were terrified voices outside the door, and then the gunshots began to decrease at a speed visible to the naked eye. "No, don't come here. Stay away from me. Damn it, what kind of monster are you? Stay away from me. Don't kill me. Please, let me go, ugh." There were screams and pleadings one after another, which made everyone's heart tremble. Soon, when the sound gradually fell silent, the original dense gunfire became extremely silent again. If there were not dozens of corpses of their companions outside the door, they all thought that the attack they encountered before was just a nightmare. Just when everyone was looking at each other, not understanding what happened, the next moment, Chen Luo's voice sounded outside the gate. "Okay, everything has been resolved. You all come out. Dispose of these people's corpses." Hearing this voice, everyone was stunned, and then cautiously poked their heads out. When they saw Chen Luo walking towards them step by step, everyone finally recovered and looked at each other. As if they realized something, their eyes were full of shock. "Boss Chen Luo, that team, have you solved it all?" Hearing this, Chen Luo stopped slowly, turned his head to look at the other party, and said calmly, "You don't believe it?" Facing Chen Luo's eyes, the other party's heart trembled, and he shook his head quickly, not daring to say another word. "Okay, everything here has been settled, and I will leave it to you." After finishing speaking, Chen Luo turned around and disappeared in place. Seeing Chen Luo's disappearing back, everyone looked at each other. Finally, someone mustered up the courage and walked out of the gate cautiously. He looked around alertly, and after a while, he was relieved when he found that he hadn't been attacked. But even so, he didn't dare to be careless, and walked slowly to the gate not far away, behind the cars the other party was riding in, but what was waiting for him was the black ash all over the ground and dozens of guns. Then nothing else exists. As one of the vampires, he definitely understands what this layer of black ash on the ground means. It is the trace that only vampires will leave after being killed by sunlight or silver weapons. It is not difficult to see what happened here just now. Is this the strength of Boss Chen Luo? He really deserves to be the man who captured Blade alone. It's really scary. Recalling the back view of Chen Luo leaving just now, his heart is full of awe at this moment. The other side, after finishing off the raiding team that appeared suddenly, recalling Dicken's previous actions, Chen Luo couldn't help sneering. In the previous conversation between Dicken and Blade, even though he didn't say anything, his attention was always on Dicken, so Chen Luo could see any of his movements. Thinking about the fact that the elite team that appeared suddenly came here just when the ceremony was about to start, I have to say that this is really too coincidental. Sure enough, are you trying to lure me away on purpose? Prudence indeed, Dicken. That being the case, the elite team outside that suddenly launched an attack must also be your subordinate. I really underestimated you. There was a faint understanding in his heart, and at the same time, a glint of admiration flashed in Chen Luo's eyes. Although Chen Luo already knew that the other party was on guard against him, the other party would definitely make some moves for this blood god summoning ceremony. But just to rule out some unexpected factors, the other party was so ruthless that he gave up the lives of so many subordinates. This ruthlessness had to be admired by Chen Luo. But even if you were willing to sacrifice the lives of so many subordinates, you didn't expect that I could kill them all in such a short time. If I go over now, I don't know how you will react. Thinking of this, Chen Luo couldn't help but a smile appeared on his face. But that's just thinking about it. After all, he has already made his choice, so this blood god ceremony, he will not destroy Dicken to complete the ceremony. Only by killing Dicken in the state of blood god, then he can get the reward he wants. But before that, he didn't have nothing to do. Although Blade's two companions have been told the address here, it is still unknown whether they can find it. Even if they find it, it will not be easy for them to break through the blockade of Dicken's men. But as long as they can come here, then Chen Luo's goal has been achieved. As long as they're discovered by Dicken's subordinates, no matter how they can fight, they will definitely not be opponents of hundreds of vampires. After all, no matter what they say, they're just ordinary humans. Unless each of them has the strength of Blade, they will definitely die. But this is not the result Chen Luo wants. Since he wants to find a way to get Blade to join his team, then these two people, he will save their lives no matter what. Humans or other races, that's not necessarily the case. Thinking of this, Chen Luo smiled even more. Although he had a plan in mind, in order to make the plan more foolproof, he had to be on the sidelines to take care of it all the time. Otherwise, if the two were really killed, then his plan to let Blade join would be ruined. Therefore, before the ceremony ended, Chen Luo would wait near the gate, waiting for the two to arrive. But if the two hadn't arrived after the ceremony, Chen Luo wouldn't stay and wait. After all, he still had the task of rescuing Blade. If he couldn't arrive in time, Blade, who had lost all the blood in his body, wouldn't last long. Appearing in the dark, Chen Luo quietly looked ahead, with a glint of anticipation in his eyes. Hurry up, there is not much time left now. Hours ago, inside the Blade base, after a while of busy work, looking at the row of blue reagents on the table, Karen wiped the sweat from his forehead with a satisfied smile on his face. It's finally done. This is what you call a secret weapon. What are these reagents used for? Behind Karen, Whistler appeared there at some point. Looking at the reagents on the table, a trace of doubt flashed in his eyes. Definitely. Turning to look at the other party confidently, Karen explained, this anticoagulant can effectively break down blood clots. It may be just a medicine for ordinary people, but for vampires, it can let them be mortally wounded. As he said that, Karen picked up a small test tube from the table and put it in front of his eyes and said calmly, as long as such a small tube is injected into the vampire's body, their bodies will explode and disintegrate in less than 5 seconds. There is no chance of surviving. Hearing this, Whistler's originally frowning brows suddenly loosened a bit, thought for a while, and then asked again, then your anticoagulant, will it work on Blood God? After Karen returned to the base, he also learned of the existence of the Blood God from the other party. If the address he got was correct, then they would probably meet the Blood God when they went. Therefore, they must be prepared, just do it. I don't know about this either. Karen frowned and shook his head slowly. After all, I have never seen what kind of form a Blood God is, but according to the information I know, Blood God, and there should be a great connection between vampires. If my guess is correct, even if the anticoagulant can't kill him, it can affect him to some extent. Is that so? Whistler pondered for a moment, and then his eyes instantly became firm. That's enough. We don't have much time now. We must rescue Blade as soon as possible. Then let's go now. Karen nodded vigorously, his eyes extremely firm. Soon, after the two packed their equipment, they immediately drove towards their destination. A few hours later, with the roar of an engine gradually approaching, Chen Luo's eyes suddenly brightened in the dark. Arriving at the gate of the Palace of Eternal Night, as the vehicle slowly stopped, looking at the classical building in front of him, Karen said with some uncertainty, will this be the lair of vampires? When Whistler on the side was about to speak, suddenly several figures slowly walked out of the gate. Seeing the people gradually approaching here, Whistler turned his head and smiled at Karen, and said, if this is the place we're looking for, you will find out if you try it. Just when he was a little confused about how to try, the next moment, Whistler instantly flipped a switch in the car. Immediately afterwards, in front of the black car, the headlights that had been extinguished turned on again, but this time it was different from the past. The lights emitted from the headlights now were made of ultraviolet light. You must know that the main reason why sunlight harms vampires is the existence of ultraviolet rays. If they are irradiated by such rays, ordinary people will definitely have nothing to do, but if it is a vampire, then he can only how lucky to be able to ask for it. As the car lights turned on, the unique ultraviolet light instantly enveloped several people, like a fire burning. The next moment, several shrill screams sounded, instantly attracting the attention of countless people. Ooh, someone came to the gate and just stuck his head out when he was caught by the oncoming ultraviolet rays. He let out a scream and retreated into the house subconsciously. At this very moment, the figures outside the door were all reduced to ashes under the ultraviolet light. Looking at the scene in front of him, Whistler said without looking back, it seems that we have found the right place. Karen nodded silently. After confirming that they had found a right location, the two quickly got out of the car and began to organize their equipment. Because the ultraviolet light was always shining, they didn't have to worry about vampires rushing out, and this also gave them plenty of time to prepare. Just after the two of them finished their preparations, the group of vampires behind the gate finally came to their senses. After all, they were also the elite troops under Dicken, and they possessed all kinds of powerful firepower in their hands. Therefore, for the vampires outside the gate lights, they quickly found a solution. Throw a grenade. Blow me up that car. Yes. The next moment, dozens of grenades were thrown forward. Although due to the ultraviolet radiation, everyone could not aim their sights, causing many grenades to deviate from the channel. But with so many grenades, a few of them found their direction, made crisp collisions with the ground, and then slowly rolled under the car. After hearing the abnormal noise, Whistler looked forward subconsciously. When he saw the object rolling towards them from the front, his expression changed instantly, and he said loudly without turning his head, "Go!" Immediately afterwards, he immediately dodged and ran to the side, and Karen behind him also reacted very quickly. The next second after hearing this, he immediately reacted and followed Whistler to leave the spot. Boom! Less than 2 seconds after the two left, a violent explosion sounded. Under the tremendous power of the opponent's grenade, the car was instantly blown into a ball of huge amounts of fire, and the flames completely wrapped the vehicle and burned it up. The vehicle was completely destroyed, and the ultraviolet light that could cause great damage to vampires was also completely destroyed. Without the threat of ultraviolet rays, the vampire elites behind the gate were overjoyed, and then a cold, killing intent flashed in their eyes. With weapons in their hands, they walked out the door one after another. Bang, bang, bang. However, the moment they walked out of the gate, there was a violent gunshot, and countless bullets made of silver nitrate flew out of the gun barrel and flew towards everyone. Facing the sudden attack, everyone didn't react at all, and they didn't have Chen Luo's terrifying speed, so it was too late to dodge, and they all fell to the ground. Except for a few unlucky ones who were attacked on the head or heart and immediately turned into ashes, the others did not die immediately. But because of the fluidity of silver nitrate, as long as a period of time passes, when the silver nitrate flows all over the body, they still cannot escape the fate of death. Damn blood-sucking bastards, go to hell for me. Facing the group of vampires lying on the ground with painful and mournful wailing, Whistler's eyes flashed coldly. He raised the gun in his hand and pulled the trigger without hesitation. In the blink of an eye, all the vampires here were slaughtered by him to the last one left. Coming to the opponent, Whistler lifted the opponent from the ground forcefully and asked sharply, "Where is Blade?" Behind the gate, through the skylight above, Chen Luo can have a panoramic view of the battle that happened just now. Eyes narrowed slightly, looking at the figures fleeing towards the depths behind the door, the eyes gradually became a little excited. He also didn't expect these two people to be so capable, and they could kill nearly 10 vampire elites just by meeting each other. But that's fine too, as long as the 3 fleeing subordinates can tell Dicken about the situation here. They will definitely be able to mobilize a considerable part of his troops, and when he gets rid of this part of the troops, it will be easy for Dicken to deal with them next. Although he has confidence in his own strength, it is still unknown what level Dicken's strength will reach after obtaining the power of the Blood God. Therefore, to be on the safe side, Chen Luo decided to get rid of all the subordinates around him first. Finally, come a deal with Dicken. But it's not easy to get rid of all these people, perhaps for the sake of safety. This time, Dicken brought all the elite of his subordinates, and the number reached nearly 300. Such a number, plus the weapons in their hands. If they attacked him at the same time, no matter how fast he was, it would be difficult for him to escape from such a hail of bullets. Therefore, in order to successfully deal with these people, only by finding ways to disperse them can Chen Luo deal with them with confidence. And the current situation is an excellent opportunity. Looking at the two people below, Chen Luo's eyes were full of anticipation. At the same time, on the other side, just as Dicken was waiting for the ceremony to start on the altar, suddenly, a panicked voice sounded from not far away. It's bad. Leader, Blade's companions have already found this place. Most of the team responsible for guarding the gate were killed or injured. Now they're about to break in. As soon as these words came out, Dicken's expression changed instantly. Lowering his head, Dicken looked at the person with a gloomy expression, his eyes full of undisguised killing intent. What did you say? Blade's companions are here. How do they know it's here? The face of the visitor froze, not knowing how to answer. Seeing this, Dicken also realized that he just asked a stupid question. How could they know such a thing? The other party came to rescue Blade. So, don't you have the mood to answer their questions? Shaking his head, Dicken was no longer interested in knowing how they got here. Since the other party came here to rescue Blade, it was an obstacle in his blood god ceremony. Since the other party may cause trouble to oneself, there is no need to continue to exist. In any case, Blade will never let go. Thinking of this, he immediately made a decision. Lori, you bring enough people to support. Remember, no matter how many of them there are, don't leave me alive. Whoever dares to obstruct our plan is our enemy. Since he is an enemy, there is no need to live. Turning to look at Lori, Dicken whispered with murderous intent on his face. I see. Nodding her head heavily, Lori didn't talk nonsense and immediately turned and left. Seeing the back of the other party leaving, Dicken felt very relieved. Although the other party is just a woman, Lori is no less than the former second-in-chief of the Force family, Quinn, in terms of skills and sincerity for Dicken. As Dicken's right-hand man, ability must not be underestimated. It was precisely because he believed in his woman's ability that Dicken felt much more relaxed after seeing her leave. Calm down. At this moment, he suddenly remembered something. A trace of suspicion flashed in his eyes, looked at the subordinates around him, and ordered, "Take someone to search around. I want to know where Chen Luo is now." Yes. Seeing the figure of the other party leaving, for some reason, a trace of uneasiness flashed in Dicken's heart. Raising his head, seeing the blood gradually pooling on the top of his head, his heart became more and more urgent. It stands to reason that Chen Luo should come back soon after solving the elite team he specially arranged to attract Chen Luo's attention. Although it is very surprising that Chen Luo can solve everyone in such a short time. But it is not that he has no other way to attract the other party to leave. However, before he could use other methods, Chen Luo had disappeared. And at this critical moment of summoning the blood god, although it was a good thing for him that Chen Luo was not by his side, the way the other party was not by his side was a little bit different from what he thought. What Dicken wanted was to hope that Chen Luo could leave according to his plan, so that the other party's whereabouts were also under his control, but now Chen Luo's sudden disappearance completely disrupted his plan. Recalling Chen Luo's actions, Dicken felt more and more uneasy and wanted to send more people to find him. But after thinking about it, he gave up the plan. In order to ensure the smooth progress of the ceremony, after Lori took 100 men to stop the enemy, Dicken sent hundreds of elites to the top floor of the Palace of Eternal Night to surround the stone room where Blade was. The remaining 100 people surrounded the altar tightly. Under the powerful firepower, Dicken believed that no matter how strong Chen Luo was, it was absolutely impossible to break through the siege in a short time. Now his top priority is to complete the ceremony as soon as possible, as long as he successfully obtains the power of the blood god. Then even if Chen Luo really betrays him as he thought, he is confident that he can kill him. Then I just have to wait. As long as the ceremony officially starts, then I can... Tick! The next moment, accompanied by a crisp sound, the blood in the arc-shaped groove above the ceiling where Dicken was at finally gathered to the peak. Immediately afterwards, no more than a dozen drops of blood fell from the ceiling until it dripped straight down on the foreheads of the congressmen below. Hearing this sound, Dicken turned his head in an instant. When he saw the abnormal state of the people around him, he was stunned for a moment, and then he reacted instantly, looking up with ecstasy. Finally, it's finally about to start. The blood god is finally about to descend. The next moment, a burst of crazy laughter echoed in all directions, and it did not dissipate for a long time. Just when the ceremony started, on the other side, When Lori led the crowd to the gate, they happened to meet two fully armed whistlers walking towards the gate. Seeing the dark crowd in front of him, Whistler's expression changed, and he pulled Karen back towards the back of the gate without any hesitation. The place where the two are now is a dark and narrow corridor. There is no place for the two to hide. Although they're all carrying guns, the firepower of the hundreds of people on the other side can't compare with the two of them. If they were to shoot at hundreds of people here, they would have absolutely no chance of surviving. Now, the only way to counterattack is to exit the hall first and rely on the vehicles outside the door as cover. After realizing this, Whistler's retreat can be described as no hesitation. Seeing the actions of the two, a stern look flashed in Lori's eyes, and she said harshly, "Scatter the team. Let me rush out of the gate at full speed. Everyone keep a good distance from me. Don't give the other party a chance to catch them all." The people who had escaped before had already told her all about the situation here, so Lori also knew that they couldn't let everyone rush forward. Otherwise, they would be a living target for them. Only by spreading out can we bring enough pressure to each other. It has to be said that Lori's mind is clear enough, so under her command, although everyone was attacked the moment they rushed out of the gate, there were only a few casualties. Not worth mentioning. Bang, bang, bang. Boom. Bursts of violent gunshots rang out, accompanied by huge amounts of explosions from time to time. Under the overwhelming firepower of Lori's side, even though Whistler and Karen resisted desperately, they still quickly fell into the disadvantaged. The vehicle that was used as a barrier to resist the opponent's attack was quickly destroyed under the bombardment of grenades. With the gradual reduction of the bunker and the rapid consumption of the ammunition carried by the two, the range that the two could dodge was gradually reduced. As the enemy approached step by step, the two were also stepping towards desperation. Click! Finally, looking at the two whose bullets had been exhausted, Lori showed a cruel smile on her face. "Catch them all." Behind everyone, Lori's voice sounded. Yes. Surrounded by the crowd, two vampires came out in front of them. Regardless of the resistance of the two, he unloaded all the guns in their hands, threw them aside, and then brought them to Loli. Looking at the two of them, Lori showed a ferocious smile on her face and said, "So, can any of you tell me how you know the address here?" Hearing that, in the previous battle, both arms had been pierced, bleeding profusely, and Whistler, who looked extremely pale, suddenly cheered up, sneered disdainfully, and then said, "Why should I tell you, Beachy?" Boom! As soon as the words fell, the next moment, a gunshot rang out, and he blew the white smoke from the muzzle of the gun expressionlessly, looked at the other party indifferently, and said, "Is this reason enough?" A shot pierced through Whistler's right leg. I don't know if it was a coincidence, but the blow happened to land on the main artery in his leg, and the blood flowed out of the body like a spring. The sudden severe pain came from his body, and Whistler couldn't help letting out a muffled groan. His originally pale face suddenly became even more miserable. But this old man is also a tough guy. Even though his life is about to come to an end, there is no fear on his face. He raised his head and looked at the other party. His eyes were like torches, and he said word by word, "Go to hell, be ****ch. Boom! Another gunshot sounded, and after opening the opponent's left leg, Luo Li finally nodded in satisfaction. "Okay, don't worry about this old guy. He won't live long." After saying this, she then turned her head to look at Karen. Like Whistler, she had also been shot in the abdomen at this moment, but because she hadn't hit a vital point compared to the former, her face was also shot more. A little bit bloody. "Well, what's your answer?" Looking at the other person's eyes, Karen thought for a moment. Chen Luo's face flashed in his mind, and a stern look flashed in his eyes. Then he lowered his head helplessly and said in a deep voice, "Now that I've reached this point, I don't want to hide anything, so I'll tell you." A smile was slowly formed on the corner of her mouth, and she said in a word, "Chen Luo told me about the address here." "What?" Hearing this, everyone's faces froze, and their eyes were full of disbelief. Taking advantage of everyone's stupefied effort, the movement of the person in charge of controlling Karen behind him couldn't help showing a flaw. Karen seized the opportunity broke free immediately, quickly pulled out the light blue reagent from his waist, and turned his backhand towards Luo in front of him. Lee threw it over. Under her full throw, the reagent shot out like flying darts, but the moment it was about to touch the target, Lori suddenly moved a step to the left. Whoosh! Although Lori avoided Karen's attack by relying on her subconscious reaction, the vampire elite behind her was not so lucky. With a cry of pain, the reagent was inserted straight into the opponent's shoulder, and then the light blue liquid quickly poured into the opponent's body. Seeing this sudden blow, Luo finally came back to her senses. While feeling a little scared in her heart, there was an uncontrollable cold, killing intent in her eyes. "You want to die?" After all, he raised his arm, aimed at Karen's heart, and pressed the trigger hard. Boom! There was no surprise. As the bullet pierced through the heart, blood gushed out in an instant. Karen's consciousness became blurred in an instant. His body went limp, and then he fell powerlessly to the ground. Damn God! After all this was done, when Lori was about to take someone away, the next moment, the vampire who was hit by Karen's sneak attack suddenly let out a scream. Under the horrified eyes of everyone, his body began to swell rapidly, and then burst into pieces. There is no trace of it anymore. Looking at this scene, Lori couldn't help but flash a trace of fear. If she hadn't dodged quickly just now, she might have been the one whose body exploded. Recalling the thrilling scene before, Luo felt very lucky. However, before she could rejoice for a long time, the next moment, the mutation happened again. Swish! The cold light was like lightning, and behind everyone, several icy cold lights flashed across the necks of dozens of people. Just when the next step was about to be taken, someone finally reacted. Not good. There are enemies. A stern voice rang out, attracting everyone's attention. They turned around subconsciously, and immediately, everyone couldn't help showing shock on their faces. What the hell happened? Under everyone's gaze, the dozens of heavily armed soldiers at the outermost edge of the crowd didn't even have a chance to speak. They only had time to leave a blank look in their eyes, and then a bloodstain slowly emerged from their necks. Accompanied by a burning pain, everyone's vision gradually blurred. In the next moment, dozens of heads were separated from the body, and along with the body, they slowly turned into torches and dissipated in the air. While everyone was still in a daze, Luo suddenly thought of something. Her face changed, and she subconsciously shouted, "No, it's Chen Luo. This guy is finally going to attack us." As soon as these words came out, there was an uproar in the audience. They would not be unaware of Chen Luo's name. Thinking of the opponent's achievements during this period of time, with one enemy against 100, the name of a butcher resounded everywhere. Afterwards, they won the confrontation with Blade alone and successfully captured the notorious vampire hunter. Thinking of the next confrontation with such a terrifying figure, everyone felt a little bit of sympathy for a while. "You are really a smart woman, but unfortunately, you are going to die here soon." An indifferent voice sounded, and the next moment, the cold light reappeared. A figure rushed out from the side quickly, pulling out a long afterimage. Without giving everyone the slightest reaction time, Chen Luo launched another surprise attack. Wielding the long knife in his hand, with the blessing of blade skills, Chen Luo's lethality has been almost doubled at this moment. Coupled with his ghostly speed, he is like a killing machine, setting off a mountain of corpses and a sea of blood. In the blink of an eye, as Chen Luo's figure disappeared again, seeing dozens of companions around him turn into ashes and fall, the remaining people finally couldn't restrain the fear in their hearts and fled in all directions. Looking at the reactions of the crowd, it could be said that Chen Luo just fell into the arms of Chen Luo. As if they joined forces, he might have to spend a lot of money. But now, to Chen Luo, these people were like lambs waiting to be slaughtered. It took less than 10 seconds for them to be slaughtered by him. Among the black ashes floating in the sky, the figure of Chen Luo walked out slowly and came to the only standing lowly, looked at her trembling body because of fear, admired it for a moment, and then slowly asked, "Miss Lori, may I do you a favor?" After a while, swish, With the flash of a knife, Chen Luo swung the butcher knife without any hesitation after squeezing out the last remaining value of Luoli. Expressionlessly watching the other party's body gradually turn into ashes and drifting away, Chen Luo slowly shifted his gaze to the two comatose corpses on the ground. Undoubtedly, after being bitten by the vampire Lori at the moment of dying, Whistler and Karen are undergoing the transformation from human to vampire at this moment. After a few hours, the transformation will be completed. After that, you will become a member of the vampire. By that time, if all goes well, the possibility of Blade choosing to join him will also increase greatly. Thinking of this, Chen Luo couldn't help feeling better. Chen Luo had been watching the battle between the two of Whistler just now, and when the two were arrested, Chen Luo had quietly come behind the crowd. In order to ensure that the two would not die completely, Chen Luo was always tense and did not dare to slack off. Therefore, at the moment Karen's heart was pierced, Chen Luo already understood that he could not wait any longer. So, he decisively pulled out Blade's saber and launched a surprise attack on the crowd. And under his ghostly speed, there was no room for the crowd to resist. In addition, after being equipped with a long knife, Chen Luo has all the combat experience of Blade, and Chen Luo, who is already a veritable swordsmanship master, has fully displayed his lethality. Therefore, in less than a minute, the team of nearly 100 people was slaughtered by him. Now all the matters here have been resolved, and then the two of Whistler who were unconscious were moved to a dark place, so as not to directly reduce them to ashes when the sun came out. And just in case, Chen Luo, who was afraid that the two of them would be overwhelmed and took the initiative to seek death, tied the two tightly, and finally heaved a sigh of relief. After clapping his palms, Chen Luo slowly turned his head and looked towards the top floor of the hall. His eyes were a little dark. Next, it's time to save people. Inside the palace of Eternal Night, looking at the scene happening in the altar at this moment, the faces of Dicken's subordinates were suddenly full of enthusiasm. However, when they were all cheering for him, they didn't notice that a black shadow flashed away and then quickly rushed towards the top floor. On the way, recalling the scene he just saw, Chen Luo began to think silently. It seems that the ceremony on Dicken's side has already officially started. At this point, Blade should no longer be required to participate. In addition, other people's attention is on Dicken, so now it is time to rescue Blade. Great opportunity. However, no matter how smoothly he thought, when he successfully arrived at the destination, he was a little dumbfounded when he saw the scene in front of him. Fortunately, he reacted quickly. After seeing the figures approaching, he dodged and retreated to a corner in the darkness without thinking, so that the other party didn't find him. What's going on here? How can there be people here? Chen Luo frowned, thinking carefully for a moment. Finally, he seemed to realize something, and a daze flashed across his face. By the way, I didn't realize just now that the number of people protecting Dicken at the altar below seems to be much smaller than before. In addition to the 100 people brought by Lori, there should be about 200 people here. However, it seemed that there were only about 100 people on the side of the altar. If so, then the remaining 100 people should be used by Dicken to guard the secret room on the top floor. But why did the other party choose to do this? I think Karen Whistler and the two of them should not be seen by Dicken. It is enough for Lori to deal with them. So the reason why Dicken chose to divide his troops must be, is it because of something else? So, is it because of me? Knowing this, Chen Luo narrowed his eyes for an instant and couldn't help but sigh in admiration. How cautious! I just got out of his sight for a short while, and I already aroused his suspicion. Just for a doubt in my heart, I can make such a decision. Dicken is really not that simple. Although he didn't expect the other party to come up with such a move, it undoubtedly fit Chen Luo's heart. Originally, he still had some headaches. What should he do when these 200 people gathered together? Chances he breaks one by one. A hint of excitement flashed in Chen Luo's eyes, and then he stopped hesitation and decided to make a move. Although Dicken sent hundreds of people to protect this place, it was not without flaws. Because the size of the secret room is not small, The people in charge of guards also formed a circle to surround the secret room, warning anyone to come to the rescue. Under normal circumstances, such an approach would be considered foolproof. There were guards in all directions, and even if someone came, they could be found in time. But to Chen Luo, it was useless. Because the premise of this method is that when someone comes from a certain direction, only by successfully spotting the other party can they play a warning role. However, for Chen Luo's terrifying speed far exceeding ordinary people, this method just gave him chance to smash. To deal with Chen Luo's type of opponent, the only way is to gather everyone together. The moment they see Chen Luo, everyone will immediately cover with firepower. In this way, no matter how fast Chen Luo is, he can't stop him. The opponent's hail of bullets attacked. If the other party really chooses to do this, then Chen Luo will have even more headaches. But what the other party is doing now just happened to give him a chance. The result was just as Chen Luo expected. When he chose a direction and accelerated his charge with all his strength, before the people in front could react, he had successfully charged into the crowd. Accompanied by the cold light, in less than 5 seconds, more than a dozen elite vampires in this direction were slaughtered by Chen Luo. Then followed suit, and after charging several times, it took less than a minute, and hundreds of people died under Chen Luo's blade. Looking at the black ashes all over the ground, Chen Luo swung his knife smartly, then put the knife back into its sheath, turned and left expressionlessly. Pushing open the door of the secret room, Chen Luo's figure flashed, and he was in front of the iron coffin in the blink of an eye. Then he forcefully separated the tightly closed coffin again, untied the chains that bound Blade's limbs, and dragged Blade's body, put it lightly on the ground. It seems that he must absorb the blood as soon as possible to recover his strength. Seeing Blade's somewhat pale face, Chen Luo stopped hesitation, and with a thought, the blood cup appeared in his hand again. Just as he was about to make a move, the next moment, a stern voice came from the gate. "Stop! Put Blade down!" At the gate behind Chen Luo, the visitor looked at Chen Luo and Blade with shock and anger in their eyes. After being sent by Dicken to search for the traces of Chen Luo in the hall, he led a vampire team to search around. Not long after that, there were constantly shrill screams from the top floor of the hall. "Spirit, lead people to hurry here." Not only them, but also the cheering people at the altar also heard the movement from above. Their expressions changed one after another, and when they subconsciously wanted to check the situation, Dicken's voice suddenly sounded. "Don't go. Stay here for me." Regarding the movement upstairs, he also had some guesses in his heart. If what he expected was correct, it should be Chen Luo who finally chose to do something to save Blade. Although I don't understand the purpose of the other parties doing this, it doesn't matter now. Now is the critical moment when the ceremony is about to be completed. If everyone else leaves during this period of time, if Chen Luo suddenly comes back, wouldn't he make a wedding dress for the ceremony he had prepared for a long time? Anyway, it doesn't matter whether Blade is dead or alive. As long as the ceremony is successful and he can successfully obtain the power of Blood God. Even if Chen Luo and Blade join forces, he has absolute confidence that he can defeat each other. He didn't make him wait long, and finally, with the sound of painful wailing around Dicken, the Blood God ceremony came to an end. The blood dripping on the foreheads of a congressman finally began to take effect at this moment. As the blood gradually penetrated into the bodies of everyone, the next moment, a severe pain like a fire came from the body. Blood, flesh, and blood melted in this powerful heat. In the end, all the people wrapped in only one piece of skin left their bodies floating in the sky involuntarily, and their mouths were slowly torn open. Then, under the shocked eyes of everyone below, skeletons with wings on their backs climbed out of several people's mouths and flew in the center of the altar. Immediately afterwards, above the ceiling where Dicken was, the last drop of blood that had been accumulated for a long time slowly dripped on his forehead. The moment the blood dripped, the 12 flying skeletons seemed to be attracted by something, and they all rushed towards him. "Dicken, fly away. Come on. Let me experience the power of the Blood God." Opening his hands, Looking at the crowd of skeletons flying in the sky, Dicken shouted with fanaticism on his face. The next moment, with his muffled groan, one after another skeletons continued to walk past him, and an unknown force began to emerge in his body, and then quickly began to transform his body. Feeling the constant power emerging from his body, Dicken clenched his hands tightly. His eyes gradually turned blood red, and a satisfied smile slowly appeared on his face. Finally, when the transformation was coming to an end, as if they were finally satisfied with this body, the 12 skeletons waved their devil-like bone wings and rushed into Dicken's body one after another, disappearing without a trace. Under the altar, everyone was silent, staring at the front without moving, eyes full of expectation and tension. After a moment of silence, Dicken finally moved. He turned around slowly and looked at the crowd. The pupils in the eyes had disappeared, and the eyes became blood red, as if filled with blood. With a cheerful smile on his face, Dicken opened his hands and spoke slowly. "The blood god has come, and a new era will be born from my hands." The other side, just when the other party arrived and pointed the gun at Chen Luo, the next moment, Chen Luo suddenly made a move. A long afterimage flashed across his body, and in less than a second, Chen Luo had already arrived in front of the other party. When the long knife was swung, cold lights flashed, and with Chen Luo's exaggerated speed, most of the people were killed by him in an instant without even having time to react. Only the leader was left standing there with a gun. Swish! The opponent's palm was cut off with a single knife, and the gun fell in response. Without the weapon, this person completely lost the room to resist, hugging the broken wrist, lying on the ground, full of painful wailing. Chen Luo's figure reappeared, holding a blood cup in his hand. Without the slightest sympathy on his face, he grabbed the opponent. His sharp nails cut through the opponent's skin in an instant, and a large amount of blood flowed out like a spring. Aim the wound at the mouth of the blood cup, and let the blood continue to gush out. After a while, when the blood finally stopped flowing, the opponent's body also gradually stopped shaking and completely lost its vitality. With the flash of a knife, the opponent's body quickly burned up, turning into black ashes and floating away. After getting rid of the casually grabbed tool man, Chen Luo lowered his head and looked in the direction of the blood cup. As the blood poured in, the whole body of the blood cup began to emit a bloody halo, firmly covering the mouth of the cup. Soon, when the halo dissipated, the originally thick and somewhat stinky blood instantly became much clearer, and even the smell had some intoxicating fragrance. So beautiful, it looked like a work of art generally. There is no doubt that after the transformation of the blood cup, the blood contained in the blood cup at this moment is the best food for vampires. Originally, for vampires, the blood of the same kind had no effect on them, but with the artifact of the blood cup, no matter what liquid it was, as long as it was transformed through the blood cup, it could be transformed into enough for their bodies to absorb. Blood. And after drinking this kind of blood, whether it is for the growth of the vampire or the healing of the wound, it has a very obvious effect. Such an effect is exactly what Blade needs most. Looking at the blood that has been transformed, Chen Luo has no hesitation, picked up the blood cup and walked towards Blade. Coming to the other party, seeing the other party's pale lips and angry face, Chen Luo understood that if he was not treated in time, his life would gradually come to an end. Now the other party has fallen into a coma, without the ability to actively eat. So Chen Luo opened the other party's mouth without thinking, and poured the blood in the blood cup roughly, and waited until all the blood was poured into the other party's body. Chen Luo then stood aside and quietly began to wait. After a while, as the blood merged into Blade's body and was nourished by the blood, the wounds on Blade's body also healed quickly. Blood gradually appeared on his face, and his originally weak body was full of vitality again, and even became stronger than before. Powerful. Finally, under the watchful eyes of Chen Luo, Blade slowly opened his eyes. "You finally woke up." Opening his eyes, Blade was a little confused when suddenly a familiar voice rang in his ears. Subconsciously turned his head and looked over. When he saw the person coming, Blade frowned and said softly, Chen Luo, raising his hands, looking at his recovered body, feeling the unprecedented vitality in his body, as if he suddenly thought of something. Blade looked at Chen Luo with some doubts and asked, You saved me. Why? It's very simple. Chen Luo shrugged and looked at the other party with a smile. The reason why I brought you here is just to see how strong that so-called blood god is. Now that the ceremony has begun, the role has also been completed. In addition, it is a pity to see you die here, so I will help you a little bit. After saying this, Chen Luo stretched out his right hand and said with a smile, Well, we're even. How about it? B********************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************* war to lose? Blade looked at the other party angrily. Since I was defeated by you before, then I have nothing to say. Just let it be evened or something. When I owe you, you are a favor. After that, a smile appeared on his face. His big white teeth gleamed. At most, I will let you go when I catch you next time. Then he took Chen Luo's hand, took advantage of the momentum to stand up, looked around, looked at the layer of ashes scattered under his feet. Blade looked at Chen Luo with some doubts and said, "You did all of this? Then what's the matter?" Glancing at the other party angrily, he casually threw the long knife in his hand. "Your knife. Take it." Taking the long knife, he skillfully twisted the blade and gently stroked the blade. Blade's eyes were full of nostalgia. Before he could say anything, Chen Luo seemed to think of something again, took out his sunglasses from his pocket, and threw it at the other party. "By the way, and this, I found it from your little girlfriend." After receiving the sunglasses, a gleam of joy appeared on Blade's face, and then became stiff instantly. "Karen, how is she? What did you do to her?" I said, "Can you stop thinking of me as a villain? What did I do to her?" "After the battle with you, I put her back." Hearing this, Blade just breathed a sigh of relief, and then Chen Luo's voice sounded again. "It's just that after sending her back, I told her the address here. Oh yes, not long ago. She and an old man seemed to come here to save you." "What did you say?" In an instant, Blade couldn't bear it any longer, looked at Chen Luo fiercely, and roared angrily. "You be asterisk, 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 asterisk D. Don't you understand that doing this will only send them to death? Why would you do that?" At this moment, Blade's eyes were full of anger. If he hadn't been rescued by the other party before, he might have swung a knife at him by now. "Don't worry, they're all fine." Chen Luo looked at each other calmly and said slowly, "Although they are all unconscious now, none of them are in danger of life. I've already placed them in another place. What will happen? And I also want to thank them for attracting the attention of Dicken's subordinates. Otherwise, it would be difficult to deal with so many people." Hearing this, Blade instantly understood his intentions, gritted his teeth, and said, "You be asterisk, 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 asterisk D with a bad personality. So you called Karen and the others here to be your bait? It's understandable." Chen Luo nodded, and then said, "But you don't know my speed. Although they are bait, but with me here, they will not be in any danger." Looking at the confident face of the other party, Blade also fell silent for a while. Regarding Chen Luo's speed, he was deeply impressed at the beginning, and he naturally understood that what the other party said was very reasonable. Now that he knew that Karen Whistler and the others were not in danger, the anger in his heart gradually calmed down. Seeing this, Chen Luo smiled and was about to say something. Then, bursts of fanatical shouts came from below and fell into the ears of the two. "Great! The boss finally succeeded, and the world dominated by our blood clan is finally coming. Lord Dicken is the strongest in the world, and now there is nothing that can stop us. Is this the blood god? The current Lord Dicken is really too strong." Hearing this, both Chen Luo and Chen Luo were taken aback and looked at each other subconsciously. Then, there was an inexplicable smile on their faces. "Looks like Dicken has finally succeeded. It's not in vain that I've waited so long. I have already had a debt to settle with Dicken. It seems that now is a good opportunity. I think Dicken can be dealt with at the end. Let's deal with his subordinates first. Otherwise, it will be a trouble for us. That makes sense?" Blade nodded approvingly, then changed the subject and said, In this case, let's compare each other. In the second round, let's see who kills the most. Huh? Chen Luo turned his head, looked at Blade's fighting smile, raised his eyebrows with a smile. Okay, no problem. Okay, let's do it on the count of 3. The two came to the secret room, leading directly to the high platform of the altar at the bottom. Blade's body tensed up instantly and said in a deep voice. However, before he could start, the next moment, Chen Luo jumped down first. As soon as he touched the ground, without saying a word, his body turned into afterimages and quickly entered the crowd. Damn, this cunning fellow. Seeing this, Blade cursed secretly and jumped off the high platform without further delay. Landing a roll, taking advantage of the momentum to eliminate the impact, then quickly got up like a tiger, rushed towards the crowd in front. Swish! Sun Han's saber light flashed, and under his superb saber skills, there was almost no enemy in front of the crowd because the two of them appeared so suddenly that they had no time to react, and they rushed into the crowd. There are all companions around. Even if they want to raise their guns and shoot, they will have a lot of concerns, and this just gives them a chance. The figure of Chen Luo shuttled through the crowd like a ghost, and the silver-plated steel wire in his hand was extremely sharp. Whenever Chen Luo passed by a person, his head rolled and fell, and then turned into ashes and floated in the air. On the other side, although Blade's killing efficiency is not as terrifying as Chen Luo's, his title as a vampire hunter is not for nothing. His superb fighting skills, coupled with his further physical fitness, are like chopping melons and vegetables. In less than a minute, dozens of lives fell in his hands. With the astonishing efficiency of the two, it didn't take long for all the vampires present to be slaughtered by the two. Black ash filled the air, and in the suddenly empty hall, the originally noisy air became quiet. Immediately afterwards, heavy footsteps sounded. Stepping on the ashes under their feet, the two walked towards Dicken step by step. Coming in front of Dicken, seeing the other person's appearance at the moment, Blade's expression changed, and he said with great interest, "Is this the blood god? It looks like nothing has changed except for the eyes." After finishing speaking, he turned his head to look at Chen Luo with some pity. "It seems that you have been waiting for so long in vain. If the blood god only has this level, then it is enough for me to solve it alone." In this regard, Chen Luo smiled slightly, did not refute, made a gesture of invitation, and then said, "Since you are so confident, let you try it first." After all, under Blade's slightly surprised gaze, Chen Luo slowly stepped back a few steps and came to the edge of the altar with his hands folded on his chest, as if he was watching a good show. After being stunned for a moment, a smile appeared on Blade's face, and he said, "Then I won't be polite. Just in time, this guy and I still have a debt to settle." Dragging the long knife backwards, he drew a long trace on the ground and slowly came to Dicken. A strong killing intent flashed in his eyes, covered by sunglasses. Facing this situation, he turned him into what he is now. The culprit, Blade, didn't even want to say a word. Holding a long knife, he slashed at the opponent's body heavily. Faced with such an attack, Dicken didn't even have the slightest intention of dodging. With a smile on his face, he quietly waited for the attack to come. Swish! Accompanied by a flash of cold light, under Blade's full swing, Blade slashed along the opponent's body without any hindrance and walked straight out from under the opponent's body. With a swing of the knife, Blade stood up, turned around gracefully, and stood with the knife. With his back to Dicken, he looked in Chen Luo's direction and smiled slightly. Chen Luo didn't say a word, but glanced behind Blade with an unknown smile on his face. Seeing Chen Luo's reaction, Blade frowned, followed Chen Luo's gaze, and looked back subconsciously. Thef*K. Subconsciously swearing, Blade's eyes widened subconsciously, as if he saw some incredible scene, and fell into a daze for an instant. Behind him, Dicken's body was instantly split into two with the swing of his knife. Logically speaking, such an injury would never escape the fate of death, but an accident happened to the other party. Although the body has been divided into two halves, there is no blood flowing down. On the contrary, In the center of the opponent's body, the blood seems to be unaffected by gravity, suspended in midair. Under the pull of the blood, the body that had been cut in half gradually closed in the middle, and under Blade's shocked eyes, it quickly began to heal. The whole process took less than 5 seconds, and the opponent's body was completely restored to its original state. Lowering his head and looking at his intact body, Dicken laughed out of satisfaction. His eyes glistened with blood, and his face was full of fanaticism. This is the power of the blood god. I finally got it. This kind of power is like a god. Slowly raising his head, looking at Blade, Dicken waved his hand with a smile and said, "Come on, Blade, don't you want to take revenge on me? Then show your full strength, and let me see what the legendary vampire hunters are up to." Hearing this, Blade finally came back to his senses and stared at the other party, with a confident smile on his face again. It's just that the recovery speed is a little faster. Since one knife can't solve it, then just cut a few more times. I don't believe that you still can't really achieve regenerative healing factor. Although he was startled by the opponent's move just now, Blade was experienced in many battles after all, so he quickly recovered and regained his confidence. Since cutting him in half can't kill him, let's try cutting him a few more times. He still doesn't believe that if he cuts him into hundreds of pieces, he can return to his original state like before. Having made up his mind, Blade didn't talk nonsense and stepped forward decisively with the knife and slashed with the knife again. However, this time, Dicken did not choose to sit still. I saw him stretch out his hands and then slapped hard. Coincidentally, the long knife that Blade swung over just happened to be caught in the center of his palm. No matter how hard Blade tried, the opponent didn't seem to feel it, and he didn't intend to let go at all. He chuckled lightly, and then under Blade's astonished eyes, Dicken lifted his foot and kicked. The next moment, huge amounts of power exploded on Blade's chest. Involuntarily, the whole body instantly flew backwards and embeds itself into the wall behind. Boom! A human-shaped deep pit appeared on the wall in an instant. Cracks began to spread around it, and countless rubbles fell in clusters. Looking at his masterpiece, Dicken smiled with satisfaction, and then turned his head to look in the direction of Chen Luo. Holding the long knife he had just snatched from Blade in his hand, Dicken gradually showed a hideous look on his face. "Chen Luo, it's your turn next. I will let you know the price of betraying me." In response, Chen Luo chuckled and was about to answer, but at this moment, Blade's voice sounded again. "Wait a moment." Afterwards, Blade raised his head with difficulty, exerted force all over his body, broke free from the wall behind him, and returned to the ground again. Under the effect of the vampire physique, although he suffered some minor injuries just now, as he came to Dicken step by step, the original injuries have healed again, and there is no serious problem at all. I think it's too early for you to be happy. Our battle has just begun. Oh, Dicken looked at the other party with interest. The corners of his mouth became wider and wider. Since you want to come here to die, then I will satisfy you. I want to see how long can you hold on. As he said that, Dicken held the knife in both hands and slashed down on Blade with all his strength. After the confrontation just now, Blade, who understood the formidable strength of the opponent, had no intention of going head-to-head. He rolled on the spot, moved flexibly, and calmly avoided the opponent's attack. Afterwards, Blade kept moving and immediately stood up, stretching out his hand to his waist. The next moment, on his tactical vest, Blade pulled out a shiny steel wire, wrapping Dicken's arms tightly. Then Blade's arms suddenly exerted force, and the steel wire instantly tightened and contracted, successfully wrapping Dicken's arms are amputated. Taking advantage of this opportunity, Blade snatched the long knife back from the opponent's hand without thinking about it, then turned around and made another horizontal cut. Following a flash of cold light, the next moment, a bloodstain slowly appeared on Dicken's neck. Under his surprised eyes, his head fell to the ground in an instant. In the blink of an eye, the outcome is already decided. Seeing the series of actions Blade made in this short moment, Chen Luo, who was at the side, also secretly praised him. After the battle, just now, Chen Luo discovered that after gaining the power of the blood god, besides having the same ability as the regenerative healing factor, Dicken also had great strengthening in terms of strength. If it was said that Dicken was weaker than Blade in terms of strength before, then Blade is no longer the opponent's opponent now. In addition, Blade's use of the silver-plated long knife just now did not have any impact on it. Obviously, as recorded in the data, Dicken, who has the power of a blood god, no longer has the weaknesses of vampires. Such an opponent is undoubtedly very difficult to presence. But fortunately, the opponent's combat awareness remained unchanged from before, so even though he had an advantage in physical fitness, Blade was still able to fight against it with his rich combat experience. If the opponent really has limited recovery abilities as Blade thinks, then in the end, Blade still has great confidence in winning. As Chen Luo thought, as if to verify their point of view, after chopping off Dicken's head, Blade kept moving, slashing at the opponent's body until Dicken's body was chopped into pieces. After 100 steps, he slowly retracted his knife and stood up. I don't believe it now. You can still survive? Due to the exhaustion of a lot of physical energy, Blade's breathing became a little short, but his eyes still looked forward without blinking, waiting for the final result. However, to his disappointment, even though his body was cut into hundreds of pieces, these fragments showed no sign of dissipating. Blood filled the sky, like a big net, pulling Dicken's body firmly. Then, under his shocked gaze, they shrank and closed again. Still less than a few seconds later, Dicken appeared in front of the two of them again intact. Seeing the unconcealable astonishment on Blade's face, he burst out laughing in satisfaction. "Ha ha! What a pity! I'm afraid I will disappoint you. The me I am today is a regenerative healing factor in the true sense. Blade, no matter what method you use, you will never be my opponent again." After all, Dicken turned his head to look in the direction of Chen Luo, raised his head slightly, waved his hands, and said with a condescending smile on his face, "I said, you can go to bed together. There is no need to waste time. Today, I will use your blood to celebrate my new birth. Come on, just let me." Before he could finish a sentence, the next moment, a long afterimage flashed across not far away, and accompanied by a flash of cold light, Dicken's body was cut in half again. "You talk a lot, Dicken." The figure of Chen Luo emerged beside Blade, stood up slowly, straightened his gloves leisurely, and said lightly, "Damn it, Chen Luo, Blade, you guys are going to die." The body recovered again, and Dicken's eyes flashed with tyrannical killing intent, and his blood-red eyes stared directly at the two of them. Under the amazed gaze of the two, his hands were quickly wrapped in blood, and suddenly swelled several times, turning into two handles. The giant hammer smashed fiercely at the two of them. The air in front exploded, and before Dicken's attack came, the hunting wind rushed towards them one step ahead, blowing the cheeks of both of them began to ache. Its power can be imagined. Faced with this powerful blow, Chen Luo didn't panic at all. With a flash of his figure, he took Blade beside him out of the opponent's attack range. 10 meters behind the opponent, the two of them reappeared. "Let's do it together. If it doesn't work once, try a few more times. Even the regenerative healing factor should consume energy. I don't believe that he can maintain this form forever." With his eyes fixed on the front, a trace of excitement faintly flashed across Chen Luo's face. "This is the first time I have seen such a difficult opponent. But that's good too." So he would take this opportunity to see if there is any limit to this regenerative healing factor. If the power of the blood god is really as strong as he imagined, then this ability he wants to know. Deal. On the other side, Blade slowly drew out the long knife. A cold, killing intent bloomed on his body. He moved his feet and instantly attacked the opponent. Although he didn't speak, at this moment he has proved his answer with actions. Seeing this, Chen Luo didn't talk nonsense. His figure flickered, and he turned into an afterimage again and surrounded Dicken. Although it was only the first time for the two to cooperate, Chen Luo and Blade were a little surprised that there was quite a tacit understanding between the two of them. Whenever Blade launched an attack, taking advantage of the gap between Dicken and him, Chen Luo would always appear on the side at the right time, instantly beheading the opponent and interrupting his attack. Then, Blade took advantage of the situation and took advantage of the moment the opponent's head was cut off and swung dozens of knives in the blink of an eye, chopping the opponent into pieces again. If it was just one time, he didn't care much, but what annoyed him was that because he was not as fast as Chen Luo, every time he faced Chen Luo's attack, he couldn't stop him. As the head was severed by Chen Luo again and again, and then with Blade's tacit cooperation, in the next half an hour, he experienced the above-mentioned process hundreds of times in succession. Although the body can be successfully repaired again and again, the aggrieved feeling that he can't fight back after being beaten is still tormenting him almost crazy. Damn traitor. Chen Luo, I want you to die. The body returned to its original shape again, and Dicken looked at Chen Luo with madness on his face. He didn't even care about the attack from the blade behind him, and rushed towards Chen Luo with all his strength. Swish! The next moment, Chen Luo's figure flashed and appeared behind the opponent. In just a split second, the opponent's head was cut off by him again and fell to the ground. However, before he could be happy, another familiar scene came. Under the traction of blood, the opponent's head slowly rose and fell back to the neck, and then quickly began to heal. It's really troublesome. This has been done hundreds of times, and his recovery ability still looks the same as before. Could it be that he is really a regenerative healing factor now? Chen Luo frowned slightly and looked calmly at the direction of Blade not far away. When he saw the other's shortness of breath and sweating profusely, his heart sank. Obviously, after this period of fierce fighting, Blade's physical strength has been consumed by half. Although Chen Luo's condition is slightly better, his physical strength is almost bottoming out at this moment. If he still can't think of a way to deal with Dicken, then he had to choose to leave. With his speed, Chen Luo is confident that even if he takes Blade with him, he will be able to leave successfully, but this result is not what he wants to see. Since there is no way to solve it by strength, he has to use technology. Looks like it will be used in the end. Calmly touching the tube of light blue reagent on his waist, Chen Luo thought helplessly. After all, he already knows all about Blade's plot, so although Dicken's regenerative healing factor is very difficult, it is not without a solution. According to the plot, the reason why Blade was able to successfully defeat Dicken in the end was because of the anticoagulant effect brought by Karen. This reagent can be regarded as a big killer for vampires. Similarly, it also has a miraculous effect on Dicken, who is in a blood god state. Although it may be because the regenerative healing factor was too powerful, it took nearly 10 tubes of reagents for Blade to explode and kill him. But these were not a problem for Chen Luo at all, because Chen Luo had already found this reagent on Karen when he was cleaning the battlefield before. There are more than 10 tubes in a row, and he still can't believe that when he injects all these reagents into the opponent's body, his regenerative healing factor will still be safe and sound. Thinking of this, Chen Luo couldn't help showing a confident smile on his face. That's it, Dicken. This is the cemetery I specially selected for you. After you die, I will accept everything about you without hesitation. Hee. So that's it. The body returned to its original shape again, staring at Chen Luo's direction. Dicken's face was full of ferocious smiles. It seems that my hunch was right at the beginning. So what about a person like you? Will be willing to live under others. Presumably from the first day you joined the family. You have already had this year in your heart, right? Just understand it like this. In short, no matter what, we are born on opposite sides. I must accept your life. Chen Luo didn't intend to explain anything about this, and a sharp light flashed in his eyes, moved his feet, and then disappeared in place in an instant. By now. The next moment, Chen Luo quickly came to the opponent, stretched out his hand to his waist, took the reagent in his hand in an instant, and stabbed at the opponent. In an instant, when Chen Luo appeared again, he came to Blade and stood quietly, admiring his masterpiece just now. What's this? Seeing the reagents on Dicken's body, Blade looked at Chen Luo with some doubts and asked, A good thing to deal with vampires. I found it on your little girlfriend. Chen Luo turned his head and explained with a smile. Damn it, Karen isn't my girlfriend. Blade's face darkened, And he complained, then changed the topic, looked ahead with serious eyes, and asked softly, "Is this thing useful?" Then, just about to say something, but at this moment, Chen Luo suddenly closed his mouth after seeing the changes in Dicken. As the reagent was injected into the body, Dicken's face suddenly became extremely painful at the very beginning, and he held his head in pain and screamed miserably. At the same time, huge amounts of sarcoma surged up on his body and began to grow at a speed visible to the naked eye. Dicken's entire body swelled accordingly, as if it was about to explode and shatter at any time. Seeing such a change, Chen Luo were immediately overjoyed, but before they could be happy for a long time, the next moment, with Dicken's next actions, the situation changed again. Just at the critical point about to explode, Dicken suddenly opened his mouth wide, and the corner of his mouth opened a huge amount of arc. Afterwards, the sarcoma all over his body surged rapidly along the throat and finally spewed out one by one. Wow! Immediately afterwards, dozens of dark red coagulated blood clots appeared on the ground. As these blood clots were spit out, Dicken's body also quickly returned to its original state, and there was no change except for a slightly sluggish face. Chen Luo, do you still have those reagents? Give him a few more injections. Maybe you can really kill him. Seeing this scene, Blade also reacted quickly, knowing that although the reagent just now failed to kill the opponent, it must have had a certain impact on him. From this point of view, as long as he can give the opponent a few more injections, then killing the opponent will also be possible. It is not impossible. Thinking of this, Blade's eyes suddenly brightened. However, when he turned his head to look at Chen Luo expectantly, what caught his eyes was Chen Luo's helpless face at that time. Wait, you don't run out of stock, do you? Aren't you talking nonsense? That little girlfriend of yours brought so much, and I just used it up. Chen Luo looked at the front helplessly and sighed in his heart. He also didn't expect that the other party had such a countermeasure. Although the anticoagulant did cause damage to Dicken as he expected, but judging from a situation, it would take hundreds of people to really kill the other party. It is only possible to inject 2 reagents at the same time. Now that the reagents have all been used up, facing Dicken's tricky regenerative healing factor, Chen Luo couldn't help but have a terrible headache. Is it the only option to leave? Thinking of this, Chen Luo's eyes were filled with unwillingness. Recalling the scenes of cutting off the opponent's body before, it is obvious that the opponent's regenerative healing factor must have some kind of inevitable connection with the blood. Otherwise, the anticoagulant just now would not have harmed it. If only there was a way to take the blood from the other party. Wait, blood, liquid, there it is. As if thinking of something, Chen Luo's eyes suddenly lit up. His eyes flashed with excitement. He turned to look at Blade and said, "Blade, let's try again. I think I have a way." Good. Hearing this, Blade was refreshed, and his entire body seemed to have a bit of vitality again. He clenched the long knife in his hand, gritted his teeth, and after a simple reply, he launched another attack. Damn it, Chen Luo, Blade, you all are going to die. Raising his head, Dicken looked at the two of them frantically. The killing intent in his eyes was completely undisguised. The blood in his hands surged, turned into 2 huge amounts of machetes, and slashed down towards Blade with all his strength. It's now. Just when the opponent was pinned down by Blade, Chen Luo had a thought, and the blood cup appeared in his hand again. Then, his figure flashed, and he turned into an afterimage again and rushed towards Dicken. Swish! The familiar cold light flashed across the neck of the other party, and the next moment, as the head fell again, the blood surging in the body appeared in front of Chen Luo's eyes. With a flick of his right hand, Chen Luo immediately returned to the original place after filling a large cup of blood. Immediately afterwards, as Chen Luo's thoughts turned, the blood in the cup was quickly refined by the blood cup, and as the blood in the cup decreased rapidly, the next moment, Dicken's roar sounded. Chen Luo, what did you do? It works. Hearing this roar, whether it was Chen Luo or Blade, there was a gleam of joy on their faces, and a gleam of hope once again appeared in their hearts. Dicken stared at the blood cup in Chen Luo's hand, His eyes instantly became extremely gloomy. Although he didn't understand what Chen Luo did just now, at that moment just now, he clearly felt that part of the blood in his body disappeared inexplicably, and when he thought of what Chen Luo said just now, his heart suddenly with guesswork. After violently exerting both hands and knocking Blade back several meters, Dicken went uncharacteristically and did not attack again. Instead, he turned his head to look at the blood cup in Chen Luo's hand and asked in a deep voice, "What the hell are you holding in your hand?" For his question, Chen Luo had no intention of answering, quietly watching the blood in the cup gradually decrease and finally slowly condensed into a bright red, translucent, crystal-like blood. Slowly came to Blade's side, handed over the blood cup in his hand. "Drink it. Do you want to replenish my energy? That's fine." Taking the blood cup, Blade drank it without any hesitation. Feeling the unique fragrance coming from his mouth, he subconsciously licked his lips and said, "The taste not bad, but it's a pity that there are too few of them." However, before he had time to savor it carefully, the next moment, a brand new power suddenly emerged in his body. This is... Feeling the new power in his body, Blade subconsciously looked at his hands, then turned to look at Chen Luo, his eyes full of doubts. Facing the other party's gaze, Chen Luo smiled, then looked at Dicken at the side, and said, "Then, I'll leave him to you to deal with. How is it? Are you confident?" Hearing this, Blade was taken aback for a moment, then smiled confidently, with gleaming white teeth, and replied, "Definitely no problem." After saying this, he turned to look at Dicken, and Blade grinned. "Then it's the second round." Dicken, as he said that, he held the knife forward again and slashed down with all his strength. "Oomph. Do you think you're still my opponent now?" Dicken sneered disdainfully. Blood surged in his right hand, turned into a big knife again, and met him head-on without any hesitation. Click! The next moment, Dicken's smile became stiff in an instant, and he watched in disbelief that the opponent's long knife cut off his own in an instant, and then cut his body in half again without losing momentum. How is this possible? How did your strength increase so much? Looking at Blade in disbelief, Dicken asked with a gloomy face. But Blade didn't answer his thoughts. After making a contribution with one blow, Blade kept moving and launched an attack again. B********************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************** this, Dicken immediately gave up the plan to ask, roared, and launched another attack. If it was because he was a little careless just now, he was hit by Blade, but after he got serious, the battle between the two fell into anxiety again. Although Blade's combat experience is much richer than the opponent's, but with the blessing of regenerative healing factor, Dicken is not afraid of his own injuries. Time is deadlocked, but not long after, taking advantage of a gap suddenly exposed during Blade's defense, Dicken's eyes lit up instantly. Under Blade's surprised gaze, the next moment, his right hand took the initiative to detach from his body and turned into a long spear. The knife stabbed straight into Blade's shoulder. Immediately afterwards, Dicken kept moving, controlled his right hand to swipe upwards, and then directly cut off Blade's left arm, and blood gushed out instantly. Seeing this scene, Dicken smiled even more. His eyes stared at Blade coldly, and the corners of his mouth slowly drew a curve. Blade, it looks like we've already decided the outcome. I'll send you on your way right away. Don't worry, I'll send Chen Luo down to accompany you in a short time, so that you won't feel lonely on the other side of hell. Oh, really? Dicken, take a closer look. We haven't decided the winner of this battle yet. Hearing this, Dicken sneered disdainfully and just spoke, but the next moment, when he saw the strange shape on Blade, his face suddenly changed. This is regenerative healing factor. How could you have it too? Dicken's face was full of disbelief, looking at the blood floating in the air at Blade's severed arm in front of him. Pulled by the blood, the severed arm quickly returned to its original position and then began to heal at a speed visible to the naked eye. In a few seconds, it returned to its original state again. Regenerative healing factor? It's really a miraculous ability. Clenching his fist, Blade first gave a compliment, then looked in Dicken's direction again with a knife-like gaze and grinned. Then, let's continue. The next moment, Blade swung the long knife again, charging towards the opponent like a tiger. After knowing that he also has a regenerative healing factor like Dicken, Blade's offensive became much more violent in an instant, as if he was the same as the opponent, adopting the plan of exchanging injuries for injuries. Under his crazy attack, Dicken, finally unable to hold on, his body was cut into several sections by Blade in an instant. Good chance. Chen Luo on the side saw this scene. His eyes shone slightly, and then he immediately started to act. The figure disappeared on the spot again, dragging a long afterimage, and came to Dicken's side in the blink of an eye, and then put all the exposed blood of the other party into the blood cup in just 1 second. Middle. As a large amount of blood disappeared, Dicken let out a painful cry instantly, and the part severed by Blade was struggling to move in the air. Wisps of blood mist slowly protruded from various parts of the body, pulling the body back together again. However, even if the body is pieced together, the healing speed of the severed part is not as good as before. Nearly half a minute has passed, and the injury has only healed less than half. Compared with the previous speed, it is undoubtedly a world of difference. Seeing the other party struggling to control his body to heal without any resistance, Blade waved the butcher knife again without any hesitation. Then, under Dicken's horrified gaze, with the flash of dozens of knives, his body was instantly cut into hundreds of sections by Blade. And then Chen Luo was not polite, and came to Dicken's side again, and will finally maintain Dicken. All the blood of life was taken away and put into the blood cup. After losing all his blood, Dicken didn't even have time to say the last word. His eyes lost their luster in an instant, and the severed body parts fell from the air in an instant. And then, under the gaze of the two, they were instantly wrapped in flames and turned into a mass of ashes. After seeing the other party's complete death, Chen Luo was relieved. Then, a familiar voice sounded in his mind. Ding! Congratulations to the host for completing the selection. The reward is now issued. As the system prompt sounded and the reward was about to be distributed, Chen Luo suddenly thought of something and hurriedly said, Wait a minute, can the reward be delayed for a while? Now that the battle has just ended, Chen Luo just wants to take a good rest for a while. And now that there are other people around, it is not a good time to receive rewards. So Chen Luo suddenly had such an idea and asked tentatively, Ding! At the host's request. The rewards will be temporarily stored in the future for the host to extract by itself. Hearing this answer, Chen Luo immediately nodded in satisfaction. Now that Dicken's problem has been solved, Chen Luo turned his head to look at Blade. His heart moved, and when he was about to speak, the next moment, not far from the two of them, there was a sudden movement. Huh? Anyone else? Turning around in surprise, suddenly, a familiar figure appeared in front of the two of them. Not far from the two of them, Froey with a panicked face was fleeing towards the entrance of the hall at high speed. Seeing this scene, Chen Luo immediately gave up the idea of making a move. It was only at this time that he remembered that he had never seen Blade's biological mother since he met her when he first came here. If she hadn't appeared suddenly now, he might have already forgotten about her. Looking at the panicked appearance of the other party, I think that when they fought against Dicken just now, the other party should have been hiding in the dark to observe. Now, after seeing Dicken's failure, he was afraid that he would be liquidated, and the fear in his heart made him feel like this general behavior. But it doesn't matter what happened to Chen Luo. After all, the other party is Blade's family matter. Regarding this kind of matter, it's better to leave it to Blade to handle it. As for him, he just needs to wait for the final result. I'll leave it to you here. I'll wait for you outside. After leaving this sentence, Chen Luo moved his feet and disappeared in place in an instant. Seeing Chen Luo's disappearing back, a look of gratitude flashed across Blade's face, and then he walked forward without stopping. A moment later, at the gate of the Palace of Eternal Night, looking at the slightly bright sky not far away, Chen Luo's eyes were full of nostalgia. It's been a while since I saw you, the familiar sunshine. Feeling the temperature from his palm, Chen Luo sighed with emotion, and then said with some regret, It's just a pity. The scene in front of me looks really strange. Looking over the past, Looking at the scene in front of him that seemed to be covered in a layer of blood, Chen Luo looked a little distressed. Just now, the blood cup had successfully transformed all of Dicken's blood. Chen Luo, who had long been curious about the power of the blood god, immediately swallowed it without hesitation. In the end, just as he thought, after drinking this cup of blood, he also successfully obtained the power of the blood god, and since then he has overcome his weaknesses such as sunlight and became a Daywalker just like Blade. However, different from Blade, because of the influence of the blood god, although he no longer has the weakness of other vampires, the world in front of him has changed color since then, and all the scenes seem to be covered in blood. See, it's all bright red, which makes him very uncomfortable. Perhaps it was because his eyes were covered in blood, which led to this situation, but Chen Luo has no good solution to this, and finally can only hope for the rewards he got this time, hoping that in the integrate, after taking the body of the Ghost King, he can eliminate this abnormality of himself. Picking up the sunglasses who didn't know who dropped them from the ground, he put them on, covering his blood-colored eyes. Looking at the same scene in front of him, Chen Luo sighed softly. Have you run into any trouble? At this time, a familiar voice sounded behind him, and then Blade slowly walked out from behind the door and came at Chen Luo's side. Nothing. Shaking his head, Chen Luo turned his head to look at the other party, and after thinking for a moment, finally spoke slowly. By the way, what are your plans next? As usual, continue with my work. Replying, Blade looked at Chen Luo with some doubts, and asked, Why? Look at you. Do you need to find me for something? Chen Luo nodded, and then said, Now that Dicken is gone, I plan to take over the power he left behind, then create a new family. How about it? Do you want to come to my place? Blade was silent for a moment. Then his eyes gradually became sharper, and he said word by word, You will not forget. What on earth do? I will not let a vampire be a creature. Even if it's you, Chen Luo, if one day you let me know that a human being died at your hands, then I won't let you go. Seeing his stern look, Chen Luo waved his hands helplessly and said with a relaxed expression, Don't be ridiculous. I won't do such a disgusting thing, and I don't intend to let other members of my family people do this kind of thing. As he spoke, Chen Luo flipped his palm, and the blood cup appeared in his hand again, and then explained, As long as there is this blood cup, even if you don't go hunting in the future, vampires can still have a steady stream of blood. In this way, there is no need to be hostile to vampires, right? Hearing this, Blade couldn't help showing surprise on his face. You mean, this blood cup has the ability to produce blood? As long as there is enough water. Chen Luo nodded, looked at the other party with an inexplicable smile on his face. Well, you should also understand that creatures like vampires can't be killed, especially vampires. Only rely on you few people. But if we can create a kingdom that rules all vampires, bring them all into management, and with the existence of blood cups, we don't have to worry about food, so we can curb their hunting of humans to the greatest extent. And even if one of the vampires violated the rules, you can get the news immediately, and it will be much more convenient to deal with than you are now. This method should be much more efficient than your aimless hunting of vampires these years, right? Hearing this, Blade's expression changed, and then he fell into deep thought. Seeing that he was already a little moved, Chen Luo rolled his eyes and immediately added fire to him. And if I remember correctly, your little girlfriend must have completed the transformation by now. You don't want them to go out to hunt humans in the future, do you? Or do you have a heart to shoot them? Hearing this, Blade woke up instantly. He was stunned for a moment, and then he couldn't help but look at Chen Luo angrily. What did you say? Did Whistler and the others become vampires too? B*****************. D. Didn't you talk to Chen Luo like this before? I'm right. Hey, I just said that their lives are not in danger, but I didn't say that they were not bitten. Chen Luo spread his hands helplessly. Besides, with the existence of blood cups, you don't have to worry about them hunting humans in the future. Compared to letting them die, this is already the best result, isn't it? After hearing what Chen Luo said, Blade was immediately speechless. These words were like the last straw that overwhelmed him. After a fierce ideological struggle, Blade finally made a decision. Okay, you win. I agree to join. Just say it in advance. If I find out that you didn't do what you said, don't blame me for being rude. Don't worry, I won't give you this chance. With a smile on Chen Luo's face, he said confidently. Afterwards, the two briefly negotiated some matters and decided to rest for one night first, and then start to act the next day. So after informing Blade of Karen's location, Chen Luo walked towards the house first. A few hours later, Chen Luo returned home, washed up briefly, and finally couldn't stand the exhaustion and fell asleep. At night, after resting for nearly half a day, Chen Luo finally opened his eyes again, stretched comfortably, then took out the blood cup, poured a cup of water into it, and after it was transformed into blood, Chen Luo drank it all in one gulp. Award. The body of the Ghost King. I don't know what kind of changes it can bring me. Rubbing his hands together in anticipation, Chen Luo had a thought, called up the system, and chose to receive it. Ding. Is the host receiving the reward? Receive. The rewards have been distributed. Now integrate. As the sound of the system fell, the next moment, a warm current emerged from the body in an instant, and then quickly flowed through the whole body. Gradually, Chen Luo's muscles began to expand slowly, and the body of the normal person became stronger and stronger. Slowly raising the height finally stopped growing when it reached about 1.9 meters. Click! The cracking sound of the solid wood floor sounded, and as his physique changed, the density of Chen Luo's body also increased significantly, and his strength also skyrocketed, so just a slight force unconsciously caused such consequences. Finally, when the warm current in his body gradually subsided, Chen Luo opened his eyes again, and at the moment he just opened his eyes, Chen Luo's eyes suddenly lit up. Now the world before his eyes has returned to its original color, and the original color faded. Chen Luo came to the mirror and looked at it. When he saw his black pupils that had returned to their original form, he couldn't help but click with satisfaction. Nod. Looking at his figure in the mirror, Chen Luo is extremely satisfied. Compared with his previous thin figure, this appearance is more in line with his aesthetics. Judging from his current figure, even if he is comparable to Captain America, Thor is not weak in comparison. To be more precise, it is very similar to the Chow from the universe next door. Trying to clench his fists, feeling the soaring power in his body, Chen Luo also became a little curious about his current situation, so he immediately called up the system panel and began to check. Ding! Panel loading complete. Host, Chen Luo. Race, Source Blood Clan. Strength, 50, 1 for healthy adult male. Speed, 35. Spirit, 10. Physique, 50. Skills, Fighting Technique, High. Knife Technique, Master. Ability, Sucking Blood, Super Speed Regeneration. The speed of body healing is greatly improved. Blood Manipulation. Integrate the Awakening Vampire Technique of the body of the Ghost King, which can control the blood in the target within a certain range and grow by sucking blood. Steel Body. Integrate the passive Blood Ghost Technique of Awakening by the body of the Ghost King grows by sucking blood. Assimilation. Transforming the target into the same race as oneself by giving one's own blood. Bloodline source. The same race is immortal. The ancestor is immortal. Evaluation. As the source of a new race, you still have a long way to go. After reading the introduction in the panel, Chen Luo was full of surprises. Judging from the attributes displayed on the previous panel, he has now achieved huge amounts of growth, probably because of the influence of the passive ability of the Man of Steel, which has caused his strength and physique to increase beyond the speed attribute and reach the level of ordinary people. 50 times the terrifying number. If an ordinary person's strength is 200 caddies, then Chen Luo's strength has reached about 5 tons. Although such strength is still not ranked among the powerful in this world, it is already a number that ordinary people can hardly reach. In terms of physique, with his current body density, Chen Luo believes that he probably already has the ability to resist bullets. Although he is not confident that he can resist firearms with super high penetrating power like sniper rifles, but like he has been able to ignore weapons like pistols. With super strength, super defense, and terrifying speed, it can be said that Chen Luo's strength has been greatly improved, especially in this era when superheroes have not yet appeared. It is no exaggeration to say he has already stood at the apex of the world. Even if there are still mutants in this world, except for a few mutants like Magneto and the Professor, it is difficult for others to pose a threat to him. In addition to the improvement in strength, it also brought him huge amounts of surprises in terms of survival. The original self-healing has now been covered by super speed regeneration. According to the above introduction, it is conceivable that this ability is definitely much stronger than self-healing. With his current resilience, he might be like the Ghost in Ghost Slayer. Even if an arm is cut off, it can grow back in a few seconds, which is an exaggeration to the extreme. Then there's the introduction of this bloodline source ability. Although Chen Luo is a little unclear from the above introduction, but according to the literal meaning, that is, as long as his race exists in this world, then, as the source of this race, he is never die. Thinking about this ability, it should be the so-called special reward. This kind of ability may not be as strong as the naked eye that can be seen by the naked, like Oniwu Suji in the world of Ghost Slayer, who splits the body into more than 1,800 pieces in an instant. As long as any piece escapes, it can be restored. This ability may be even more unsolvable. After all, the resilience of the former is traceable, but not the latter. Although he still doesn't understand the principle, if he thinks right, even if his body is completely destroyed, as long as there are other members of the same race, then he will not die completely. Such ability already exists as a concept. With such an ability, as long as Chen Luo can create more of his own kind, theoretically speaking, he will no longer have the risk of death. Thinking of this, Chen Luo immediately felt better. After realizing that his strength had grown tremendously, he was even more eager to try tomorrow's action. Under this seemingly peaceful city, soon there will be waves again. Time flies. In the blink of an eye, a month has passed. A month ago, Chen Luo brought Blade to the entrance of Paradise Bar. After announcing the news of Dicken's death, he then proposed to create a new family. However, there's only one prerequisite for joining his family, which is to stop hunting humans in the future. Kill. Hearing this news, although they were shocked as to why Blade chose to join Chen Luo's side, what made everyone even more angry was Chen Luo's request. As vampires, it is their nature to suck blood, and hunting humans is the instinctive reaction of most vampires. It is even more difficult for them to restrain this instinct. So it was no surprise that most of the vampires present rejected his proposal without even thinking about it. But to Chen Luo's surprise, Kasang and several of his vampires accepted his proposal. He is also very optimistic about Kasang Chen Luo. With his ability, he is also one of the best in the Forster family. With the expansion of the power of the family he created in the future, the other party's ability is also what he needs urgently. Therefore, this time Chen Luo came here. Soliciting the other party to join was his main purpose. Now that Kasang has agreed, it doesn't matter whether other people agree or not. He just wants to take this opportunity to test how far his strength has grown. So the next moment, Chen Luo started a bloody slaughter. In less than a minute, except for Blade Kasang and a few people who survived in the bar, nearly 300 other vampires were all reduced to ashes and scattered in the air. Seeing the power displayed by Chen Luo in this battle, Kasang and the others were immediately shocked. Their eyes were full of fear, and at the same time they were very grateful for their previous choice. If they had rejected Chen Luo's invitation before, what was waiting for them might be the same fate as the group of vampires who were still alive and kicking just now. And after seeing Chen Luo's performance today, Blade was even more shocked, because in his opinion, the strength Chen Luo showed today was several grades stronger than when he played against Dicken yesterday, which is already far away. More than he can handle. If he faced Chen Luo before, he still had the confidence to use his sword skills to resist for a period of time. But if it were now, he would be defeated by the opponent without any suspense in just one face-to-face encounter. There is absolutely no room for resistance. Seeing such an exaggerated increase in Chen Luo's strength in just one day, this made Blade very puzzled, and Chen Luo had no intention of explaining it to him. After all, whether it is the existence of the system or the effect of the blood cup that can steal other people's abilities, these are Chen Luo's trump cards and must not be disclosed to others. I talked to Blade about some of the abilities of the blood cup. These are what he wants to show to the world in the future. After all, he wants his family's vampires to stop hunting humans, so he also needs to have the ability to make blood. Let them know, otherwise it will be difficult to explain the source of these foods. Then there's another ability of the blood cup. After drinking the target's blood, he possesses the target's ability for a short period of time. This ability Chen Luo will reveal in front of other people sooner or later, so it is impossible to hide it. Although this ability is also very powerful, but because of the time limit, it is not to the point where those big bosses are tempted, and as long as they don't attack him, then he can be regarded as safe. After this battle, Chen Luo's terrifying power instantly spread throughout the vampire world, and for a while, all vampires were terrified. What made all the vampires panic all day long was still behind, and less than the next day, Chen Luo immediately announced that he would wipe out all the vampire forces in New York as long as the vampires in this city would join him. Otherwise, he will attack together with Blade and destroy his humanity. Such arrogant remarks were naturally dissatisfied by many vampire forces, including the 12 clans with some forces here. On the second day after the news came out, many forces immediately jumped out and expressed their desire to give them both a good look. Naturally, Chen Luo and Chen Luo would not be used to them. That night, the two came to the other party's camp, rushed into the crowd, and started a bloody massacre. In just one night, more than a dozen forces in succession were approached by the two of them. Under the overwhelming strength of the two, it was almost as if they were destroyed. Except for a small number of vampires who chose to join the Chen Luo family, most of them died in the hands of two people, and the number of vampires who died at the hands of the two of them that night reached an astonishing 2,000. You must know that the number of vampires in this city is about 10,000, and just this night, the two slaughtered 1/5 of them. If this continues, I'm afraid that within a few days, all the vampires in this city will be slaughtered by the two of them. After this night of fighting, the two of Chen Luo and Blade could be considered famous, especially for Chen Luo. Unlike Blade, Chen Luo, who debuted less than a month ago, was known by everyone because of his 1-to-100 deeds, but when it comes to popularity, he is still much worse than Blade. But after this night, the situation was completely reversed, and the reason was very simple. That is, Chen Luo killed too many people that night. Of the more than 2,000 vampires, nearly 1,500 died in the hands of Chen Luo. Such a terrifying killing efficiency is worthy of the name of a butcher. Thus, in just one night, the name of the butcher Chen Luo suddenly resounded throughout the underground world, and even heard of it in the other two vampire kingdoms on the other side of the ocean. It could be described as a fierce reputation. After this night of bloody killings, the vampire forces that were dancing happily fell silent. Under the threat of Chen Luo's vicious name, they ran away and fled to other cities one after another. Under such circumstances, after about a month, finally, after all the vampire forces were wiped out, there was only one vampire force left in the city. And within this month, after digesting all the resources and connections left by the vampire forces, Chen Luo also became the new boss of the city, and he was very prosperous for a while. A week later, Las Vegas. At night, the city is shrouded in brilliant and colorful lights, reflecting it as if it were daytime. There are many high-rise buildings on both sides of the street, and pedestrians come and go in and out of it. Every nightclub, hotel, restaurant, and even a casino was surrounded by raging crowds, waving the banknotes in their hands, wantonly venting their desires. As the famous city that never sleeps, it is visited by tourists from all over the world all year round. When you walk into a casino or a shopping mall, you can meet the rich and powerful people who can only be seen in the reports from time to time. It was as if inside this royal casino, Chen Luo saw an extremely familiar figure just as soon as he entered the door. Wow, you won again. That's great, Tony. It's all because of you, a beautiful woman, by my side that I can have such good luck. Take it. You deserve it. Among the crowd, in front of a huge amounts of gambling table, a man with a height of about 185, brown hair, and a somewhat unrestrained look was standing in the center of the crowd, wearing loose casual clothes, holding a wine glass in one hand. Holding a chip in the other hand, he shoved it towards a blonde woman with a sexy figure beside her. Seeing this scene, the crowd became lively again, and the discussion of people on the side rang out. Mr. Tony is really too generous. This is a $100,000 chip, and he gave it away so casually. He really deserves to be a billionaire. Damn it, I really envy him. Why does this guy have beauties of this level by his side everywhere? Why can't I find it? Are you thinking too much? He is the chairman of the Stark Group. He is young and rich, and the most important thing is that he is single. How can such a man not be liked by beautiful women? If you want to compare with him, you can't find him. Are you comfortable? And he is one of the few super geniuses in the world. How many weapon designs of the Stark Group are from Tony now? Such a genius should be liked by beautiful women, right? While everyone was discussing, feeling the temperature from the back of Tony's hand, the beauty's smile became even wider, and the eyes she looked at each other became more eager. As for the gaze cast by the other party, Tony had long been familiar with it, smiled slightly, and silently thought about which hotel he should spend the night in tonight. Looking at the back of the other party, Chen Luo's eyes flashed, and he suddenly became interested. He really didn't expect that after initially integrating his own forces, because of the need to integrate the resources and connections left by the previous vampire forces, it happened that a congressman who was closely connected with the vampire side was here on vacation these days. So I decided to come here to discuss cooperation matters with the other party. The matter was discussed very smoothly, and in less than an hour, the two parties had already reached a cooperation. After the cooperation was reached, Chen Luo was finally free. He happened to be very interested in this city that never sleeps, so he decided to go out for a stroll alone. However, he just randomly picked a casino and walked in, but he didn't expect to meet the famous Iron Man in the future, which was beyond his expectation. Judging from the current time, there are still about 10 years before Iron Man's official debut. Today's Tony Stark is only in his early 30s, full of mature charm, but also a little more vitality. Now that they have met, Chen Luo has no reason to turn a blind eye. So after thinking for a while, he stepped forward decisively and came to the gambling table. Now the game played on this table is also very simple. It is simply comparing the file size. The dealer shakes the dice cup in his hand, and other people judge the file size. This kind of rule just meets Chen Luo's wishes. Having come into contact with these, such a simple and rough gameplay definitely fits his heart better. I don't know if it's luck or some other reason. Since Tony came to this gambling table, he has successfully bet 9 times in a row. The chips have gone from 1 million to tens of millions. Shocked by Tony's performance, they gathered around one after another. Suddenly, the gaming table became extremely lively. Taking out the $10,000 chip that was exchanged when he first entered here, Chen Luo followed the example of others and bet on it. But unlike most of the others, the position he bet on was completely opposite. Someone next to him saw Chen Luo's actions and kindly reminded him, "My friend, Tony's luck is very strong now, and everyone else is betting big like Tony, and you're going against them. Aren't you afraid of losing?" To this, Chen Luo just smiled and said, "I'm just playing around." Hearing this, the man didn't say anything more. Soon, under the eager gaze of everyone, the dealer slowly uncovered the dice cup. When everyone saw the numbers inside, the next moment, there were constant exclamations. It turned out to be small. Tony lost. But it's not surprising. After all, Tony has won 9 games in a row, and it's normal to lose once. Damn it. If I had known earlier, I should have bet on the small number. Just now I felt that the number should be small. Not only the others, but even Tony, who was originally smiling, was taken aback for a moment, but soon he came back to his senses, thinking that it was just a coincidence, smiled indifferently, and then waited for the next round to start. However, what he didn't expect was that in the next 9 games in a row, he didn't win even one game. When the result of the last game came out, he not only lost all the tens of millions he won just now, on the contrary, he lost tens of millions of dollars on this basis. Although such a loss of tens of millions is nothing to him, but the ending of 10 consecutive defeats made him, who has always been proud, suddenly turned dark and stared intently at the gambler on the opposite side of the gambling table. The figure seemed to be deeply engraved in his mind. Wait a moment. After winning a small win over the future Iron Man, Chen Luo had no intention of continuing, so he immediately prepared to leave. However, he had just walked a few steps when there was a sudden sound of footsteps behind him, followed by a familiar voice. Slowly turning around and looking behind, Chen Luo asked with a smile, "Is there a problem?" Tony didn't speak and first looked Chen Luo up and down calmly. His heroic face, his unique black hair and black pupils exude a unique oriental charm, and even though he is wrapped in a suit, it is hard to conceal his strong physique like an ancient Greek sculpture. Even if he is as proud as he is, I have to admit that the man in front of me has a powerful attraction no less than his. Regarding this point, it can be seen from the small movements of the beauty next to Tony that are visible to the naked eye. Unconsciously, she glanced at Chen Luo, and the beauty's eyes were a little annoyed, obviously regretting that she hadn't met Chen Luo before. After looking at Chen Luo for a moment, Tony stretched out his right hand and said confidently, Tony Stark." Chen Luo, reaching out to shake hands with the other party. Chen Luo showed a smile on his face and said, "I don't think you need to introduce yourself. After all, I don't think anyone doesn't know your face." Hearing this, Tony didn't refute at all. He nodded naturally and then said, "I think so too." Chen Luo. Just when Chen Luo was feeling speechless, Tony stared at him closely and said, "You cheated in the game just now, right? Otherwise, I wouldn't believe that you could win so many games in a row. Who knows?" In this regard, Chen Luo smiled non-committally, looked at the other party, and said with an unclear smile on his face, "However, I don't think you should have the position to criticize me. You have won so many consecutive wins before. You should. It's not just luck, okay?" Well, Tony's face froze, and he was speechless for a moment. Seeing the other party's reaction, Chen Luo also had a guess in his heart, but he didn't mean to point it out. After all, it was only tens of millions. This number was nothing more than that to them. A little money is just a drop in the bucket. And in the bet, just now, the reason why Chen Luo was able to win all the time was thanks to his blood control ability. Through this ability, Chen Luo controls the blood in his body to turn into an imperceptible thread, enters the dice cup, and changes the points of the dice by controlling the thread, so that he can achieve the effect he wants. Although the scope of control is limited due to the low spiritual attribute, as long as there is a system, I believe there is no chance of improving it in the future. I believe that when the spiritual attribute is strong enough in the future, the blood control ability must be large enough shine. Looking at the other party, Chen Luo nodded lightly and said, "So if you have nothing else to do, then I'll go first." Wait a moment. Hearing this, Tony subconsciously opened his mouth to dissuade. Although he didn't know what method the opponent used to win him, but the feeling of losing undoubtedly made him very unhappy. So he planned to compare with Chen Luo to regain his position. Looking around, suddenly, he seemed to have discovered something, and his eyes suddenly lit up. Then he turned his head, raised his eyebrows at Chen Luo, and said with a smile, "Since we all cheated just now, how about we have a fair game?" "Oh." Chen Luo showed a smile of interest on his face and said, "How do you want to compare?" Hearing this, a confident smile appeared on the corner of Tony's mouth. Then he stretched out his hand and pointed to the side, saying, "It's very simple. Then let's compare. Who can invite that lady to dinner? How about it?" Following the direction pointed by the other party, Chen Luo turned his head to look. When he saw clearly who Tony was referring to, he subconsciously raised his eyebrows, and then there was an inexplicable smile on his face. After thinking for a while, Chen Luo turned his head to look at the beautiful woman next to him and asked curiously, "Tony, if you do this, what should the beautiful woman next to you do?" Tony was stunned for a moment, then turned his head to look around. When he saw the stiff face of the beautiful woman beside him, he instantly became a little embarrassed. Just now, he was only thinking about winning with Chen Luo. As for the beautiful woman beside him, he had long forgotten about it. After thinking for a while, Tony then lowered his head and said something in the other's ear, which left Chen Luo stunned. I saw that the other party became happy at a speed visible to the naked eye. His face flushed with excitement, and he kissed Tony on the face with joy, then turned and left. How did you do it? Looking at this scene, Chen Luo couldn't help asking curiously. Easy, Tony smiled at him and said. As compensation, I gave her the sports car parked outside the hotel. You are amazing. Hearing this answer, Chen Luo was silent for a long time and finally extended his thumb slowly. As soon as this man's highest recognition came out, Tony seemed to become a little more complacent. And at the same time, he also had a little more affection for Chen Luo for no reason. How about it? Do you accept my proposal just now? No problem. Chen Luo nodded, then thought of something and asked with a smile, but since we have made a bet, then we have to bet something, right? Otherwise, it seems meaningless. That's right. Tony nodded in agreement, and then said, Then tell me, what do you want to bet on? Chen Luo thought for a moment, and suddenly his eyes lit up, and he suggested, I think, why not just bet on a dinner? What are you talking about? You want to have dinner with me? No. Upon hearing this, Tony's expression changed immediately, and he looked at Chen Luo with full of guard. I said, are you thinking wrong? Seeing his reaction, Chen Luo immediately understood, rolled his eyes angrily, and said helplessly, What I mean is if anyone loses, please invite the other party. A dinner. But there's a premise that the meal must be cooked by the loser himself. How about this bet? Do you accept it? That sounds interesting. Tony touched his chin with interest, and then agreed decisively. Okay, then it's decided. After confirming the bet, Tony turned his head to look at the target he had chosen, eager to try. How about it? Let's start now? Who'll go first? Shall we flip a coin? No need. You go first. Chen Luo shook his head and looked at the other party confidently. Anyway, you will never succeed. Huh? So confident? Then don't regret it. Seeing Chen Luo's reaction, Tony was also aroused with arrogance in his heart and immediately walked towards the goal in front of him without looking back. After walking a few steps, Tony has already come to the other side. First raised his eyebrows at Chen Luo behind him, then picked up the wine glass on the plate of the passing waiter with ease, handed it to the other party, and then said, This beautiful lady, may I have the honor to invite you to have dinner with me? After speaking, Tony showed a smile that he thought was charming. Tony has absolute confidence in whether the beauty in front of him will agree to his invitation. And he also has such self-confident capital. After all, with his conditions, he is absolutely attractive to the opposite S*X. He is young and rich, coupled with a super genius personality, which makes him have a different kind of charm. With his conditions, he really couldn't think of the possibility of being rejected. However, just when he was full of confidence, the next moment, the other party's answer made him slap in the face instantly. Sorry, I'm not free. The smile on Tony's face froze for a moment. He looked at the other person in disbelief, pointed to his own face, and asked, Don't you know who I am? The other party raised his head, glanced at Tony, and then said, I know, but so what? Hearing the repulsive tone of the other party, Tony's face froze, and then he continued to ask, Madam, what is your name? Nissa. Miss Nissa. I think you haven't got to know me well, I think. Just when Tony was about to fight for another one, Nissa interrupted mercilessly. Mr. Tony, you don't need to waste any more time. We are really not suitable. You should invite other people. As soon as these words came out, Tony's original draft was useless. The current situation is already obvious. The other party has no interest in him at all, let alone agree to be with him. He had dinner with him. It doesn't matter if he is rejected at other times and places. After all, there are so many beauties in this world. If this one doesn't work, just replace it with another one. There is nothing to be sorry about. But at this time, after making a bet with Chen Luo in advance, he would not accept it anyway if he was to let him just give up. Although judging from the opponent's performance, even if Chen Luo comes here, there's a great risk of failure. But this risk is uncontrollable, and he doesn't want to pin his victory or defeat on this uncertainty. Driven by a strong desire to win, Tony's brain began to run at high speed, and soon he seemed to think of something, and suddenly his eyes lit up. With an idea in mind, Tony rolled his eyes, then quickly lowered his head, approached the other party's ear, and whispered, "Miss Nisha, I will consider you doing me a favor this time. I made a bet just now on who can successfully invite you to dinner. As long as you help me win this bet, I promise I won't pester you in the future. And in return, I will pay you $10 million as a gift. What do you think? Bet? Can you tell me who it is?" Hearing this, Nisha, who was originally impatient, suddenly became interested and asked curiously, "It's over there." Looking in the direction Tony pointed, when she saw Chen Luo's figure not far away, Nisha was startled for a moment, and then suddenly revealed a look of surprise. "Chen Luo." With a subconscious exclamation, Nisha quickly walked towards Chen Luo's direction, leaving Tony alone in place. Seeing the back of the other party leaving, Tony was stunned for a moment, and then suddenly reacted. His face changed. "No, they actually know each other. Then this time, am I going to lose the bet?" Seeing the other party come to Chen Luo's side, and the scene where the two were chatting with laughter, his face turned dark immediately, and he called out bad luck in his heart. On the other side, looking at Nisha walking towards this side, Chen Luo raised his glass with a smile, touched her, and said with a smile, "Haven't seen you for a long time." The two laughed and chatted for a while. Looking at Chen Luo in front of them, Nisha's eyes moved slightly. She didn't know what she thought of. She smiled and said, "I really didn't expect that you had time to come here to play. If I remember correctly, you should be very busy recently, right? After all, your family has just been established, but there are still many things waiting for you to deal with woolen cloth." Hearing this, Chen Luo narrowed his eyes slightly, then nodded helplessly and said, "That's true. There have been a lot of things going on recently, and I came here today with one thing to deal with, but it's been dealt with now. It just so happened that I didn't do it before. Been here, so just wanted to wander around." After saying this, Chen Luo looked at the other party, smiled, and then said, "But I really didn't expect to meet you here." Hearing Chen Luo's words, Nisha's face was a little surprised. "That's a coincidence. I came here to deal with some family affairs, and I plan to have fun here for a few days, but I didn't expect that at home something else is wrong. So I'm afraid I'm leaving tomorrow." "Is that so?" Chen Luo nodded suddenly, looked at Tony, who had been looking this way frequently not far away, and raised a slight arc at the corner of his mouth, and said, "Since you are leaving tomorrow, let's have dinner together tonight. How about dinner? I will do it for you." "Oh, really?" Seeing Chen Luo's serious appearance, Nisha couldn't help but smile and said, "Are you sure you didn't want to win the bet?" Chen Luo's face froze, and he quickly realized that he gritted his teeth and asked, "Tony told you?" "That's right." Nisha nodded, and then said, "It's not just your bet. He also told me that if I agree to have dinner with him, he will give me 10 million as a reward." "This old six." Chen Luo cursed inwardly. The smile on his face suddenly became a little stiff and was about to say something to relieve the embarrassment. At this moment, Nisha spoke again. "It's not impossible to promise you. However, you have to do me a favor." "Huh? What's the matter?" "I want to invite you to the North Bear country. My family has encountered a problem there and needs to find a strong enough helper to help." Nisha looked at Chen Luo seriously, her eyes full of expectation. "I think if it is you, you can definitely help us solve it. And as long as you are willing to help, I can promise you that the Moschino's family will be your most reliable ally in the future. If you encounter any problems in the future, although you can come to us for help." "Moschino's?" Hearing this name, Chen Luo's eyes flashed, and then under the expectant gaze of the other party, he nodded slowly and said with a smile, "It seems that my dinner is not cheap." Seeing his reaction, Nisha couldn't help but smile. Her eyes were full of gratitude, and at the same time, she had a great affection for Chen Luo in her heart. Then let's go and say hello to Tony first. Afterwards, Chen Luo walked slowly towards Tony. Coming to Tony, seeing his stiff face, Chen Luo had a different smile on his face. Tony, it looks like I won. Hearing this, Tony looked at Chen Luo, Nisha, who also had a smile on her face, and said indignantly, "Damn it, it's not fair. I didn't know you guys knew each other before." "Oh." Chen Luo raised his eyebrows and said with a smile, "If you say that, is someone planning to renege on his debt?" As soon as these words came out, Tony's face flushed instantly, and he held back for a long time, wanting to admit it, but the pride in his heart didn't allow him to do so. After all, he decides the game, and even the target is chosen by him himself. Although he didn't expect Chen Luo to know each other, this is also the luck of the opponent, and, in his opinion, luck is also a kind of strength. Therefore, even though he was still dissatisfied in his heart, he had to admit that he had indeed lost the bet just now. Thinking of this, Tony is not someone who can afford to lose, so he nodded decisively. "Okay, it seems that I lost. But regarding our bet, it seems that it will be delayed for a while. I think I still need some time to practice. Let's cook." "There's no need to worry about it." Chen Luo shook his head and said, "It happens that Nisha and I have something to deal with these few days, so let's talk about it when I come back." Hearing this, Tony looked at the two suspiciously, and after a long time, he nodded understandingly and said with an inexplicable smile, "Understood. Since you have other activities, I won't bother you. Hope you guys have fun." After saying this, Tony exchanged contact information with Chen Luo, then turned and left with a smile on his face. On the way to leave, Tony couldn't help recalling Chen Luo's figure like an ancient Greek sculpture in his mind, and couldn't help feeling a little envious. Damn it, Chen Luo has such good physical strength. It takes several days to deal with a thing. No, I can't lose to him. It seems that I will start exercising in the future. Looking at the back of Tony leaving, recalling what the other party said just now, Chen Luo was a little stunned, shook his head helplessly, and said with a smile, "Is this guy thinking wrong?" "I think so too." Nisha's smile on the side remained undiminished, but when she glanced at Chen Luo, there was a faint hint of something different. Later, during the dinner with the other party, Chen Luo asked Nisha about some relevant information, and Chen Luo got up and left, planning to go back to New York to explain the matter, so that the base camp would not fall into chaos after he left. After settling down, meet with the other party. Soon, 2 days later, Chen Luo, who had taken care of everything, got on the plane on time and flew towards his destination. In the middle of the night, as soon as Chen Luo got off the airport, when he came to the exit, he saw Nisha, who had been waiting for a long time, waving to him beside a limousine. Chen Luo stepped forward and got in the car. Under Nisha's introduction, Chen Luo also understood the destination of their trip. "So, in order to deal with this enemy, you have also formed a special hunting team?" "Yes." Mr. Chen Luo, in the driver's seat, a man with a strong figure and a capable look all over his body, responded while driving. "He is the overall person in charge of this cleanup operation, phrase, as the master of the vampire empire in the North Bear Kingdom, the right-hand man of Eli Moschino's, and also the captain of this team called the Blood League, responsible for leading the team, assisted Chen Luo to act together." At this time, Nisha, who was on the side, suddenly explained, "Actually, the members of the Blood Alliance team have been undergoing secret training before, and the mutants have not appeared at that time. But at that time, we were to deal with another person." A gleam of light flashed in Chen Luo's eyes, and he said with a smile, "The person you mentioned couldn't be Blade?" "That's right. It's Blade." Nisha nodded. She didn't know what to think of. She looked at Chen Luo with a hint of surprise in her eyes. "But we didn't expect that the famous Daywalker would choose to join your camp is really incredible." "Actually, it's nothing." Chen Luo shrugged and replied, "I just gave him an offer he couldn't refuse." "Oh, can you tell me?" Nisha looked at him curiously. "If you have a chance, you will know." Chen Luo waved his hand and didn't say much. Seeing this, Nisha didn't ask any more questions and changed the subject naturally. While chatting with the two, Chen Luo fell into deep thought. The reason why he agreed to Nissa's invitation and came here to help was not only because of the friendship of this family. If his guess is correct, what the family is facing now should be the plot of the second blade. If it is what it thinks, then taking advantage of this opportunity, it is not impossible for him to get involved in the vampire forces that occupy the whole country. It seems that I have to find a chance to meet him. Chen Luo's eyes flickered, and he suddenly had an idea in his mind. Just when the three of them drove to the base. On the other side, inside an abandoned factory, various training facilities are displayed inside, and in a certain corner on a large arena, there are two tall men who look like beasts fighting fiercely. Come on, Light Axe, kill this guy Lois Hart. Come on, Walian. The two of them have competed many times. Have you ever seen a Light Axe win? I think she's just dazzled by love. Otherwise, she wouldn't say such stupid things. Lois Hart is about to win. Sure enough, as the snowman's voice fell, the next moment, the winner was also decided in the arena. Boom! A powerful and heavy punch hit Guangshue's chest, instantly breaking several ribs on the spot, and his body flew upside down for several meters and then lay heavily on the ground, coughing up blood from his mouth. Seeing that Light Axe was defeated again, except for Snowman, the other three people in the audience sighed in disappointment. Haha, I said a long time ago, I'm the strongest. On the ring, Lois Hart laughed arrogantly. His voice was deafening. Seeing his arrogant face, the blond man under the stage couldn't help curling his lips, touched the snowman beside him, and said, Snowman, Lois Hart is very arrogant. Why? You don't plan to go up to him, Trick? Hearing this, the only Asian man among the 6 people in the audience shook his head, as if he remembered something, and a trace of curiosity flashed in his eyes. Compared to this, I care more about the butcher who is coming. I don't know what kind of person he will be. As soon as these words came out, the reactions of the other 5 people were also different. The butcher. I heard that he was a terrifying person who killed thousands of vampires in one night. Even the legendary vampire hunter, Blade, joined his camp. I think such a person must be terrifyingly powerful. Cupa said in amazement. At this moment, the pastor at the side suddenly sneered and said with disdain, That's just a rumor from the outside world. Do you really believe that someone can slaughter thousands of people in one night? You must know that there are thousands of vampires, but they are not as weak as humans. How could it be possible for only one person to kill them all? Do you really think he's a god? Then what do you mean by that rumor? I think he should bring his own men to mobilize his hands, and after killing everyone, he will take the credit for himself. I have seen many people like this. I think this butcher is no more than it's nothing more than hypocrisy. I don't believe anyone could be so strong. Guang Axe, who had recovered a little from his injury, stood up again and expressed his opinion. Needless to say, Wei Lian on the side is completely ruthless. The butcher? What a great name. When he comes here, I want to see if he is really as strong as the rumors say. Lois Hart clenched her fist and made a crackling sound, and said with a grim smile. Seeing everyone's reaction, Snowman frowned and wanted to say something, but in the end he forcibly held back. Rumors about Chen Luo emerged in his mind. It is said that the other party, like him, is of Asian origin. Such an identity among the vampires are also pitifully few. It may be based on the sense of recognition in this aspect, which made him look forward to meeting Chen Luo in the future. Not long after, with the roar of an engine coming from outside the factory, several people were instantly refreshed. Coming, as expected, they didn't make them wait long, and then 3 figures slowly opened the door and walked towards them. They were naturally very familiar with 2 of the figures, but it was the first time they had seen the 3rd figure. He is the legendary butcher. With curiosity, the eyes of several people swept towards Chen Luo. With a tall and strong figure, the rumored Asian complexion, and the heroic and handsome face, compared with the legendary murderous butcher, Chen Luo, who caught their eyes, was more like an ancient noble prince. There is no threat at all. Seeing this, it seemed that his conjecture was confirmed. Except for the snowman, the eyes of the other 5 people all flashed a trace of contempt. Even Chupa, who originally had some respect for Chen Luo, couldn't help muttering to himself, wondering if the other party was really as bad as others said. When he came to the 6 people, Fraser looked at them seriously and said, "This is Mr. Chen Luo, who came here to help us. Mr. Chen Luo is fully responsible for this cleanup operation, and my duty is to fully cooperate with Mr. Chen Luo's actions, understand?" Hearing this, the 6 people looked at each other in blank dismay, all silent. Regarding this, Chen Luo didn't show the slightest expression on his face. Instead, he looked at them with great interest. These people are also characters who have appeared in the plot, and each of them has extraordinary skills. If those mutants are not so contagious, even vampires can be infected, otherwise there would not be so many casualties. In the end, only one person survived. So for these elite vampires, if possible, Chen Luo also wants to absorb them into his forces. Definitely. The premise is that they abide by the rules he made at the beginning. If anyone wants to provoke him, he doesn't mind teaching them a lesson. After a moment of silence, finally, Guang Fu, who had the most fiery personality, couldn't help but speak first. "Phrase, I think our strength is enough to deal with those bastards. Why do we need other people to help?" This sentence was like a fuse and immediately aroused the resonance of other people. "I also think that only us are enough." "What butcher? I think this name is blown up by other people. If we really want to fight, it's not certain who will win, right?" The priest in the crowd gave Chen Luo a disdainful look and snorted heavily, his face full of provocation. "Priest, what are you talking about?" "Chen Luo is me." Nisha's face was suddenly full of anger. A cold light flashed in her eyes. She stared at the other party and was about to say something, but was caught by Chen Luo. Luo interrupted with a wave. "Oh, if you say that, it seems that you want to fight against me." Hearing this, Chen Luo smiled slightly, then waved his hand and said, "If that's the case, then come and try." After saying this, Chen Luo turned to Nisha and asked curiously, "Nissa, I want to ask you something. If I accidentally killed this guy, it shouldn't have any effect, right?" As soon as these words came out, everyone's expressions changed. "What did you say?" The pastor's eyes turned red instantly, with murderous intent surging in his heart. He looked straight at Chen Luo and said with a grin, "Okay, then let me see. How did you kill me?" Seeing his reaction, Fraser, who originally wanted to dissuade him, immediately stopped his movements and said nothing. In fact, he was also very curious about Chen Luo's strength. Since someone took the initiative to test him, he also wanted to take this opportunity to see. Definitely, while preparing to watch the battle, he is also well prepared, and no matter which side shows signs of failure, he will promptly rescue them, not to mention Nisha on the other side. After all, Chen Luo was invited by her personally. Since the other party dared to provoke Chen Luo, it would undoubtedly have slapped her in the face. Therefore, even if Chen Luo didn't do it himself, she would have already given it to her. The other party sentenced to death. So, the two came to the ring in front of them. Looking at the 2 people on the stage, everyone in the audience immediately talked about it. "Look at this battle. Who can win?" "I'm optimistic about the priest. We all know his strength. I think he can definitely win." Guang Fu said with certainty, "I think it might be a tie. After all, the opponent can make such a big name, and his skills should not be weak." Chupa said with some uncertainty, "No matter who wins, it won't be my opponent." Lois Hart crossed her arms, her fierce face full of confidence. Just as everyone was discussing, the next moment, the snowman's voice sounded. "I think you are still planning to collect the priest's body. This battle he will lose." As soon as these words came out, everyone opened their eyes wide and looked at each other in disbelief. "Snowman, you be ****D. Don't you have a fever? How dare you talk such nonsense? I said you don't believe him because he has the same skin color as you? If that's the case, then you trust the wrong person. The pastor will be killed? Do you have any basis? You have the confidence to make such a judgment." Ignoring the cynicism of the people around him, Snowman's eyes looked straight in the direction of Chen Luo without moving. Before he transformed into a vampire, He was a master of martial arts who had practiced for decades. Even in the human period, his hands were covered with blood. Therefore, he was far more sensitive to the perception of murderous intent than other vampires. As for Chen Luo, although he concealed this murderous aura very well, he could still sense a trace of it, and just this ray of murderous aura made him shudder. It is conceivable that he died in the opponent's hands. The number of people is definitely much more than he imagined. Is this the legendary butcher? Feeling the murderous aura coming from Chen Luo, Snowman's eyes unconsciously showed a trace of awe. As for the thoughts in Xueren's heart at this moment, everyone knew nothing about it. On the ring, Chen Luo slowly took off the coat he was wearing, then took out the gloves from his pocket and put them on his hands leisurely. Seeing Chen Luo's series of inexplicable movements, the priest at the side finally couldn't bear it and asked, "Hey, what are you doing? Why don't you do it?" "Don't worry," Chen Luo replied while wearing gloves, "although it won't take a few seconds to solve you, but my clothes are very expensive, and I don't want to be stained with blood. As for why you wear gloves, maybe it's because it's cleaner. After all, if your hands are covered with blood, it's very troublesome to wash them." Hearing this, the pastor's face instantly became extremely gloomy. He clenched his teeth, and a murderous intent flashed in his eyes. "I'm really confident. Well, let me see what kind of strength the legendary butcher has." After that, he raised his right hand, and then suddenly punched Chen Luo straight to the head. After many years of training, the priest's physical fitness is also at the top level among vampires. Both speed and strength are stronger than most vampires, but such strength is still not worth mentioning in Chen Luo's eyes. He raised his hand lightly, and just when the opponent's fist was about to hit, he calmly reached out to block it. Looking at the astonishment in the opponent's eyes, Chen Luo smiled slightly, and his eyes signaled him to continue. Seeing Chen Luo's eyes, the priest's eyes were bloodshot, regardless of his fists. He hit Chen Luo like raindrops. The targets were all vital parts, such as the heart and head, as if they were putting people to death. In fact, he has no intention of holding back at all. With his physical fitness and fighting skills, it is not a problem for him to be 1 against 10, but such strength is far from enough to cause harm to Chen Luo. Not to mention that Chen Luo's speed has completely crushed the opponent, but with his current defense power, even guns can't leave marks on him, let alone this tickling fist. Although the opponent couldn't cause harm to him, even if he didn't make any defense, Chen Luo didn't want to be beaten in place, so facing the opponent's attack, he chose to stretch out his hand to resist. Therefore, under the amazed gaze of everyone in the audience, no matter how fierce the priest's attack looked, Chen Luo never took half a step back and blocked all the opponent's attack with just one hand. Such a performance. Immediately, everyone in the audience trembled. On the stage, after seeing that his attack did not cause any damage at all, the pastor's eyes flashed with horror. He never expected that the skill he was so proud of would be useless to him at all. Obviously, this is far from his limit. But even after realizing the difference in strength between the two, the pastor had no intention of stopping. Looking at Chen Luo's indifferent expression in front of him, his eyes flashed fiercely, and he quickly made a decision in his heart. "So what about strength? I don't believe it. Can you still be stronger than a bullet?" At this moment, with the killing intent in his heart, he couldn't care less. The only thing he wanted to do now was to kill this arrogant guy in front of him. As for the punishment he might face in the future, he had already forgotten all about it. So, when his attack failed again, the pastor quickly stepped back and stretched his hand towards his waist. When his hand just touched the pistol at his waist, the next moment, Chen Luo's voice sounded. "Well, it's time for this game to end." In an instant, with a sound of piercing through the air, Chen Luo's body turned into an afterimage and appeared behind the opponent in the blink of an eye. With both hands, huge amounts of palms instantly grasped the opponent's neck firmly and then lifted into the air. But that's not all. The next moment, I saw Chen Luo supporting his head with the other hand, and then pulled it hard. Puff! Under his terrifying strength as high as several tons, The other party had no room to resist, but felt an unprecedented sharp pain from his neck, and then his head was torn off by Chen Luo. The long spine is connected to the bottom of the head, bloody, and the body collapses on the ground weakly. The eyes of the head held by Chen Luo are wide-eyed. The face is full of shock and fear, and the mouth opens and closes several times, as if to say what, but in the end he didn't say a word, so he died of anger. Quiet. Deathly silence. Everyone in the audience tightened their eyes, staring at Chen Luo's figure on the stage. While their eyes were full of shock, they also unconsciously revealed a trace of fear from the bottom of their hearts. Obviously, even these elite fighters who have experienced hundreds of battles have never seen such a brutal and bloody scene. Looking at the gloves on Chen Luo's hands that were dripping blood, everyone finally understood why he said that before, but now it seems that it is absolutely correct. After seeing Chen Luo's killing process, everyone who had some doubts about Chen Luo's butcher nickname had no objections at all. Such a bloody method really deserves the name of a butcher. Just when everyone was shocked, Chen Luo turned around and said calmly, "Now, can we talk about the mutant thing?"
Hello, everyone. As we wrap up this video, I want to share a quick note. I have a Patreon account. If you'd like to support me and enjoy on-demand audiobooks, you can become a Patreon member. Alternatively, you can check out my Google Drive link, which has 500+ novel audiobooks available through my Ko-fi or Patreon shop. I appreciate your support.